You fool! Warren is dead. HorrorBabble's Horror at Sea. 15 Nautical Nightmares. The Derelict by William Hope Hodgson. 1. It's the material, said the old ship's doctor. The material plus the conditions, and maybe, he added slowly, a third factor. Yes, a third factor. But there. He broke off his half-meditative sentence and began to charge his pipe. Go on, doctor, we said encouragingly, and with more than a little expectancy. We were in the smoke-room of the Lee, running across the North Atlantic, and the doctor was a character. He concluded the charging of his pipe and lit it, then settled himself and began to express himself more fully. The material, he said with conviction, is inevitably the medium of expression of the life force, the fulcrum, as it were, lacking which it is unable to exert itself, or, indeed, to express itself in any form or fashion that would be intelligible or evident to us. So potent is the share of the material in the production of that thing which we name life, and so eager the life force to express itself, that I am convinced it would, if given the right conditions, make itself manifest even through so hopeless-seeming a medium as a simple block of sawn wood. For I tell you, gentlemen, the life force is both as fiercely urgent and as indiscriminate as fire, the distractor, yet which some are now growing to consider the very essence of life rampant. There is a quaint seeming paradox there, he concluded, nodding his old grey head. Yes, doctor, I said. In brief, your argument is that life is a thing, state, fact, or element, call it what you like, which requires the material through which to manifest itself, and that given the material plus the conditions, the result is life. In other words, that life is an evolved product, manifested through matter and bred of conditions, eh? As we understand the word, said the old doctor, though, mind you, there may be a third factor, but in my heart I believe that is a matter of chemistry, conditions and a suitable medium. But given the conditions, the brute is so almighty that it will seize upon anything through which to manifest itself. It is a force generated by conditions, but nevertheless this does not bring us one iota nearer to its explanation, any more than to the explanation of electricity or fire. They are, all three, of the outer forces, monsters of the void. Nothing we can do will create any one of them. Our power is merely to be able, by providing the conditions, to make each one of them manifest to our physical senses. Am I clear? Yes, doctor, in a way you are, I said. But I don't agree with you, though I think I understand you. Electricity and fire are both what I might call natural things. But life is an abstract something, a kind of all-permeating wakefulness. Oh, I can't explain it. Who could? But it's spiritual, not just a thing bred out of a condition like fire, as you say, or electricity. It's a horrible thought of yours. Life's a kind of spiritual mystery. Easy, my boy, said the old doctor, laughing gently to himself. Or else I may be asking you to demonstrate the spiritual mystery of life of the limpet, or the crab, shall we say. He grinned at me with ineffable perverseness. Anyway, he continued, as I suppose you've all guessed, I've a yarn to tell you in support of my impression that life is no more a mystery or a miracle than fire or electricity. But please to remember, gentlemen, That because we've succeeded in naming and making good use of these two forces, they're just as much mysteries fundamentally as ever. And anyway, the thing I'm going to tell you won't explain the mystery of life, but only give you one of my pegs on which I hang my feeling that life is, as I have said, a force made manifest through conditions, that is to say, natural chemistry, and that it can take for its purpose and need the most incredible and unlikely matter. For without matter it cannot come into existence. It cannot become manifest. I don't agree with you, Doctor, I interrupted. Your theory would destroy all belief in life after death. It would— Hush, Sonny, said the old man, with a quiet little smile of comprehension. Hark to what I've to say first. And anyway, what objection have you to material life after death? And if you object to a material framework, I would still have you remember that I am speaking of life, as we understand the word in this our life. Now do be a quiet lad, or I'll never be done. It was when I was a young man, and that is a good many years ago, gentlemen. I had passed my examinations, but was so run down with overwork that it was decided that I had better take a trip to sea. I was by no means well off, and very glad in the end to secure a nominal post as doctor in a sailing passenger clipper running out to China. The name of the ship was the Beopt, and soon after I had got all my gear aboard, she cast off, and we dropped down the Thames, and next day were well away out in the Channel. The captain's name was Gannington, a very decent man, though quite illiterate. The first mate, Mr. Burleys, was a quiet, sternish, reserved man, very well read. The second mate, Mr. Selvin, was perhaps by birth and upbringing the most socially cultured of the three, but he lacked the stamina and indomitable pluck of the two others. He was more of a sensitive, and emotionally and even mentally the most alert man of the three. On our way out, we called at Madagascar, where we landed some of our passengers. Then we ran eastward, meaning to call at Northwest Cape, but about 100 degrees east we encountered very dreadful weather, which carried away all our sails and sprung the jib-boom and foretopgallant mast. The storm carried us northward for several hundred miles, and when it dropped us finally, we found ourselves in a very bad state. The ship had been strained, and had taken some 3 feet of water through her seams. The main topmast had been sprung, in addition to the jib-boom and foretopgallant mast. 2 of our boats had gone, as also one of the pigsties, with 3 fine pigs, this latter having been washed overboard but some half-hour before the wind began to ease, which it did quickly, though a very ugly sea ran for some hours after. The wind left us just before dark, and when morning came, it brought splendid weather. A calm, mildly undulating sea, and a brilliant sun, with no wind. It showed us also that we were not alone, for about 2 miles away to the westward was another vessel, which Mr. Selvin, the second mate, pointed out to me. "That's a pretty rum-looking packet, Doctor," he said, and handed me his glass. I looked through it at the other vessel and saw what he meant. At least I thought I did. "Yes, Mr. Selvin," I said. "She's got a pretty old-fashioned look about her." He laughed at me in his pleasant way. "It's easy to see you're not a sailor, Doctor," he remarked. "There's a dozen rum things about her. She's a derelict, and has been floating round by the look of her for many a score of years. Look at the shape of her counter and the bows and cutwater. She's as old as the hills, as you might say, and ought to have gone down to Davy Jones a long time ago. Look at the growths on her, and the thickness of her standing rigging. That's all salt incrustations, I fancy, if you notice the white colour. She's been a small bark, but don't you see she's not a yard left aloft? They've all dropped out of the slings, everything rotted away. Wonder the standing rigging hasn't gone too. I wish the old man would let us take the boat and have a look at her. She'd be well worth it." There seemed little chance, however, of this, for all hands were turned to and kept hard at it all day long, repairing the damage to the masts and gear, and this took a long while, as you may think. Part of the time I gave a hand, heaving on one of the deck capstans, for the exercise was good for my liver. Old Captain Gannington approved, and I persuaded him to come along and try some of the same medicine, which he did, and we grew very chummy over the job. We got talking about the Derelict, and he remarked how lucky we were not to have run full tilt onto her in the darkness, for she lay right away to leeward of us, according to the way that we had been drifting in the storm. He also was of the opinion that she had a strange look about her, and that she was pretty old, but on this latter point he plainly had far less knowledge than the second mate, for he was, as I have said, an illiterate man, and knew nothing of seacraft beyond what experience had taught him. He lacked the book knowledge which the second mate had of vessels previous to his day, which it appeared the Derelict was. "She's an old 'un, Doctor," was the extent of his observations in this direction. Yet, when I mentioned to him that it would be interesting to go aboard and give her a bit of an overhaul, he nodded his head, as if the idea had been already in his mind, and accorded with his own inclinations. "When the work's over, Doctor," he said. "Can't spare the men now, you know. Got to get all ship-shape and ready as smart as we can. But we'll take my gig and go off in the second dog watch. The glass is steady, and it'll be a bit of gam for us." That evening, after tea, the captain gave orders to clear the gig and get her overboard. The second mate was to come with us, and the skipper gave him word to see that 2 or 3 lamps were put into the boat, as it would soon fall dark. A little later, we were pulling across the calmness of the sea, with a crew of 6 at the oars, and making very good speed of it. Now, gentlemen, I have detailed to you with great exactness all the facts, both big and little, so that you can follow step by step each incident in this extraordinary affair, and I want you now to pay the closest attention. I was sitting in the stern sheets with the second mate and the captain who was steering, and as we drew nearer and nearer to the stranger, I studied her with an ever-growing attention, as indeed did Captain Gannington and the second mate. She was, as you know, to the westward of us, and the sunset was making a great flame of red light to the back of her, so that she showed a little blurred and indistinct, by reason of the halation of the light, which almost defeated the eye in any attempt to see her rotting spars and standing rigging, submerged as they were in the fiery glory of the sunset. It was because of this effect of the sunset that we had come quite close, comparatively, to the Derelict, before we saw that she was all surrounded by a sort of curious scum, the colour of which was difficult to decide upon, by reason of the red light that was in the atmosphere, but which afterwards we discovered to be brown. This scum spread all about the old vessel for many hundreds of yards, in a huge, irregular patch, a great stretch of which reached out to the eastward, upon our starboard side, some score or so fathoms away. "Queer stuff," said Captain Gannington, leaning to the side and looking over. "Something in the cargo as has gone rotten and worked out through her seams. Look at her bows and stern," said the second mate. "Just look at the growth on her." There were, as he said, great clumpings of strange-looking sea fungi under the bows and the short counter astern. From the stump of her jib-boom and her cutwater, great beards of rime and marine growths hung downward into the scum that held her in. Her blank starboard side was presented to us, all a dead, dirtyish white, streaked and mottled vaguely with dull masses of heavier colour. "There's a steam or haze rising off her," said the second mate, speaking again. "You can see it against the light. It keeps coming and going. Look." I saw then what he meant. A faint haze or steam, either suspended above the old vessel or rising from her, and Captain Gannington saw it also. "Spontaneous combustion," he exclaimed. "We'll have to watch when we lift the hatches, unless it's some poor devil that's got aboard of her, but that ain't likely." We were now within a couple of 100 yards of the old derelict, and had entered into the brown scum. As it poured off the lifted oars, I heard one of the men mutter to himself, "Damn treacle!" And indeed, it was something like it. As the boat continued to forge nearer and nearer to the old ship, the scum grew thicker and thicker, so that at last it perceptibly slowed us. "Give way, lads! Put some beef to it!" sang out Captain Gannington, and thereafter there was no sound except the panting of the men, and the faint, reiterated suck-suck of the sullen brown scum upon the oars, as the boat was forced ahead. As we went, I was conscious of a peculiar smell in the evening air, and whilst I had no doubt that the puddling of the scum by the oars made it rise, I felt that in some way it was vaguely familiar, yet I could give it no name. We were now very close to the old vessel, and presently she was high above us, against the dying light. The captain called out then to "In with the bow oars, and stand by with the boat hook," which was done. "Aboard there! Ahoy! Aboard there! Ahoy!" shouted Captain Gannington, but there came no answer, only the flat sound of his voice going lost into the open sea each time he sung out. "Ahoy! Aboard there! Ahoy!" he shouted time after time, but there was only the weary silence of the old hulk that answered us, and somehow as he shouted, the while that I stared up half expectantly at her, a queer little sense of oppression that amounted almost to nervousness came upon me. It passed, but I remember how I was suddenly aware that it was growing dark. Darkness comes fairly rapidly in the tropics, though not so quickly as many fiction writers seem to think. But it was not that the coming dusk had perceptibly deepened in that brief time of only a few moments, but rather that my nerves had made me suddenly a little hypersensitive. I mention my state particularly, for I am not a nervy man normally, and my abrupt touch of nerves is significant in the light of what happened. "There's no one aboard there," said Captain Gannington. "Give way, men," for the boat's crew had instinctively rested on their oars as the captain hailed the old craft. The men gave way again, and then the second mate called out excitedly, "Why, look there! There's our pigsty! See, it's got Beoped painted on the end. It's drifted down here, and the scum's caught it. What a blessed wonder!" It was, as he had said, our pigsty that had been washed overboard in the storm, and most extraordinary to come across it there. "We'll tow it off with us when we go," remarked the captain, and shouted to the crew to get down to their oars, for they were hardly moving the boat, because the scum was so thick close in around the old ship that it literally clogged the boat from going ahead. I remember that it struck me in a half-conscious sort of way as curious that the pigsty, containing our 3 dead pigs, had managed to drift in so far unaided, whilst we could scarcely manage to force the boat in, now that we had come right into the scum. But the thought passed from my mind, for so many things happened within the next few minutes. The men managed to bring the boat in alongside, within a couple of feet of the derelict, and the man with the boat hook hooked on. "Have you got hold there, forward?" asked Captain Gannington. "Yes, sir," said the bowman, and as he spoke, there came a queer noise of tearing. "What's that?" asked the captain. "It's tore, sir. Tore clean away," said the man, and his tone showed that he had received something of a shock. "Get her hold again, then," said Captain Gannington, irritably. "You don't suppose this packet was built yesterday? Shove the hook into the main chains." The man did so, gingerly, as you might say, for it seemed to me, in the growing dusk, that he put no strain onto the hook, though of course there was no need. You see, the boat could not go very far of herself in the stuff in which she was embedded. I remember thinking this also, as I looked up at the bulging side of the old vessel. Then I heard Captain Gannington's voice. "Lord, but she's old. And what a colour, Doctor. She don't half want paint, do she? Now then, somebody, one of them oars." An oar was passed to him, and he leant it up against the ancient, bulging side. Then he paused and called to the second mate to light a couple of the lamps, and stand by to pass them up, for darkness had settled down now upon the sea. The second mate lit 2 of the lamps, and told one of the men to light a third, and keep it handy in the boat. Then he stepped across, with a lamp in each hand, to where Captain Gannington stood by the oar against the side of the ship. "Now, my lad," said the captain to the man who had pulled stroke, "up with you, and we'll pass ye up the lamps." The man jumped to obey, caught the oar and put his weight upon it, and as he did so, something seemed to give a little. "Look!" cried out the second mate, and pointed, lamp in hand. "It's sunk in." This was true. The oar had made quite an indentation into the bulging, somewhat slimy side of the old vessel. "Mould, I reckon," said Captain Gannington, bending towards the derelict to look. Then to the man, "Up you go, my lad, and be smart. Don't stand there waiting." At that, the man, who had paused a moment as he felt the oar give beneath his weight, began to shin up, and in a few seconds he was aboard, and leant out over the rail for the lamps. These were passed up to him, and the captain called to him to steady the oar. Then Captain Gannington went, calling to me to follow, and after me the second mate. As the captain put his face over the rail, he gave a cry of astonishment. "Mould, by gum! Mould! The tons of it! Good Lord!" As I heard him shout that, I scrambled the more eagerly after him, and in a moment or two I was able to see what he meant. Everywhere that the light from the 2 lamps struck, there was nothing but smooth great masses and surfaces of a dirty white mould. I climbed over the rail, with the second mate close behind, and stood upon the mould-covered decks. There might have been no planking beneath the mould, for all that our feet could feel. It gave under our tread with a spongy, puddingy feel. It covered the deck furniture of the old ship, so that the shape of each article and fitment was often no more than suggested through it. Captain Gannington snatched a lamp from the man, and the second mate reached for the other. They held the lamps high, and we all stared. It was most extraordinary, and somehow most abominable. I can think of no other word, gentlemen, that so much describes the predominant feeling that affected me at the moment. "Good Lord," said Captain Gannington several times. "Good Lord." But neither the second mate nor the man said anything, and for my part I just stared, and at the same time began to smell a little at the air, for there was again a vague odour of something half familiar, that somehow brought to me a sense of half-known fright. I turned this way and that, staring, as I have said. Here and there, the mould was so heavy as to entirely disguise what lay beneath, converting the deck fittings into indistinguishable mounds of mould, all dirty white and blotched and veined with irregular, dull purplish markings. There was a strange thing about the mould, which Captain Gannington drew attention to. It was that our feet did not crush into it and break the surface, as might have been expected, but merely indented it. "Never seen nothing like it before. Never," said the captain, after having stooped with his lamp to examine the mould under our feet. He stamped with his heel, and the stuff gave out a dull, puddingy sound. He stooped again with a quick movement and stared, holding the lamp close to the deck. "Blessed if it ain't a reg'lar skin to it," he said. The second mate and the man and I all stooped and looked at it. The second mate progged it with his forefinger, and I remember I rapped it several times with my knuckles, listening to the dead sound it gave out and noticing the close, firm texture of the mould. "Dough," said the second mate. "It's just like blessed dough. Poof!" He stood up with a quick movement. "I could fancy it stinks a bit," he said. As he said this, I knew suddenly what the familiar thing was in the vague odour that hung about us. It was that the smell had something animal-like in it, something of the same smell, only heavier, that you will smell in any place that is infested with mice. I began to look about with a sudden, very real uneasiness. There might be vast numbers of hungry rats aboard. They might prove exceedingly dangerous, if in a starving condition. Yet, as you will understand, somehow I hesitated to put forward my idea as a reason for caution. It was too fanciful. Captain Gannington had begun to go aft, along the mould-covered main deck, with the second mate, each of them holding his lamp high up so as to cast a good light about the vessel. I turned quickly and followed them, the man with me keeping close to my heels and plainly uneasy. As we went, I became aware that there was a feeling of moisture in the air, and I remembered the slight mist or smoke above the hulk, which had made Captain Gannington suggest spontaneous combustion in explanation. And always, as we went, there was that vague animal smell, and suddenly I found myself wishing we were well away from the old vessel. Abruptly, after a few paces, the captain stopped and pointed at a row of mould-hidden shapes on either side of the main deck. "Guns," he said. "Been a privateer in the old days, I guess. Maybe worse. We'll have a look below, Doctor. There may be something worth touching. She's older than I thought. Mr. Selvin thinks she's about 300-year-old, but I scarce think it." We continued our way aft, and I remember that I found myself walking as lightly and gingerly as possible, as if I were subconsciously afraid of treading through the rotten, mould-hid decks. I think the others had a touch of the same feeling from the way that they walked. Occasionally, the soft mould would grip our heels, releasing them with a little sullen suck. The captain forged somewhat ahead of the second mate, and I know that the suggestion he had made himself that perhaps there might be something below, worth the carrying away, had stimulated his imagination. The second mate was, however, beginning to feel somewhat the same way that I did. At least, I have that impression. I think, if it had not been for what I might truly describe as Captain Gannington's sturdy courage, we should all of us have just gone back over the side very soon, for there was most certainly an unwholesome feeling abroad that made one feel queerly lacking in pluck, and you will soon perceive that this feeling was justified. Just as the captain reached the few mould-covered steps leading up onto the short half-poop, I was suddenly aware that the feeling of moisture in the air had grown very much more definite. It was perceptible now, intermittently, as a sort of thin, moist, fog-like vapour that came and went oddly, and seemed to make the decks a little indistinct to the view this time and that. Once, an odd puff of it beat up suddenly from somewhere and caught me in the face, carrying a queer, sickly, heavy odour with it that somehow frightened me strangely, with a suggestion of awaiting and half-comprehended danger. 2. We had followed Captain Gannington up the 3 mould-covered steps, and now went slowly aft along the raised afterdeck. By the mizzenmast, Captain Gannington paused and held his lantern near to it. "My word, mister," he said to the second mate, "it's fair thickened up with the mould. Why, I'll guarantee it's close on 4 foot thick." He shone the light down to where it met the deck. "Good Lord," he said, "look at the sea lice on it." I stepped up, and it was as he had said. The sea lice were thick upon it, some of them huge, not less than the size of large beetles, and all a clear, colourless shade like water, except where there were little spots of grey in them, evidently their internal organisms. "I've never seen the like of them, except on a live cod," said Captain Gannington, in an extremely puzzled voice. "My word, but they're whoppers." Then he passed on, but a few paces farther aft he stopped again, and held his lamp near to the mould-hidden deck. "Lord bless me, Doctor," he called out in a low voice. "Did ye ever see the like of that? Why, it's a foot long if it's a hinch." I stooped over his shoulder and saw what he meant. It was a clear, colourless creature, about a foot long and about 8 inches high, with a curved back that was extraordinarily narrow. As we stared, all in a group, it gave a queer little flick and was gone. "Jumped," said the captain. "Well, if that ain't a giant of all the sea lice that ever I've seen, I guess it's jumped 20 foot clear." He straightened his back and scratched his head a moment, swinging the lantern this way and that with the other hand, and staring about us. "What are they doing aboard here?" he said. "You'll see 'em, little things, on fat cod and such like. I'm blowed, Doctor, if I understand." He held his lamp towards a big mound of the mould that occupied part of the after portion of the low poop deck, a little foreside of where there came a 2-foot-high break to a kind of second and loftier poop that ran away aft to the taffrail. The mound was pretty big, several feet across, and more than a yard high. Captain Gannington walked up to it. "I reckon this is the scuttle," he remarked, and gave it a heavy kick. The only result was a deep indentation into the huge, whitish hump of mould, as if he had driven his foot into a mass of some doughy substance. Yet I am not altogether correct in saying that this was the only result, for a certain other thing happened. From a place made by the captain's foot, there came a little gush of a purplish fluid, accompanied by a peculiar smell that was not half familiar. Some of the mould-like substance had stuck to the toe of the captain's boot, and from this likewise there issued a sweat, as it were, of the same colour. "Well," said Captain Gannington in surprise, and drew back his foot to make another kick at the hump of mould, but he paused at an exclamation from the second mate. "Don't, sir," said the second mate. I glanced at him, and the light from Captain Gannington's lamp showed me that his face had a bewildered, half-frightened look, as if he were suddenly and unexpectedly half afraid of something, and as if his tongue had given away his sudden fright without any intention on his part to speak. The captain also turned and stared at him. "Why, mister?" he asked, in a somewhat puzzled voice, through which there sounded just the vaguest hint of annoyance. "We've got to shift this muck if we're to get below." I looked at the second mate, and it seemed to me that, curiously enough, he was listening less to the captain than to some other sound. Suddenly, he said in a queer voice, "Listen, everybody." Yet we heard nothing beyond the faint murmur of the men talking together in the boat alongside. "I don't hear nothing," said Captain Gannington, after a short pause. "Do you, Doctor?" "No," I said. "What was it you thought you heard?" asked the captain, turning again to the second mate. But the second mate shook his head in a curious, almost irritable way, as if the captain's question interrupted his listening. Captain Gannington stared a moment at him, then held his lantern up and glanced about him, almost uneasily. I know I felt a queer sense of strain, but the light showed nothing beyond the greyish dirty white of the mould in all directions. "Mr. Selvin," said the captain at last, looking at him, "don't get fancying things. Get hold of your bloomin' self. You know you heard nothing." "I'm quite sure I heard something, sir," said the second mate. I seem to hear—" He broke off sharply, and appeared to listen with an almost painful intensity. "What did it sound like?" I asked. "It's all right, Doctor," said Captain Gannington, laughing gently. "You can give him a tonic when we get back. I'm going to shift this stuff." He drew back and kicked for the second time at the ugly mass, which he took to hide the companionway. The result of his kick was startling, for the whole thing wobbled sloppily, like a mound of unhealthy-looking jelly. He drew his foot out of it quickly and took a step backward, staring and holding his lamp towards it. "By gum," he said, and it was plain that he was genuinely startled. "The blessed thing's gone soft." The man had run back several steps from the suddenly flaccid mound and looked horribly frightened, though of what, I am sure he had not the least idea. The second mate stood where he was and stared. For my part, I know I had a most hideous uneasiness upon me. The captain continued to hold his light towards the wobbling mound and stare. "It's gone squashy all through," he said. "There's no scuttle there. There's no bally woodwork inside that lot. Phew, what a rum smell." He walked round to the afterside of the strange mound to see whether there might be some signs of an opening into the hull at the back of the great heap of mould stuff. And then, "Listen," said the second mate again, in the strangest sort of voice. Captain Gannington straightened himself upright, and there succeeded a pause of the most intense quietness, in which there was not even the hum of talk from the men alongside in the boat. We all heard it, a kind of dull, soft thud, 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 somewhere in the hull under us, yet so vague that I might have been half doubtful I heard it, only that the others did so too. Captain Gannington turned suddenly to where the man stood. "Tell them," he began, but the fellow cried out something and pointed. There had come a strange intensity into his somewhat unemotional face, so that the captain's glance followed his action instantly. I stared also, as you may think. It was the great mound at which the man was pointing. I saw what he meant. From the two gapes made in the mould-like stuff by Captain Gannington's boot, the purple fluid was jetting out in a queerly regular fashion, almost as if it were being forced out by a pump. My word, but I stared, and even as I stared, a larger jet squirted out and splashed as far as the man, spattering his boots and trouser legs. The fellow had been pretty nervous before, in a stolid, ignorant sort of way, and his funk had been growing steadily, but at this he simply let out a yell and turned about to run. He paused an instant, as if a sudden fear of the darkness that held the decks between him and the boat had taken him. He snatched at the second mate's lantern, tore it out of his hand, and plunged heavily away over the vile stretch of mould. Mr. Selvin, the second mate, said not a word. He was just standing, staring at the strange-smelling twin streams of dull purple that were jetting out from the wobbling mound. Captain Gannington, however, roared an order to the man to come back, but the man plunged on and on across the mould, his feet seeming to be clogged by the stuff, as if it had grown suddenly soft. He zigzagged as he ran, the lantern swaying in wild circles as he wrenched his feet free, with a constant plop, plop, and I could hear his frightened gasps, even from where I stood. "Come back with that lamp," roared the captain again, but still the man took no notice, and Captain Gannington was silent an instant, his lips working in a queer, inarticulate fashion, as if he were stunned momentarily by the very violence of his anger at the man's insubordination. And in the silence I heard the sounds again, thud, 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 quite distinctly now, beating, it seemed suddenly to me, right down under my feet, but deep. I stared down at the mould on which I was standing, with a quick, disgusting sense of the terrible all about me. Then I looked at the captain and tried to say something without appearing frightened. I saw that he had turned again to the mound, and all the anger had gone out of his face. He had his lamp out towards the mound, and was listening. There was a further moment of absolute silence. At least I know that I was not conscious of any sound at all in all the world, except that extraordinary thud, 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 thud down somewhere in the huge bulk under us. The captain shifted his feet with a sudden, nervous movement, and as he lifted them, the mould went plop, plop. He looked quickly at me, trying to smile, as if he were not thinking anything very much about it. "What do you make of it, Doctor?" he said. "I think—" I began, but the second mate interrupted with a single word. His voice pitched a little high, in a tone that made us both stare instantly at him. "Look!" he said, and pointed at the mound. The thing was all of a slow quiver. A strange ripple ran outward from it, along the deck, like you will see a ripple run inshore out of a calm sea. It reached a mound a little foreside of us, which I'd supposed to be the cabin skylight, and in a moment the second mound sank nearly level with the surrounding decks, quivering floppily in a most extraordinary fashion. A sudden, quick tremor took the mould right under the second mate, and he gave out a hoarse little cry, and held his arms out on each side of him to keep his balance. The tremor in the mould spread, and Captain Gannington swayed and spread his feet with a sudden curse of fright. The second mate jumped across to him and caught him by the wrist. "The boat, sir," he said, saying the very thing that I had lacked the pluck to say. "For God's sake!" But he never finished, for a tremendous, hoarse scream cut off his words. They hove themselves round and looked. I could see without turning. The man who had run from us was standing in the waist of the ship, about a fathom from the starboard bulwarks. He was swaying from side to side and screaming in a dreadful fashion. He appeared to be trying to lift his feet, and the light from his swaying lantern showed an almost incredible sight. All about him the mould was in active movement. His feet had sunk out of sight. The stuff appeared to be lapping at his legs, and abruptly his bare flesh showed. The hideous stuff had rent his trouser legs away as if they were paper. He gave out a simply sickening scream, and with a vast effort wrenched one leg free. It was partly destroyed. It was simply infernal. The man had gone from sight. Where he had fallen was now a writhing, elongated mound in constant and horrible increase, as the mould appeared to move towards it in strange ripples from all sides. Captain Gannington and the second mate were stone silent, in amazed and incredulous horror, but I had begun to reach towards a grotesque and terrific conclusion, both helped and hindered by my professional training. From the men in the boat alongside, there was a loud shouting, and I saw two of their faces appear suddenly above the rail. They showed clearly a moment in the light from the lamp which the man had snatched from Mr. Selvin. For, strangely enough, this lamp was standing upright and unharmed on the deck a little way foreside of that dreadful, elongated, growing mound that still swayed and writhed with an incredible horror. The lamp rose and fell on the passing ripples of the mould, just for all the world as you will see a boat rise and fall on little swells. It is of some interest to me now, psychologically, to remember how that rising and falling lantern brought home to me, more than anything, the incomprehensible, dreadful strangeness of it all. The men's faces disappeared with sudden yells, as if they had slipped or been suddenly hurt, and there was a fresh uproar of shouting from the boat. The men were calling to us to come away, to come away. In the same instant, I felt my left boot drawn suddenly and forcibly downward, with a horrible, painful gripe. I wrenched it free with a yell of angry fear. Forward of us, I saw that the vile surface was all a move, and abruptly I found myself shouting in a queer, frightened voice, "The boat, Captain! The boat, Captain!" Captain Gannington stared round at me over his right shoulder, in a peculiar, dull way that told me he was utterly dazed with bewilderment and the incomprehensibleness of it all. I took a quick, clogged, nervous step towards him, and gripped his arm and shook it fiercely. "The boat!" I shouted at him. "The boat! For God's sake, tell the men to bring the boat aft." Then the mould must have drawn his feet down, for abruptly he bellowed fiercely with terror, his momentary apathy giving place to furious energy. His thick-set, vastly muscular body doubled and writhed with his enormous effort, and he struck out madly, dropping the lantern. He tore his feet free, something ripping as he did so. The reality and necessity of the situation had come upon him, brutishly real, and he was roaring to the men in the boat, "Bring the boat aft! Bring her aft! Bring her aft!" The second mate and I were shouting the same thing, madly. "For God's sake, be smart, lads!" roared the captain, and stooped quickly for his lamp, which still burned. His feet were gripped again, and he hove them out, blaspheming breathlessly and leaping a yard high with his effort. Then he made a run for the side, wrenching his feet free at each step. In the same instant, the second mate cried out something and grabbed at the captain. "It's got hold of my feet! It's got hold of my feet!" he screamed. His feet had disappeared up to his boot tops, and Captain Gannington caught him round the waist with his powerful left arm, gave a mighty heave, and the next instant had him free, but both his boot soles had almost gone. For my part, I jumped madly from foot to foot to avoid the plucking of the mould, and suddenly I made a run for the ship's side. But before I could get there, a queer gape came in the mould between us and the side, at least a couple of feet wide, and how deep I don't know. It closed up in an instant, and all the mould where the gape had been went into a sort of flurry of horrible ripplings, so that I ran back from it, for I did not dare to put my foot upon it. Then the captain was shouting at me, "Aft, Doctor! Aft, Doctor! This way, Doctor! Run!" I saw then that he had passed me, and was up on the after, raised portion of the poop. He had the second mate thrown like a sack, all loose and quiet, over his left shoulder, for Mr. Selvin had fainted, and his long legs flogged, limp and helpless, against the captain's massive knees as the captain ran. I saw, with a queer, unconscious noting of minor details, how the torn soles of the second mate's boots flapped and jigged as the captain staggered aft. "Boat ahoy! Boat ahoy! Boat ahoy!" shouted the captain, and then I was beside him, shouting also. The men were answering with loud yells of encouragement, and it was plain they were working desperately to force the boat aft through the thick scum about the ship. We reached the ancient, mould-hid taffrail and slewed about breathlessly in the half-darkness to see what was happening. Captain Gannington had left his lantern by the big mound when he picked up the second mate, and as we stood, gasping, we discovered suddenly that all the mould between us and the light was full of movement. Yet the part on which we stood, for about 6 or 8 feet forward of us, was still firm. Every couple of seconds we shouted to the men to hasten, and they kept on calling to us that they would be with us in an instant. And all the time we watched the deck of that dreadful hulk, feeling, for my part, literally sick with mad suspense and ready to jump overboard into that filthy scum all about us. Down somewhere in the huge bulk of the ship, there was all the time that extraordinary, dull, ponderous thud, 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 growing ever louder. I seemed to feel the whole hull of the derelict beginning to quiver and thrill with each dull beat. and to me, with the grotesque and monstrous suspicion of what made that noise, it was at once the most dreadful and incredible sound I have ever heard. As we waited desperately for the boat, I scanned incessantly so much of the grey-white bulk as the lamp showed. The whole of the deck seemed to be in strange movement. Forward of the lamp I could see, indistinctly, the moundings of the mould swaying and nodding hideously beyond the circle of the brightest rays. Nearer, and full in the glow of the lamp, the mound which should have indicated the skylight was swelling steadily. There were ugly purple veinings on it, and as it swelled it seemed to me that the veinings and mottlings on it were becoming plainer, rising as though embossed upon it, like you will see the vein stand out on the body of a powerful, full-blooded horse. It was most extraordinary. The mound that we had supposed to cover the companionway had sunk flat with the surrounding mould, and I could not see that it jetted out any more of the purplish fluid. A quaking movement of the mould began, away forward of the lamp, and came flurrying away aft towards us, and at the sight of that, I climbed up onto the spongy-feeling taffrail and yelled afresh for the boat. The men answered with a shout, which told me they were nearer, but the beastly scum was so thick that it was evidently a fight to move the boat at all. Beside me, Captain Gannington was shaking the second mate furiously, and the man stirred and began to moan. The captain shook him again. "Wake up! Wake up, mister!" he shouted. The second mate staggered out of the captain's arms and collapsed suddenly, shrieking, "My feet! Oh God, my feet!" The captain and I lugged him up off the mould and got him into a sitting position upon the taffrail, where he kept up a continual moaning. "Hold him, doctor," said the captain, and whilst I did so, he ran forward a few yards and peered down over the starboard quarter rail. "For God's sake, be smart, lads! Be smart! Be smart!" he shouted down to the men, and they answered him, breathless from close at hand, yet still too far away for the boat to be any use to us on the instant. I was holding the moaning, half-unconscious officer, and staring forward along the poop decks. The flurrying of the mould was coming aft, slowly and noiselessly. And then, suddenly, I saw something closer. "Look out, Captain!" I shouted, and even as I shouted, the mould near to him gave a sudden, peculiar slobber. I had seen a ripple stealing towards him through the horrible stuff. He gave an enormous, clumsy leap and landed near to us on the sound part of the mould, but the movement followed him. He turned and faced it, swearing fiercely. All about his feet there came abruptly little gapings, which made horrid sucking noises. "Come back, Captain!" I yelled. "Come back, quick!" As I shouted, a ripple came at his feet, lipping at them, and he stamped insanely at it, and leaped back, his boot torn half off his foot. He swore madly with pain and anger, and jumped swiftly for the taffrail. "Come on, doctor, over we go," he called. Then he remembered the filthy scum and hesitated, roaring out desperately to the men to hurry. I stared down also. "The second mate?" I said. "I'll take charge, doctor," said Captain Gannington, and caught hold of Mr. Selvin. As he spoke, I thought I saw something beneath us, outlined against the scum. I leaned out over the stern and peered. There was something under the port quarter. "There's something down there, Captain," I called, and pointed in the darkness. He stooped far over and stared. "A boat, by gum! A boat!" he yelled, and began to wriggle swiftly along the taffrail, dragging the second mate after him. I followed. "A boat it is, sure!" he exclaimed a few moments later, and, picking up the second mate clear of the rail, he hove him down into the boat, where he fell with a crash into the bottom. "Over you go, doctor!" he yelled at me, and pulled me bodily off the rail and dropped me after the officer. As he did so, I felt the whole of the ancient, spongy rail give a peculiar, sickening quiver and begin to wobble. I fell onto the second mate, and the captain came after, almost in the same instant. But fortunately he landed clear of us onto the forethwart, which broke under his weight with a loud crack and splintering of wood. "Thank God," I heard him mutter. "Thank God. I guess that was a mighty near thing to go into hell." He struck a match just as I got to my feet, and between us we got the second mate straightened out on one of the afterthwarts. We shouted to the men in the boat, telling them where we were, and saw the light of their lantern shining round the starboard counter of the Derelict. They called back to us to tell us they were doing their best, and then, whilst we waited, Captain Gannington struck another match and began to overhaul the boat we had dropped into. She was a modern two-bowed boat, and on the stern there was painted Cyclone Glasgow. She was in pretty fair condition, and had evidently drifted into the scum and been held by it. Captain Gannington struck several matches and went forward towards the Derelict. Suddenly he called to me, and I jumped over the thwarts to him. "Look, Doctor," he said, and I saw what he meant. A mass of bones up in the bows of the boat. I stooped over them and looked. There were the bones of at least 3 people, all mixed together in an extraordinary fashion, and quite clean and dry. I had a sudden thought concerning the bones, but I said nothing, for my thought was vague in some ways, and concerned the grotesque and incredible suggestion that had come to me as to the cause of that ponderous, dull thud, 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 thud that beat on so infernally within the hull, and was plain to hear even now that we had got off the vessel herself. And all the while, you know, I had a sick, horrible mental picture of that frightful wriggling mound aboard the hulk. As Captain Gannington struck a final match, I saw something that sickened me, and the captain saw it in the same instant. The match went out, and he fumbled clumsily for another, and struck it. We saw the thing again. We had not been mistaken. A great lip of grey-white was protruding in over the edge of the boat. A great lappet of the mould was coming stealthily towards us, a live mass of the very hull itself. And suddenly Captain Gannington yelled out in so many words the grotesque and incredible thing I was thinking. "She's alive!" I never heard such a sound of comprehension and terror in a man's voice. The very horrified assurance of it made actual to me the thing that before had only lurked in my subconscious mind. I knew he was right. I knew that the explanation, my reason and my training, both repelled and reached towards, was the true one. I wonder whether anyone can possibly understand our feelings in that moment, the unmitigable horror of it, and the incredibleness. As the light of the match burned up fully, I saw that the mass of living matter coming towards us was streaked and veined with purple, the veins standing out enormously distended. The whole thing quivered continuously to each ponderous thud, 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 thud of that gargantuan organ that pulsed within the huge grey-white bulk. The flame of the match reached the captain's fingers, and there came to me a little sickly whiff of burned flesh, but he seemed unconscious of any pain. Then the flame went out in a brief sizzle, yet at the last moment I had seen an extraordinary, raw look become visible upon the end of that monstrous protruding lappet. It had become dewed with a hideous, purplish sweat, and with the darkness there came a sudden charnel-like stench. I heard the matchbox split in Captain Gannington's hands as he wrenched it open. Then he swore in a queer, frightened voice, for he had come to the end of his matches. He turned clumsily in the darkness and tumbled over the nearest thwart in his eagerness to get to the stern of the boat, and I after him, for we knew that thing was coming towards us through the darkness, reaching over that piteous mingled heap of human bones all jumbled together in the bows. We shouted madly to the men, and for answer saw the bows of the boat emerge dimly into view round the starboard counter of the derelict. "Thank God!" I gasped out, but Captain Gannington yelled to them to show a light. Yet this they could not do, for the lamp had just been stepped on in their desperate efforts to force the boat round to us. "Quick! Quick!" I shouted. "For God's sake, be smart, men!" roared the captain, and both of us faced the darkness under the port counter, out of which we knew but could not see the thing was coming towards us. "An oar! Smart now, pass me an oar!" shouted the captain, and reached out his hands through the gloom towards the oncoming boat. I saw a figure stand up in the bows and hold something out to us across the intervening yards of scum. Captain Gannington swept his hands through the darkness and encountered it. "I've got it! Let go there!" he said in a quick, tense voice. In the same instant, the boat we were in was pressed over suddenly to starboard by some tremendous weight. Then I heard the captain shout, "Duck your head, Doctor!" And directly afterwards he swung the heavy 14-foot ash oar round his head and struck into the darkness. There came a sudden squelch, and he struck again with a savage grunt of fierce energy. At the second blow, the boat righted with a slow movement, and directly afterwards the other boat bumped gently into ours. Captain Gannington dropped the oar, and springing across to the second mate, hove him up off the thwart and pitched him with knee and arms clear in over the bows among the men. Then he shouted to me to follow, which I did, and he came after me, bringing the oar with him. We carried the second mate aft, and the captain shouted to the men to back the boat a little. Then they got her bows clear of the boat we had just left, and so headed out through the scum for the open sea. "Where's Tom Harrison?" gasped one of the men in the midst of his exertions. He happened to be Tom Harrison's particular chum, and Captain Gannington answered him briefly enough. "Dead. Pull. Don't talk." Now, difficult as it had been to force the boat through the scum to our rescue, the difficulty to get clear seemed tenfold. After some 5 minutes pulling, the boat seemed hardly to have moved a fathom, if so much, and a quite dreadful fear took me afresh, which one of the panting men put suddenly into words. "It's got us," he gasped out. "Same as poor Tom." It was the man who had inquired where Harrison was. "Shut your mouth and pull," roared the captain. And so another few minutes passed. Abruptly, it seemed to me that the dull, ponderous thud, 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 thud came more plainly through the dark, and I stared intently over the stern. I sickened a little, for I could almost swear that the dark mass of the monster was actually nearer, that it was coming nearer to us through the darkness. Captain Gannington must have had the same thought, for after a brief look into the darkness, he made one jump to the stroke oar and began to double bank it. "Get forward under the thwarts, Doctor," he said to me, rather breathlessly. "Get in the bows, and see if you can't free the stuff a bit round the bows." I did as he told me, and a minute later I was in the bows of the boat, paddling the scum from side to side with the boat hook, and trying to break up the viscid, clinging muck. A heavy, almost animal-like odour rose off it, and all the air seemed full of the deadening smell. I shall never find words to tell anyone the whole horror of it all, the threat that seemed to hang in the very air around us, and, but a little astern, that incredible thing coming, as I firmly believe, nearer, and the scum holding us like half-melted glue. The minutes passed in a deadly, eternal fashion, and I kept staring back astern into the darkness, but never ceasing to puddle that filthy scum, striking at it and switching it from side to side until I sweated. Abruptly, Captain Gannington sang out, "We're gaining, lads! Pull!" And I felt the boat forge ahead perceptibly as they gave way with renewed hope and energy. There was soon no doubt of it, for presently that hideous thud-thud, thud-thud had grown quite dim and vague somewhere astern, and I could no longer see the derelict, for the night had come down tremendously dark, and all the sky was thick overset with heavy clouds. As we drew nearer and nearer to the edge of the scum, the boat moved more and more freely, until suddenly we emerged with a clean, sweet, fresh sound into the open sea. "Thank God," I said aloud, and drew in the boat hook, and made my way aft again to where Captain Gannington now sat once more at the tiller. I saw him looking anxiously up at the sky, and across to where the lights of our vessel burned, and again he would seem to listen intently, so that I found myself listening also. "What's that, Captain?" I said sharply, for it seemed to me that I heard a sound far astern, something between a queer whine and a low whistling. "What's that?" "It's wind, Doctor," he said in a low voice. "I wish to God we were aboard." Then to the men, "Pull! Put your backs into it, or you'll never put your teeth through good bread again." The men obeyed nobly, and we reached the vessel safely, and had the boat safely stowed before the storm came, which it did in a furious white smother out of the west. I could see it for some minutes beforehand, tearing the sea in the gloom into a wall of phosphorescent foam, and as it came nearer, that peculiar whining, piping sound grew louder and louder, until it was like a vast steam whistle rushing towards us across the sea. And when it did come, we got it very heavy indeed, so that the morning showed us nothing but a welter of white seas, and that grim derelict was many a score of miles away in the smother, lost as utterly as our hearts could wish to lose her. When I came to examine the second mate's feet, I found them in a very extraordinary condition. The soles of them had the appearance of having been partly digested. I know of no other word that so exactly describes their condition, and the agony the man suffered must have been dreadful. "Now," concluded the doctor, "that is what I call a case in point. If we could know exactly what that old vessel had originally been loaded with, and the juxtaposition of the various articles of her cargo, plus the heat and time she had endured, plus one or two other only guessable quantities, we should have solved the chemistry of the life force, gentlemen. Not necessarily the origin, mind you, but at least we should have taken a big step on the way. I've often regretted that gale, you know. In a way, that is, in a way. It was a most amazing discovery, but at the time I had nothing but thankfulness to be rid of it. A most amazing chance. I often think of the way the monster woke out of its torpor, and that scum, the dead pigs caught in it. I fancy that was a grim kind of net, gentlemen. It caught many things. The old doctor sighed and nodded. "If I could have had her bill of lading," he said, his eyes full of regret. "It might have told me something to help. But anyway," he began to fill his pipe again. "I suppose," he ended, looking round at us gravely, "I suppose we humans are an ungrateful lot of beggars at the best. But what a chance! What a chance, eh?" The Ocean Ogre. by Dana Carroll. June 2nd. Our stiff canvas, faded and grey, hangs lifeless from the yard arms. We are stilled in one of the great calms. There is slowly rising water in the well, and our food is nearly gone. We heave on the greasy, heavy water, foul and green. The fog hides all from view. I confess that I am afraid. What an expressive word is despair. Luckily, a flying fish came scudding over the rails this morning. June 3rd. The fog has lifted a bit, but there is no relief in sight. The 7 of us worked all last night on the pipes until our backs ached and our hands were raw. The crew seems gruff and surly, but I haven't the heart to assert my authority at a time like this. They don't realize how near death they are. I write for record only, for who knows what may happen in the next few days. We're at present in the open sea, 1,000 miles from land. A fine situation for the skipper of the Jolly Waterman. 3 months ago I had a full crew and a lucky boat, but now scurvy isn't pleasant. No, sir, not pleasant at all. June 4th. Hope? I have given up even entertaining the word. By working desperately, we are able to keep the water in the well down, but our hardtack is nearly gone. We have pumped and sweated on empty stomachs for 12 hours. Lossier collapsed. He folded like the others, but thank God he died quietly. No reproachful blasphemies heaped on my head. Just a tired fading. Glad it was all over. June 5th. It was funny. Another flying fish came aboard today, and Herbie Tastrom made a dive for it. He looked like a maniac as he slid along the deck, filling his belly with splinters. He caught it between his 2 hands and bit into it, and finally disposed of it, bones and all. I was a bit put out. He could have divided it. I could shred a donkey's carcass in my present state. Yet I write it was funny. June 6th. Our case is desperate. No 2 ways about it. Something has to happen, and soon. There isn't a breath of air stirring, and Hansen is below, unable to raise a limb. The 5 of us are able to keep the water down, but we are tired. Dog-tired. June 7th. We have one thing to be thankful for. The water hasn't risen much in the last 12 hours. Not that we would pump it out if it did. We are too tired to pump. We lie on the decks and curse and make faces at the sky. I lost my temper many times today, but I am suffering acutely. Why do I continue to write futilely in this logbook which no one will ever read? June 8th. We are saved. What glorious good luck. A boatload of provisions and a jolly companion to cheer us up. He says he is the sole survivor of the King William. You have probably heard of the King. A finer brig never put out from Marseille. A hurricane and a leak did for her. 6 or 7 pulled away in the longboat. But my friend, what else could you call your saviour, threw them overboard. They died first, of course. They died from fright or from drinking salt water. My friend didn't elaborate on details, but not liking the unsociable company of corpses, he naturally disposed of them. That's his story, and I accepted it at its face value. I'm not a man to go poking about and asking questions. It's enough that he brought us a boatload of provisions and his own buoying companionship. He has actually injected spirit. We were growing to loathe each other, we 5. He calls himself Elaine Gervais. June 11th. Gervais, he insisted we call him that, has been with us now for 3 days. He has the run of the ship, and I have turned the mate's cabin over to him. The mate has no further need for a cabin. He spends his nights rolling on the ocean floor. Gervais is tall and emaciated. His face is oyster-coloured, drawn and haggard. His eyes are set deeply in dark caverns and actually seem to consume you. There is something devastating about those eyes. Sometimes they seem 100 years old. His forehead is high and as yellow and dry as parchment, and his nose is shaped like a scimitar. With long, gangling arms and thick wrists, he presents an awesome picture. A very peculiar fellow, now that I get to know him better, but he is one of us. June 12th. Gervais has kept more to himself. He remained locked in his cabin all morning and answered my anxious questions curtly through the closed door. But I was too busy to investigate. There is a chill in the air that encourages hope for a wind in the near future. Some of the crew seemed too tired to work. They came across a bottle of rum in Lossier's locker, and by mixing it with salt water they concocted an elixir to alleviate their suffering. Who am I to assert my authority? But I hope for the first breeze, as it will surely bolster the ship's morale. At that time I plan to regain my old power of discipline. June 13th. A breeze is surely coming. It is eerily still all around us, except for a sharp report every now and then, as another deck plank snaps under the direct rays of a broiling sun. I am working frantically on a miserable substitute of a rudder. I am stripped to the waist, and the sweat rolls down into my eyes, almost blinding me. I've been over the side twice this afternoon for relief, but there is very little in the brackish water. June 14th. Gervais slept on the planks with the crew last night, and this morning he looks 10 years younger. His face is flushed and full, and the greenish hollows have disappeared from beneath his eyes. But Hodgson isn't well. He complains of pains in his chest, and once or twice he spat a mixture of blood and rum. His big face seems sandpapered by age, and he is abnormally pale. June 15th. No breeze. Hodgson is surely stricken. Death hovers over him like an impatient doorman. He lies in his cabin and groans, and I can do nothing for him. His pallor is genuinely alarming. Even his lips are bloodless. He complains of his nose and noises in his ears. And Gervais has shown his first glints of ill nature. His eyes smoulder when he speaks, and for the first time I discern a hard cruelty in the man. He has an alarming personality. June 16th. Hodgson died this morning. A horrible, racking death. It seemed as though he wanted to tell us something. I laid my ear on his broken, watery lips, but was unable to make out anything intelligible from his forced moaning. Gervais actually gloated over his death. What can it mean? Why such a metamorphosis in the man we befriended? He owes everything to our generosity. Human beings are utterly despicable, and I have lost faith in them. He gloats over the misfortunes of others. He actually smiled as we dropped poor Hodgson into the sea. Imagine it. June 17th. There is still no wind. There is something unnatural about this floating hulk. Even the cook has noticed it. "It ain't natural," he said, "for a ship to smell like this. And that Gervais fellow's cabin, phew, it not only stunk, but—" I clouted him behind the ear. "You're a fool," I shouted. "He's all right." You have a feeling that he knows more than 10 ordinary men whenever he opens his mouth to tell one of his amazing yarns. And that tale of the French fleet he told yesterday was so real, so vivid. But it set me to thinking. I must confess the smell of Gervais's cabin did horrify me. I entered it while Gervais was on deck, and the stench nearly laid me out. The place smelt like a charnel house. The odour of decaying shellfish mingled with a peculiarly offensive and acrid smell that in some way suggested newly shed blood. Tonight I shall finish the rum. Oh, I will get gloriously drunk. But what does it matter? June 18th. Gervais has grown currish and cynical. He has assumed the authority to curse my men, and refuses to speak to me. This morning Harry and Hodgson went below to lie down. He was as white as a squid's belly. All I could do was to perform a cursory examination. I told him to strip and examined his entire body. He was pitifully lean and bloodless. Something had bitten him in the chest. A round discoloration showed plainly on the center of his chest, and in the very middle were 2 sharp incisions from which Blood and pus trickled ominously. I didn't like the looks of it, and told him so. Harry smiled grimly and turned over in his bunk. June 19th. Gervais seems to have appointed himself king of the ship. He does whatever he pleases. This morning he cut a strip of sail down and improvised a novel marquee for himself on the poop deck. All during the late afternoon he reclined under the canvas, smoking his briar and gazing reflectively out to sea. None of the men approached him. They want as little as possible to do with so temperamental a person. We were all occupied forward when we heard a triumphant shout from Gervais. He was jumping around under his marquee and pointing over the side. It was Hanson's body, floating face upward, not 10 feet from the ship. His nose was gone, and his cheekbones protruding through the wasted skin. The water was so still, he seemed to hang there, leering up at the ship. When we buried him yesterday, we sewed his body in canvas and weighted it. Evidently the stitching had loosened, and the suddenly released air-filled body had popped to the top like a cork. June 20th. An unaccountable incident occurred on deck today. I am obliged to believe that Gervais is insane. Roland Pearson was working on the braces, and his hand accidentally slipped. He cut himself badly. The blood gushed down his arm, and we all feared he had severed an artery. His under lip trembled, but he didn't complain or cry out. He simply walked with unsteady steps toward the forecastle. Gervais was on the poop deck in his throne room, as we have begun to call it. The sight of Pearson's uncertain steps somehow excited him. He made for Pearson. Pearson saw him coming and stopped, a little puzzled, a little hopeful. In a moment, Gervais had seized upon the injured arm. He gripped it forcefully and stuck it under his shirt. Gervais was sweating and acting like one possessed. I feared for Pearson. The situation was unhealthy. I stepped forward to interfere, but when I reached them, they were free of each other. Pearson held his arm and groaned. "There's no blood on it," he bellowed, "and it's as cold as ice." I could only stand and stare. Is Gervais mad, or has he mastered some monstrous system of healing? June 21st. Roland Pearson is dead. I disposed of the body this morning. It was white and rigid, and I noticed an extraordinary discoloration above the wound on his wrist. From the elbow down, his arm was a bright green. I cannot explain it. Blood poisoning, perhaps, but I will stand little more from Gervais. His presence has become odious to me. Something walked again tonight. It bent above my bed, and I heard it gulp. We have become so few. We are mentally drawn together for protection against an alien evil. We are not certain what it is, but we must do something. June 22nd. This morning, after a half-hearted gesture at making my rounds, I retired to the ship's library. It was fairly cool there, and I thought I could get away from myself for a bit, although there is no breaking from this ship and sea and sky. But now I wish I hadn't. I picked up an old water-stained parchment volume called The Islands of France, a ridiculous miscellany of witchcraft and spirits. I chuckled to myself as I indolently flicked the pages until my interest was finally arrested by the childish awe and belief in the following. There lies a beautiful island called Gautier off the southwest tip of France. You may walk from heavy druid depths of the forest to the brilliant blue glare of the ocean, where the fishermen spread out their nets of bright blue cord to dry, and fisherwomen make out at low tide to gather mussels, sold in the shell for 2 cents a quart. If you ask them what is the next land, they reply, L'Amérique est là-bas. America is over there. They are a naive folk, few of them ever having been away from the island. They will gladly tell you about the old legends of the island, and what's more, believe them. There was the unfortunate Suzanne, the young girl, cruel or unfaithful to her lover, who was changed into a big black dog or female wolf. Unless she repented, or a miracle restored her to her natural shape, She was doomed to lope, howling through the black, naked woods, longing for death, until killed. Only a special bullet, properly blessed, could kill her, which made it difficult. There was also the beak-faced hunchbacks that lived in the sea. These deformed people made periodical raids on the good villagers. If they were displeased, they had the unpleasant habit of dragging corpses through the streets with loud cries. And it didn't take much to displease them, although no one could remember their ever having perpetrated bodily harm. There were the slacks, or noisy drones. Spirits of those that had met a violent death, they wandered through the night, repeating the cries of agony with which they had died, often from age to age. The old fisherwomen even yet hear them howling on long winter nights. There were, and according to the belief of many still are, sorcerers and sorceresses. They are looked upon as outsiders, feared, hated, and never touched. It is a form of our ancient and respectable belief in witchcraft. If you meet one in your path, to avoid distraction, you must immediately make the sign of the cross, seize a piece of earth, and hold it above your head, because between two pieces of earth, the ground under your feet and the piece held in a quivering hand above your head, no evil spirit can harm you. It is a dangerous sign on this island when those little corpse-dragging dwarfs ring a bell as they go along, for that means another death. A bad sign also if a church bell rings without any hand touching it. Those are still living who have seen the Dame Blanche, white ladies, howling in the night at church doors, seeking salvation and relief. Alain Gervais, the villagers relate, was swimming with other youths of his age in the Saint-Jacques basin. Of a frolicsome and adventurous nature, he swam some distance from shore. According to another youth who was making his way to Alain at all possible speed, he took what seemed an intentional surface dive, and did not appear again. Many hours were spent fruitlessly diving for his body. A few years later, one of the boys, now grown into a man, was stationed at the watch of a fishing boat, when he saw the rough caricature of a man diving and breaking for air a short distance from his craft. He insisted he recognized Gervais. A few lame conjectures followed on the ability of a man being enabled to live at the bottom of the sea. I remember flinging the book from me as if it were some abhorrent dead thing, and rising weakly, I made my way on deck with a troubled mind. June 23rd. I buttonholed Peter Bunce this morning forward of the lee scuppers. I told him in ragged, forceful exclamations just what I had read. He ponderously turned my story over in his numbed brain. His eyes rolled crazily, and his mouth sagged. His face turned yellow, but he caught himself with determination. "We must act at once," he said. June 24th. Our plans have been worked out. Peter and I are to bunk together tonight. We have my revolver and a razor-sharp double-edged knife. Peter contends that the knife will be necessary. He insistently babbles of vampires and other blood-sucking demons. His obsession took an active form this noon. He jumped up and stepped around deftly, brandishing his knife in dark corners and lunging wildly in offensive alacrity, cutting an imaginary victim to bits. I smiled rather wanly. Finally, exhausted, he slumped down on a stool, his head between his hands. My smile faded as I contemplated his abject dejection. Frankly, we don't know what to expect. June 25th. It is over. Poor Peter is gone, but Gervais will trouble us no more. I am stunned, horrified, but I owe it to Peter to write it all out. I lay awake in my bunk, flat on my back, and the gnawed beams above me twitched like raw tendons. I had that tight, sick feeling of excitement twisting my stomach. We distinctly heard the door creak on its hinges. Something poised itself in the doorway. The door closed, and it slid snake-like into the room. We could hear the thing gulp. Peter gripped my arm. I made ready to strike a match. I stiffened until its soft, slimy approach became unbearable. Then I waited until it swayed at the foot of my bunk, until its green, glassy eyes were vaguely discernible in the almost total blackness. It was watching me, and I realized it could see in the dark. I clawed at the match, lit it, and with a frantically shaking hand carried it to the tallow wick, and then it sprang. But it didn't spring at me. It went higher and got Peter by the neck. I could hear him choke and gasp. In passing me, the thing had knocked the match from my hand, plunging the room once more into total darkness. I was paralyzed, unable to move or think. I sat on the edge of my bunk, deathly sick, and my heart seemed to come up in my throat. The small room careened drunkenly. I finally became conscious of two dark objects struggling on the floor. I heard a gulping and a low moaning, and then the still night was rent with Peter's forced screams of horror. "Oh, Lord, where are the rest?" He shrieked and shrieked, and between the screams he vomited a torrent of jumbled words. "Green eyes, whose mouth wet?" His last throttled shriek lashed at me like a whip. I finally managed another match and lit it. I kept my eyes averted and carried the match quickly to the candle wick. I knew that if I looked at the thing on the floor, I would drop the match. I waited until the sickly glow flared, and then I looked. Something was on top of Peter. It covered him and seemed about to absorb him. In its evil, distorted features, I recognized a caricature of Gervais, but the evil in the man had sprouted. It had turned him into a jellyish, fishy monstrosity. His middle was festooned with soft flesh. His legs and arms actually gave, but, worst of all, the body of the creature was covered with greenish scales, and it had pulsating pink suckers on its chest. These were lustily at work on Peter. I thought of the revolver on my bunk, found it, and gripped the butt and leveled it. I aimed it at Peter and the thing on the floor. I fired at the two of them, for I honestly had no intention of sparing Peter. I knew that Peter would not want it, and the mute appeal in his eyes was unmistakable. Again, objects refused to retain their identity in my sight. I cracked mentally. I have a vague recollection of bringing two bodies on deck. I remember one was light, brittle, and hollow like an empty matchbox. The other, wet and strangely heavy, silvered its path with slime as I laboriously dragged it up the companionway. In the dim half-glow of the ship's watchlights, I bent over the bodies. Peter was done for. There was no doubt about it. My merciful shot at short range had found its mark, and one temple was singed with powder. I stooped and lifted him tenderly. Then, with a sob, I lowered him gently into the ocean. I stood for a moment looking over the side, thinking of the finality of it all, and watching the ever-widening ripples on the surface of the oily water. Finally, I turned to regard what was Gervais. With a mingling of loathing and interest, I unhooked a lantern and set it near his head. The sickly glow jumped and played on the cruel, twisted features. To my surprise, I perceived a slit deep in the folds of his neck, very much like the breathing organs of a fish. The gill was rigid and distended now, revealing a dark inner lining of red. The body exuded an oily scum, malodorous even in the clean salt air. I hunched closer over the body, and to my amazement a look of ineffable happiness and gratitude had suffused Gervais's face. Was it the weird light, the softening touch of death, or final liberation? No one will ever know. But I do not think it requires an answer. I am ready to be finished with the entire matter, just as Gervais is finished. I later went down into Gervais's cabin and breathed deeply of the fresh, clean air that blew through it. June 26th. We are saved. There is a breeze this morning. The heavy canvas is bellying, and all hands are busy forward. The grey sky above us is sagging like a wet blanket filled with spring rains. Our casks are on deck waiting for the downpour. I thank God that we are safely headed toward France. Ghouls of the Sea by J.B.S. Fullerlove. Most readers of the daily papers, and especially those persons who follow with interest those accounts relating to the men of the sea, will recall the strange disappearance of the freighter K. Marie some 7 months ago. They will recall the brief flurry of excitement attending her reported foundering with all hands aboard. Desperately storm-ridden and swept far off her course, she sent forlorn appeals for aid, reporting that her rudder had been swept away and her engines seriously damaged. Nearby ships immediately put out to her aid, but her wireless signals suddenly ceased. Apparently, she had drifted far, for no trace of her was ever found. In common with most others, I accepted as the most plausible explanation the theory that, in her crippled condition, she had either been swamped by the mountainous waves or driven to her doom upon some uncharted reef in unknown waters. But today, with the K. Marie farthest from my mind and all but forgotten, I chanced upon something else. As is often my habit, I had risen before the sun and gone down to a favourite stretch of beach to cast in the surf for bass. As I walked along the shore, I stumbled upon a large glass jug lying amid a pile of driftwood and debris. Even before I smashed it with my heavy sandpike, I knew that it contained some message from the sea, for through its salt-caked sides I had seen a flash of white. And message indeed it was. Part of the manuscript was missing, but the remainder comprises a bizarre and incredible tale which I set down here precisely as I found it. The true account of the K. Marie disaster? That is for the reader to decide. Here is the account. Calm, and immediate danger is past, but we are completely cut off from the rest of the world, and there is nothing to do but wait and hope that some ship picked up our SOS and will find us before our food and water become exhausted. There are many sharks about, and to relieve the monotony of waiting, the crew for a time engaged in fishing for them. 2 were caught, and then the fishing suddenly stopped. Here is something very strange, something which arouses superstitious fears in the men. Until now, I have been unable to ascertain exactly what it is, because the men are all strangely reticent concerning the whole affair. All I have been able to get out of them is that the sharks they caught were dead. Svensson, the big Swedish mate, however, tells me that there were curious gobs of pinkish jelly covering their heads. He says that Dr. Curie took samples of the stuff to his cabin for examination. It is indeed surprising that men like Svensson, who can laugh in the teeth of a storm, should exhibit fear at sight of a few dead fish. I have just left Dr. Curie in his makeshift laboratory, busily engaged in working on the specimen he took from the head of the shark. It somewhat resembles a huge pink jellyfish. It has the same disgusting feel, and is without definite form. Still, there are differences. This thing is continually in motion, shimmering at all times as though someone were shaking the table upon which it is placed. A mephitic odour hovers about it, and an indefinable something about it fills me with a kind of loathing and a queer feeling almost of fear. At times I felt as if it were alive, and possessed some uncanny power of sight, and were watching me. Dr. Curie is very much excited. He says that it is an entirely new form of parasitic growth, secreting a powerful bone-dissolving acid, which enables it to get at the flesh and blood of its victims. But he, too, is at a loss to explain their immediate and deadly effect when the sharks were taken from the water. Captain Wilkes picked up a trail of smoke on the horizon this morning, but they passed us by. We are far from shipping lanes, and it is good to know that someone is looking for us. God is indeed merciful. Had the ship we sighted picked us up, what a ghastly horror might have been loosed upon the world. My fear of the strange specimen of Dr. Curie was well-founded. It is a spawn of the nethermost depths of some hell of the sea. I was engaged in working on my hopelessly damaged apparatus when suddenly a scream echoed through the ship. It was a scream of paralyzing horror and fraught with agony, but through its terror I recognized it as the voice of Dr. Curie. Perhaps no one else knew wherefrom the scream had come, for I was the first to reach the cabin of the stricken man. As I rushed in, I saw the doctor seated in a darkened corner, where, I judged, he must have fallen asleep. Only the pale rays of the moon lighted the room, and I could not see plainly, but there was something peculiar about the way he sat. He seemed strangely stiff, and as straight as a statue. Apoplexy instantly flashed through my mind. I shouted to him, and stepped closer. At the sound of my voice, he half turned and rose slowly from his chair. Something about his movements abruptly checked my rush toward him. The peculiar, frightful stiffness of his actions is impossible to describe. They were the movements of a reawakened corpse who tries to force worm-eaten muscles into the forgotten movements of life. With my heart still, I stood motionless and watched him as he painfully arose. Once again I called to him in a voice hoarsened by strange fear. As if in answer, he turned. At the same time, my hand darted swiftly to my pocket, and with trembling fingers I lighted a match against the wall. As it flared up, I looked into his face and sank to my knees with a low, gasping cry. The flickering light of the match was dim, but even so, that first view of the horror was so indelibly stamped upon my brain that even now, days later as I write, I can still see it vividly, frightfully. The face staring sightlessly into mine was a white, drawn mask of insupportable agony. The blackened tongue, grown sickeningly to astounding length, protruded from half-open lips. He seemed to be trying to scream. His eyes were leaping from their sockets, and already there was forming over them a cold and ghastly glaze. The man, walking stiffly toward me, was plainly dead. And then, as the last flickering rays of the match burned out between my fingers, I saw... Until now, I had not thought of any connection between the doctor's experiments and this. I had unconsciously supposed him to have fallen victim to some new and horrible disease. But with the last dimming ray of the match, a glimmering of the incredible truth burst upon me with terrible clearness. Even then, my dazed and weakened mind refused to grasp the full significance of what I saw in all its ghastliness. The top of his head was a shimmering mask of dark red jelly, and from it I could see a long tongue of the same unspeakable stuff slithering down the back of his neck. The whole loathsome mass seemed to swell and grow from his skull with unbelievable rapidity. Despite the awful dazedness of my mind, I still noted the significant change in the colour of the mass, and that, mingled with its grisly red, there were flecks of white and grey. As in a dream, I heard excited voices, and knew that the room had filled with men. I saw the captain, with a curious glance at me, dart forward and catch the swaying doctor in his arms. Frozen with horror, I could only stare and wait. As swiftly as the movement of a striking snake, too swiftly for the eye to follow, a tongue of the dribbling mass hanging nearly to the doctor's shoulders licked out and spattered upon the captain's head. He clawed madly at his hair for a moment, gave vent to a single agonized scream, then slumped forward. He stiffened almost before he struck the floor. Then, with the same frightful rigidity that the doctor had shown, he slowly sat up and then rose to his feet. The horror upon his head had sunk in, disappearing beneath his matted hair. Now it reappeared, growing, swelling like a toy balloon, a shuddersome mass of quivering, sensate jelly, whose soul-chilling scarlet was thickly dotted with white and grey. Miraculously, then, my power of movement returned. Gasping weakly, I stumbled toward the door. I saw the thing that had been the doctor move also, and a ghastly hint of its intention thrust itself into my stunned consciousness, lending speed to my laggard limbs. Close behind me, it circled the milling, craning crowd, who still could not understand, or, having seen, stood rooted, held powerless to move by sheer ecstasy of horror. I staggered through the door and sank exhausted to the deck. Behind me, the door slammed shut, and there came the sound of a heavy body falling against it. For some moments, then, there was silence. Then from behind the door there came the ghastly sound of scream after scream of mortal agony and horror, the sound of thudding bodies and of madly stamping feet. But now and then above this hellish din I could hear with terrible distinctness a faint splat, splat, like the sound of wet rags falling upon the floor. Only a short time I lay thus. Then I remember somewhat vaguely running madly and mingling my screams with the screams of the imprisoned men, for the madness of terror that had descended upon me was now complete. Just in time I had risen, warned by reflected moonbeams shining into my eyes, and seen the faintly luminous, slithering rill of the jelly that was flowing out toward me from under the door. When I regained consciousness later, whether days or weeks I do not know, I found that I had bolted myself within my own cabin. In the fever of madness I had stuffed up every crack and hole in the walls and door. Still, there is everywhere the indescribable stench of the things. I am now certain that I must have been insane much longer than I at first believed, for now I can detect another odour. But upon that I dare not dwell. The picture it brings is too unutterably horrible for contemplation in my weakened state. Rotting corpses, animated by hellish creatures who supplant their brains, walking in ghastly parades across the decks. Am I alone? Outside I can hear the slow tramping of feet. Whether they are the feet of living men or of the horror, I dare not look to see. I shout, but never is there an answer. The things I hear outside number many, but there is a way out if I am swift. There is powder in the hold. If I can reach it, a match will save me through quick death from the other end I face. Besides, the Quai Marie must never be found or allowed to drift too near to land. If the things are waiting when I step outside the door, at least I shall have tried to send them back to where they belong, at the bottom of the sea. The Voice in the Night by William Hope Hodgson. It was a dark, starless night. We were becalmed in the northern Pacific. Our exact position I do not know, for the sun had been hidden during the course of a weary, breathless week by a thin haze which had seemed to float above us, about the height of our mastheads, at whiles descending and shrouding the surrounding sea. With there being no wind, we had steadied the tiller, and I was the only man on deck. The crew, consisting of 2 men and a boy, were sleeping forward in their den, while Will, my friend, and the master of our little craft, was aft in his bunk on the port side of the little cabin. Suddenly, from out of the surrounding darkness, there came a hail. "Schooner, ahoy!" The cry was so unexpected that I gave no immediate answer, because of my surprise. It came again, a voice curiously throaty and inhuman, calling from somewhere upon the dark sea away on our port broadside. "Schooner, ahoy!" "Hello," I sung out, having gathered my wits somewhat. "What are you? What do you want?" "You need not be afraid," answered the queer voice, having probably noticed some trace of confusion in my tone. "I'm only an old man." The pause sounded oddly, but it was only afterwards that it came back to me with any significance. "Why don't you come alongside, then?" I queried somewhat snappishly, for I liked not his hinting at my having been a trifle shaken. I can't. It wouldn't be safe. The voice broke off, and there was silence. "What do you mean?" I asked, growing more and more astonished. "Why not safe? Where are you?" I listened for a moment, but there came no answer. And then, a sudden indefinite suspicion of I knew not what, coming to me, I stepped swiftly to the binnacle and took out the lighted lamp. At the same time, I knocked on the deck with my heel to waken Will. Then I was back at the side, throwing the yellow funnel of light out into the silent immensity beyond our rail. As I did so, I heard a slight, muffled cry, and then the sound of a splash as though someone had dipped oars abruptly. Yet I cannot say that I saw anything with certainty, save, it seemed to me, that with the first flash of the light there had been something upon the waters, where now there was nothing. "Hello there," I called. "What foolery is this?" But there came only the indistinct sounds of a boat being pulled away into the night. Then I heard Will's voice, from the direction of the after scuttle. "What's up, George?" "Come here, Will," I said. "What is it?" he asked, coming across the deck. I told him the queer thing which had happened. He put several questions. Then, after a moment's silence, he raised his hands to his lips and hailed, "Boat, ahoy!" From a long distance away there came back to us a faint reply, and my companion repeated his call. Presently, after a short period of silence, there grew on our hearing the muffled sound of oars, at which Will hailed again. This time there was a reply. "Put away the light." "I'm damned if I will," I muttered, but Will told me to do as the voice bade, and I shoved it down under the bulwarks. "Come nearer," he said, and the oar strokes continued. Then, when apparently some 6 fathoms distant, they again ceased. "Come alongside," exclaimed Will. "There's nothing to be frightened of aboard here. Promise that you'll not show the light?" "What's to do with you?" I burst out, "that you're so infernally afraid of the light?" "Because," began the voice, and stopped short. "Because what?" I asked quickly. Will put his hand on my shoulder. "Shut up a minute, old man," he said in a low voice. "Let me tackle him." He leant more over the rail. "See here, mister," he said. "This is a pretty queer business. You're coming upon us like this, right out in the middle of the blessed Pacific. How are we to know what sort of a hanky-panky trick you're up to? You say there's only one of you. How are we to know unless we get a squint at you, eh? What's your objection to the light, anyway?" As he finished, I heard the noise of the oars again, and then the voice came, but now from a greater distance, and sounding extremely hopeless and pathetic. "I'm sorry. I would not have troubled you, only I am hungry, and so is she." The voice died away, and the sound of the oars dipping irregularly was borne to us. "Stop," sung out Will. "I don't want to drive you away. Come back. We'll keep the light hidden if you don't like it." He turned to me. "It's a damned queer rig, this, but I think there's nothing to be afraid of." There was a question in his tone, and I replied, "No, I think the poor devil's been wrecked around here and gone crazy." The sound of the oars drew nearer. "Shove that lamp back in the binnacle," said Will. Then he leaned over the rail and listened. I replaced the lamp and came back to his side. The dipping of the oars ceased some 12 yards distant. "Won't you come alongside now?" asked Will in an even voice. "I have had the lamp put back in the binnacle." I cannot," replied the voice. "I dare not come nearer. I dare not even pay you for the provisions." "That's all right," said Will, and hesitated. "You're welcome to as much grub as you can take." Again he hesitated. "You are very good," exclaimed the voice. "May God, who understands everything, reward you." It broke off huskily. The lady?" said Will abruptly. "Is she—" "I have left her behind upon the island," came the voice. "What island?" I cut in. "I know not its name," returned the voice. "I would to God—" It began and checked itself as suddenly. "Could we not send a boat for her?" asked Will at this point. "No," said the voice, with extraordinary emphasis. "My God, no!" There was a moment's pause. Then it added, in a tone which seemed a merited reproach, "It was because of our want I ventured, because her agony tortured me." "I am a forgetful brute," exclaimed Will. "Just wait a minute, whoever you are, and I will bring you up something at once." In a couple of minutes he was back again, and his arms were full of various edibles. He paused at the rail. "Can't you come alongside for them?" he asked. "No, I dare not," replied the voice, and it seemed to me that in its tones I detected a note of stifled craving, as though the owner hushed a mortal desire. It came to me then in a flash that the poor old creature out there in the darkness was suffering for actual need of that which Will held in his arms, and yet, because of some unintelligible dread, refraining from dashing to the side of our little schooner and receiving it. And with the lightning-like conviction, there came the knowledge that the invisible was not mad, but sanely facing some intolerable horror. "Damn it, Will," I said, full of many feelings, over which predominated a vast sympathy. "Get a box. We must float off the stuff to him in it." This we did, propelling it away from the vessel, out into the darkness, by means of a boat-hook. In a minute, a slight cry from the invisible came to us, and we knew that he had secured the box. A little later, he called out a farewell to us, and so heartful a blessing that I am sure we were the better for it. Then, without more ado, we heard the ply of oars across the darkness. "Pretty soon off," remarked Will, with perhaps just a little sense of injury. "Wait," I replied. "I think somehow he'll come back. He must have been badly needing that food." "And the lady," said Will. For a moment he was silent. Then he continued, "It's the queerest thing ever I've tumbled across since I've been fishing." "Yes," I said, and fell to pondering. And so the time slipped away, an hour, another, and still Will stayed with me, for the queer adventure had knocked all desire for sleep out of him. The third hour was 3 parts through, when we heard again the sound of oars across the silent ocean. "Listen," said Will, a low note of excitement in his voice. "He's coming, just as I thought," I muttered. The dipping of the oars grew nearer, and I noted that the strokes were firmer and longer. The food had been needed. They came to a stop a little distance off the broadside, and the queer voice came again to us through the darkness. "Schooner ahoy!" "That you?" asked Will. "Yes," replied the voice. "I left you suddenly, but there was great need." "The lady?" questioned Will. "The lady is grateful now on earth. She will be more grateful soon in heaven." Will began to make some reply in a puzzled voice, but became confused and broke off short. I said nothing. I was wondering at the curious pauses, and, apart from my wonder, I was full of a great sympathy. The voice continued. "We, she and I, have talked, as we shared the result of God's tenderness and yours." Will interposed, but without coherence. "I beg of you not to belittle your deed of Christian charity this night," said the voice. "Be sure that it has not escaped his notice." It stopped, and there was a full minute's silence. Then it came again. "We have spoken together upon that which has befallen us. We had thought to go out without telling any of the terror which has come into our lives. She is with me in believing that tonight's happenings are under a special ruling, and that it is God's wish that we should tell to you all that we have suffered since... "Yes?" said Will softly. "Since the sinking of the Albatross." "Ah!" I exclaimed involuntarily. "She left Newcastle for Frisco some 6 months ago, and hasn't been heard of since." "Yes," answered the voice. "But some few degrees to the north of the line she was caught in a terrible storm and dismasted. When the day came, it was found that she was leaking badly, and presently, it falling to a calm, the sailors took to the boats, leaving a young lady, my fiancée, and myself upon the wreck. We were below, gathering together a few of our belongings, when they left. They were entirely callous through fear, and when we came upon the deck, we saw them only as small shapes afar off upon the horizon. Yet we did not despair, but set to work and constructed a small raft. Upon this we put such few matters as it would hold, including a quantity of water and some ship's biscuit. Then, the vessel being very deep in the water, we got ourselves onto the raft and pushed off. It was later, when I observed that we seemed to be in the way of some tide or current, which bore us from the ship at an angle, so that in the course of 3 hours, by my watch, her hull became invisible to our sight, her broken mast remaining in view for a somewhat longer period. Then, towards evening, it grew misty, and so through the night. The next day we were still encompassed by the mist, the weather remaining quiet. For 4 days we drifted through this strange haze, until on the evening of the 4th day there grew upon our ears the murmur of breakers at a distance. Gradually it became plainer, and somewhat after midnight it appeared to sound upon either hand at no very great space. The raft was raised upon a swell several times, and then we were in smooth water, and the noise of the breakers was behind. When the morning came, we found that we were in a sort of great lagoon, but of this we noticed little at the time, for close before us, through the enshrouding mist, loomed the hull of a large sailing vessel. With one accord, we fell upon our knees and thanked God, for we thought that here was an end to our perils. We had much to learn. The raft drew near to the ship, and we shouted on them to take us aboard, but none answered. Presently the raft touched against the side of the vessel, and, seeing a rope hanging downwards, I seized it and began to climb. Yet I had much ado to make my way up, because of a kind of grey, lichenous fungus which had seized upon the rope and which blotched the side of the ship lividly. I reached the rail and clambered over it onto the deck. Here I saw that the decks were covered in great patches with grey masses, some of them rising into nodules several feet in height. But at the time I thought less of this matter than of the possibility of there being people aboard the ship. I shouted, but none answered. Then I went to the door below the poop deck. I opened it and peered in. There was a great smell of staleness, so that I knew in a moment that nothing living was within, and with the knowledge I shut the door quickly, for I felt suddenly lonely. I went back to the side where I had scrambled up. My sweetheart was still sitting quietly upon the raft. Seeing me look down, she called up to know whether there were any aboard of the ship. I replied that the vessel had the appearance of having been long deserted, but that if she would wait a little I would see whether there was anything in the shape of a ladder by which she could ascend to the deck. Then we would make a search through the vessel together. A little later, on the opposite side of the decks, I found a rope side ladder. This I carried across, and a minute afterwards she was beside me. Together we explored the cabins and apartments in the after part of the ship, but nowhere was there any sign of life. Here and there, within the cabins themselves, we came across odd patches of that queer fungus, but this, as my sweetheart said, could be cleansed away. In the end, having assured ourselves that the after portion of the vessel was empty, we picked our ways to the bows, between the ugly grey nodules of that strange growth, and here we made a further search, which told us that there was indeed none aboard but ourselves. This being now beyond any doubt, we returned to the stern of the ship and proceeded to make ourselves as comfortable as possible. Together we cleared out and cleaned 2 of the cabins, and after that I made examination whether there was anything eatable in the ship. This I soon found was so, and thanked God in my heart for his goodness. In addition to this I discovered the whereabouts of the fresh water pump, and having fixed it I found the water drinkable, though somewhat unpleasant to the taste. For several days we stayed aboard the ship, without attempting to get to the shore. We were busily engaged in making the place habitable. Yet even thus early we became aware that our lot was even less to be desired than might have been imagined. For though, as a first step, we scraped away the odd patches of growth that studded the floors and walls of the cabins and saloon, yet they returned almost to their original size within the space of 24 hours, which not only discouraged us, but gave us a feeling of vague unease. Still, we would not admit ourselves beaten, so set to work afresh, and not only scraped away the fungus, but soaked the places where it had been with carbolic, a canful of which I had found in the pantry. Yet, by the end of the week, the growth had returned in full strength, and, in addition, it had spread to other places, as though our touching it had allowed germs from it to travel elsewhere. On the 7th morning, my sweetheart woke to find a small patch of it growing on her pillow, close to her face. At that she came to me, so soon as she could get her garments upon her. I was in the galley at the time, lighting the fire for breakfast. "Come here, John," she said, and led me aft. When I saw the thing upon her pillow, I shuddered, and then and there we agreed to go right out of the ship and see whether we could not fare to make ourselves more comfortable ashore. Hurriedly, we gathered together our few belongings, and even among these I found that the fungus had been at work, for one of her shawls had a little lump of it growing near one edge. I threw the whole thing over the side without saying anything to her. The raft was still alongside, but it was too clumsy to guide, and I lowered down a small boat that hung across the stern, and in this we made our way to the shore. Yet, as we drew near to it, I became gradually aware that here the vile fungus which had driven us from the ship was growing riot. In places it rose into horrible, fantastic mounds, which seemed almost to quiver, as with a quiet life when the wind blew across them. Here and there it took on the forms of vast fingers, and in others it just spread out flat and smooth and treacherous. Odd places it appeared as grotesque stunted trees, seeming extraordinarily kinked and gnarled, the whole quaking vilely at times. At first, it seemed to us that there was no single portion of the surrounding shore which was not hidden beneath the masses of the hideous lichen. Yet in this I found we were mistaken, for somewhat later, coasting along the shore at a little distance, we descried a smooth white patch of what appeared to be fine sand, and there we landed. It was not sand. What it was, I do not know. All that I have observed is that upon it the fungus will not grow, while everywhere else, save where the sand-like earth wanders oddly, pathwise amid the grey desolation of the lichen, there is nothing but that loathsome greyness. It is difficult to make you understand how cheered we were to find one place that was absolutely free from the growth, and here we deposited our belongings. Then we went back to the ship for such things as it seemed to us we should need. Among other matters, I managed to bring ashore with me one of the ship's sails, with which I constructed 2 small tents, which, though exceedingly rough-shaped, served the purpose for which they were intended. In these we lived and stored our various necessities, and thus for a matter of some 4 weeks all went smoothly and without particular unhappiness. Indeed, I may say with much of happiness, for we were together. It was on the thumb of her right hand that the growth first showed. It was only a small circular spot, much like a little grey mole. My God, how the fear leapt to my heart when she showed me the place. We cleansed it between us, washing it with carbolic and water. In the morning of the following day she showed her hand to me again. The grey, warty thing had returned. For a little while we looked at one another in silence. Then, still wordless, we started again to remove it. In the midst of the operation she spoke suddenly. "What's that on the side of your face, dear?" Her voice was sharp with anxiety. I put my hand up to feel. "There, under the hair by your ear, a little to the front a bit." My finger rested upon the place, and then I knew. "Let us get your thumb done first," I said, and she submitted, only because she was afraid to touch me until it was cleansed. I finished washing and disinfecting her thumb, and then she turned to my face. After it was finished, we sat together and talked a while of many things, for there had come into our lives sudden, very terrible thoughts. We were all at once afraid of something worse than death. We spoke of loading the boat with provisions and water and making our way out onto the sea, yet we were helpless for many causes, and the growth had attacked us already. We decided to stay. God would do with us what was His will. We would wait. A month, 2 months, 3 months passed, and the places grew somewhat, and there had come others. Yet we fought so strenuously with the fear that its headway was but slow, comparatively speaking. Occasionally we ventured off to the ship for such stores as we needed. There we found that the fungus grew persistently. One of the nodules on the main deck became soon as high as my head. We had now given up all thought or hope of leaving the island. We had realized that it would be unallowable to go among healthy humans with the things from which we were suffering. With this determination and knowledge in our minds, we knew that we should have to husband our food and water, for we did not know at that time, but that we should possibly live for many years. This reminds me that I have told you that I am an old man. Judged by the years, this is not so, but... He broke off, then continued somewhat abruptly. As I was saying, we knew that we should have to use care in the matter of food, but we had no idea then how little food there was left of which to take care. It was a week later that I made the discovery that all the other bread tanks, which I had supposed full, were empty, and that, beyond odd tins of vegetables and meat and some other matters, we had nothing on which to depend but the bread in the tank which I had already opened. After learning this, I bestirred myself to do what I could, and set to work at fishing in the lagoon, but with no success. At this I was somewhat inclined to feel desperate until the thought came to me to try outside the lagoon, in the open sea. Here at times I caught odd fish, but so infrequently that they proved of but little help in keeping us from the hunger which threatened. It seemed to me that our deaths were likely to come by hunger, and not by the growth of the thing which had seized upon our bodies. We were in this state of mind when the 4th month wore out, when I made a very horrible discovery. One morning, a little before midday, I came off from the ship with a portion of the biscuits which were left. In the mouth of her tent I saw my sweetheart sitting, eating something. "What is it, my dear?" I called out as I leapt ashore. Yet on hearing my voice, she seemed confused and, turning, slyly threw something towards the edge of the little clearing. It fell short, and, a vague suspicion having arisen within me, I walked across and picked it up. It was a piece of the grey fungus. As I went to her with it in my hand, she turned deadly pale, then rose red. I felt strangely dazed and frightened. My dear, I said, and could say no more. Yet at words she broke down and cried bitterly. Gradually, as she calmed, I got from her the news that she had tried it the preceding day and liked it. I got her to promise on her knees not to touch it again, however great our hunger. After she had promised, she told me that the desire for it had come suddenly, and that until the moment of desire she had experienced nothing towards it but the most extreme repulsion. Later in the day, feeling strangely restless, and much shaken with the thing which I had discovered, I made my way along one of the twisted paths, formed by the white, sand-like substance, which led among the fungoid growth. I had once before ventured along there, but not to any great distance. This time, being involved in perplexing thought, I went much further than hitherto. Suddenly I was called to myself by a queer hoarse sound on my left. Turning quickly, I saw that there was movement among an extraordinarily shaped mass of fungus close to my elbow. It was swaying uneasily, as though it possessed life of its own. Abruptly, as I stared, the thought came to me that the thing had a grotesque resemblance to the figure of a distorted human creature. Even as the fancy flashed into my brain, there was a slight, sickening noise of tearing, and I saw that one of the branch-like arms was detaching itself from the surrounding grey masses and coming towards me. The head of the thing, a shapeless grey ball, inclined in my direction. I stood stupidly, and the vile arm brushed across my face. I gave out a frightened cry and ran back a few paces. There was a sweetish taste upon my lips where the thing had touched me. I licked them, and was immediately filled with an inhuman desire. I turned and seized a mass of the fungus. Then more and more. I was insatiable. In the midst of devouring, the remembrance of the morning's discovery swept into my mazed brain. It was sent by God. I dashed the fragment I held to the ground. Then, utterly wretched and feeling a dreadful guiltiness, I made my way back to the little encampment. I think she knew, by some marvellous intuition which love must have given, so soon as she set eyes on me. Her quiet sympathy made it easier for me, and I told her of my sudden weakness, yet I omitted to mention the extraordinary thing which had gone before. I desired to spare her all unnecessary terror. But, for myself, I had added an intolerable knowledge, to breed an incessant terror in my brain, for I doubted not but that I had seen the end of one of those men who had come to the island in the ship in the lagoon, and in that monstrous ending I had seen our own. Thereafter we kept from the abominable food, though the desire for it had entered into our blood. Yet our drear punishment was upon us, for day by day, with monstrous rapidity, the fungoid growth took hold of our poor bodies. Nothing we could do would check it materially, and so, we who had been human became, well, it matters less each day. Only we had been man and maid. And day by day the fight is more dreadful, to withstand the hunger lust for the terrible lichen. A week ago we ate the last of the biscuit, and since that time I have caught 3 fish. I was out here fishing tonight when your schooner drifted upon me, out of the mist. I hailed you. You know the rest, and may God out of his great heart bless you for your goodness to a couple of poor outcast souls. There was the dip of an oar, another. Then the voice came again, and for the last time, sounding through the slight surrounding mist, ghostly and mournful. God bless you. Goodbye. Goodbye, we shouted together, hoarsely, our hearts full of many emotions. I glanced about me. I became aware that the dawn was upon us. The sun flung a stray beam across the hidden sea, pierced the mist dully, and lit up the receding boat with a gloomy fire. Indistinctly I saw something nodding between the oars. I thought of a sponge, a great grey nodding sponge. The oars continued to ply. They were grey, as was the boat, and my eye searched a moment vainly for the conjunction of hand and oar. My gaze flashed back to the head. It nodded forward as the oars went backward for the stroke. Then the oars were dipped, the boat shot out of the patch of light, and the thing went nodding into the mist. The Black Dead Thing by Frank Belknap Long. It was past midnight when I left my stateroom. The upper promenade deck was entirely deserted, and thin wisps of fog hovered about the deck chairs, and cold and uncold about the gleaming rails. There was no air stirring. The ship moved forward sluggishly through a quiet, fog-enshrouded sea. But I did not object to the fog. I leaned against the rail and inhaled the damp, murky air with a positive greediness. The almost unendurable nausea, the pervasive physical and mental misery had departed, leaving me serene and at peace. I was again capable of experiencing sensuous delight, and the aroma of the brine was not to be exchanged for pearls and rubies. I had paid an exorbitant coinage for what I was about to enjoy, for the 5 brief days of freedom and exploration in glamorous sea-splendid Havana, which I had been promised by an enterprising and, I hoped, reasonably honest tourist agent. I am, in all respects, the antithesis of a wealthy man, and I had drawn so heavily upon my bank balance to satisfy the greedy demands of the Laurel and Tours Inc. that I had been compelled to renounce such really indispensable amenities as after-dinner cigars and ocean-privileged sherry and chartreuse. But I was enormously content. I paced the deck and inhaled the moist, pungent air. For 30 hours I had been confined to my cabin, with a sea illness more debilitating than bubonic plague or malignant sepsis. But having at length managed to squirm from beneath its iron heel, I was free to enjoy my prospects. They were enviable and glorious. 5 days in Cuba, with the privilege of driving up and down the sun-drenched Malecon in a flamboyantly upholstered limousine, and an opportunity to feast my discerning gaze on the pink walls of the cabanas and the Columbus Cathedral in La Fuerza, the great storehouse of the Indies. Opportunity, also, to visit sunlit patios and saunter by iron-barred rejas, and to sip refrescos by moonlight in open-air cafes, and to acquire, incidentally, a Spanish contempt for big business and the strenuous life. Then on to Haiti, dark and magical, and the Virgin Islands, and the quaint, incredible old-world harbor of Charlotte Amalie, with its chimneyless, red-roofed houses rising in tiers to the quiet stars, the natural Sargasso, the inevitable last port of call for rainbow fishers, diving boys, and old ships with sun-bleached funnels, and incurably drunken skippers. A flaming opal set in an amphitheatre of malachite. Its allure blazed forth through the grey fog and dispelled my northern spleen. I leaned against the rail, and dreamed also of Martinique, which I would see in a few days, and of the Indian and Chinese wenches of Trinidad. And then, suddenly, a dizziness came upon me. The ancient and terrible malady had returned to plague me. Seasickness, unlike all other major afflictions, is a disease of the individual. No two people are ever afflicted with precisely the same symptoms. The manifestations range from a slight malaise to a devastating impairment of all one's faculties. I was afflicted with the gravest symptoms imaginable. Choking and gasping, I left the rail and sank helplessly down into one of the 3 remaining deck chairs. Why the steward had permitted the chairs to remain on deck was a mystery I couldn't fathom. He had obviously shirked a duty, for passengers did not habitually visit the promenade deck in the small hours, and foggy weather plays havoc with the wickerwork of steamer chairs. But I was too grateful for the benefits which his negligence had conferred upon me to be excessively critical. I lay sprawled at full length, grimacing and gasping, and trying fervently to assure myself that I wasn't nearly as sick as I felt. And then, all at once, I became aware of an additional source of discomfiture. The chair exuded an unwholesome odor. It was unmistakable. As I turned about, as my cheek came to rest against the damp, varnished wood, my nostrils were assailed by an acrid and alien odor of a vehement, cloying potency. It was at once stimulating and indescribably repellent. In a measure, it assuaged my physical unease, but it also filled me with the most overpowering revulsion, with a sudden, hysterical, and almost frenzied distaste. I tried to rise from the chair, but the strength was gone from my limbs. An intangible presence seemed to rest upon me and weigh me down, and then the bottom seemed to drop out of everything. I'm not being facetious. Something of the sort actually occurred. The base of the sane, familiar world vanished, was swallowed up. I sank down. Limitless gulfs seemed open beneath me, and I was immersed, lost in a grey void. The ship, however, did not vanish. The ship, the deck, the chair continued to support me, and yet, despite the retention of these outward symbols of reality, I was afloat in an unfathomable void. I had the illusion of falling, of sinking helplessly down through an eternity of space. It was as though the chair which supported me had passed into another dimension without ceasing to leave the familiar world, as though it floated simultaneously both in our 3-dimensional world and in another world of alien, unknown dimensions. I became aware of strange shapes and shadows all about me. I gazed through illimitable dark gulfs at continents and islands, lagoons, atolls, vast grey waterspouts. I sank down into the great deep. I was immersed in dark slime. The boundaries of sense were dissolved away, and the breath of an active corruption blew through me, gnawing at my vitals and filling me with extravagant torment. I was alone in the great deep, and the shapes that accompanied me in my utter abysmal isolation were shriveled and black and dead, and they cavorted deliriously with little monkey heads with streaming, sea-drenched viscera and putrid, pupilless eyes. And then, slowly, the unclean vision dissolved. I was back again in my chair, and the fog was as dense as ever, and the ship moved forward steadily through the quiet sea. But the odor was still present, acrid, overpowering, revolting. I leapt from the chair in profound alarm. I experienced a sense of having emerged from the bowels of some stupendous and unearthly encroachment, of having in a single instant exhausted the resources of Earth's malignity and drawn upon untapped and intolerable reserves. I have gazed without flinching at the turbulent, demon-seething, utterly benighted infernos of the Italian and Flemish primitives. I have endured with calm vision the major inflictions of Hieronymus Bosch and Lucas Cranach, and I have not quailed even before the worst perversities of the elder Brula, whose outrageous gargoyles and ghouls and cacodemons are so self-contained that they fester with an over-brimming malignancy, and seem about to burst asunder and dissolve hideously in a black and intolerable froth. But not even Signorelli's Souls of the Damned, or Goya's Los Caprichos, or the hideous ooze-encrusted sea-shapes with half-assembled bodies and dead, pupilless eyes which drag themselves sightlessly through Segrea's blue worlds of fetor and decay, were as unnerving and ghastly as the flickering visual sequence which had accompanied my perception of the odor. I was vastly and terribly shaken. I got indoors somehow, into the warm and steamy interior of the upper saloon, and waited, gasping, for the deck steward to come to me. I had pressed a small button labeled Deck Steward in the wainscoting adjoining the central stairway, and I frantically hoped that he would arrive before it was too late, before the odor outside percolated into the vast, deserted saloon. The steward was a daytime official, and it was a cardinal crime to fetch him from his berth at 1 a.m, but I had to have someone to talk to, and as the steward was responsible for the chairs, I naturally thought of him as the logical target for my interrogations. He would know. He would be able to explain. The odor would not be unfamiliar to him. He would be able to explain about the chairs. I was growing hysterical and confused. I wiped the perspiration from my forehead with the back of my hand, and waited with relief for the steward to approach. He had come suddenly into view above the top of the central stairway, and he seemed to advance toward me through a blue mist. He was extremely solicitous, extremely courteous. He bent above me and laid his hand concernedly upon my arm. "Yes, sir. What can I do for you, sir? A bit under the weather, perhaps. What can I do?" Do? It was horribly confusing. I could only stammer, "The chairs, steward. On the deck. 3 chairs. Why did you leave them there? Why didn't you take them inside?" It wasn't what I had intended asking him. I had intended questioning him about the odor. But the strain, the shock, had confused me. The first thought that came into my mind on seeing the steward standing above me, so solicitous and concerned, was that he was a hypocrite and a scoundrel. He pretended to be concerned about me, and yet out of sheer perversity he had prepared the snare which had reduced me to a pitiful and helpless wreck. He had left the chairs on deck deliberately, with a cruel and crafty malice, knowing all the time, no doubt, that something would occupy them. But I wasn't prepared for the almost instant change in the man's demeanor. It was ghastly. Befuddled as I had become, I could perceive at once that I had done him a grave, a terrible injustice. He hadn't known. All the blood drained out of his cheeks, and his mouth fell open. He stood immobile before me, completely inarticulate, and for an instant I thought he was about to collapse, to sink helplessly down upon the floor. "You saw chairs?" he gasped at last. I nodded. The steward leaned toward me and gripped my arm. The flesh of his face was completely destitute of luster. From the parchment white oval his 2 eyes, tumescent with fright, stared wildly down at me. "It's the black, dead thing," he muttered. "The monkey face. I knew it would come back. It always comes aboard at midnight on the second night out." He gulped, and his hand tightened on my arm. "It's always on the second night out. It knows where I keep the chairs, and it takes them on deck and sits in them. I saw it last time. It was squirming about in the chair, lying stretched out and squirming horribly, like an eel. It sits in all 3 of the chairs. When it saw me, it got up and started toward me. But I got away. I came in here and shut the door, but I saw it through the window." The steward raised his arm and pointed. "There, through that window there. Its face was pressed against the glass. It was all black and shriveled and eaten away. A monkey face, sir. So help me, the face of a dead, shriveled monkey. And wet, dripping. I was so frightened I couldn't breathe. I just stood and groaned, and then it went away." He gulped. "Dr. Blodgett was mangled, clawed to death at 10 minutes to 1. We heard his shrieks. The thing went back, I guess, and sat in the chairs for 30 or 40 minutes after it left the window. Then it went down to Dr. Blodgett's stateroom and took his clothes. It was horrible. Dr. Blodgett's legs were missing, and his face was crushed to a pulp. There were claw marks all over him, and the curtains of his berth were drenched with blood. The captain told me not to talk, but I gotta tell someone. I can't help myself, sir. I'm afraid I've gotta talk. This is the 3rd time it's come aboard. It didn't take anybody the first time, but it sat in the chairs. It left them all wet and slimy, sir, all covered with black, stinking slime." I stared in bewilderment. What was the man trying to tell me? Was he completely unhinged? Or was I too confused, too ill myself to catch all that he was saying? He went on wildly. "It's hard to explain, sir, but this boat is visited. Every voyage, sir, on the second night out. And each time it sits in the chairs. Do you understand?" I didn't understand clearly, but I murmured a feeble assent. My voice was appallingly tremulous, and it seemed to come from the opposite side of the saloon. "Something out there," I gasped. "It was awful. Out there, you hear? An awful odor. My brain, I can't imagine what's come over me, but I feel as though something were pressing on my brain. Here." I raised my fingers and passed them across my forehead. "Something here. Something—" The steward appeared to understand perfectly. He nodded and helped me to my feet. He was still self-engrossed, still horribly wrought up, but I could sense that he was also anxious to reassure and assist me. "Stateroom 16D? Yes, of course. Steady, sir." The steward had taken my arm and was guiding me toward the central stairway. I could scarcely stand erect. My decrepitude was so apparent, in fact, that the steward was moved by compassion to the display of an almost heroic attentiveness. Twice I stumbled, and would have fallen had not the guiding arm of my companion encircled my shoulders and levitated my sagging bulk. "Just a few more steps, sir. That's it. Just take your time. There isn't anything will come of it, sir. You'll feel better when you're inside, with the fan going. Just take your time, sir." At the door of my stateroom, I spoke in a hoarse whisper to the man at my side. "I'm all right now. I'll ring if I need you. Just let me get inside. I want to lie down. Does this door lock from the inside?" "Why, yes, of course, but maybe I'd better get you some water." "No, don't bother. Just leave me, please." "Well, all right, sir." Reluctantly, the steward departed, after making certain that I had a firm grip on the handle of the door. The stateroom was extremely dark. I was so weak that I was compelled to lean with all my weight against the door to close it. It shut with a slight click, and the key fell out upon the floor. With a groan I went down on my knees and grovelled apprehensively with my fingers on the soft carpet. But the key eluded me. I cursed, and was about to rise when my hand encountered something fibrous and hard. I started back, gasping. Then, frantically, My fingers slid over it in a hectic effort at appraisal. It was, yes, undoubtedly, a shoe, and sprouting from it, an ankle. The shoe reposed firmly on the floor of the stateroom. The flesh of the ankle, beneath the sock which covered it, was very cold. In an instant I was on my feet, circling like a caged animal about the narrow dimensions of the stateroom. My hands slid over the walls, the ceiling. If only, dear God, the electric light button would not continue to elude me. Eventually, my hands encountered a rubbery excrescence on the smooth panels. I pressed resolutely, and the darkness vanished to reveal a man sitting upright on a couch in the corner. A stout, well-dressed man holding a grip and looking perfectly composed. Only his face was invisible. His face was concealed by a handkerchief, a large handkerchief which had obviously been placed there intentionally, perhaps as a protection against the rather chilly air currents from the unshuttered port. The man was obviously asleep. He had not responded to the tugging of my hands on his ankles in the darkness, and even now he did not stir. The glare of the electric light bulbs above his head did not appear to annoy him in the least. I experienced a sudden and overwhelming relief. I sat down beside the intruder and wiped the sweat from my forehead. I was still trembling in every limb, but the calm appearance of the man beside me was tremendously reassuring. A fellow passenger, no doubt, who had entered the wrong compartment. It should not be difficult to get rid of him. A mere tap on the shoulder, followed by a courteous explanation, and the intruder would vanish. A simple procedure, if only I could summon the strength to act with decision. I was so horribly enfeebled, so incredibly weak and ill. But at last I mustered sufficient energy to reach out my hand and tap the intruder on the shoulder. "I'm sorry, sir," I murmured, "but you've got into the wrong stateroom. If I wasn't a bit under the weather, I'd ask you to stay and smoke a cigar with me. But you see, With a distorted effort at a smile, I tapped the stranger again nervously. "I'd rather be alone, so if you don't mind, I'm sorry I had to wake you." Immediately I perceived that I was being premature. I had not waked the stranger. The stranger did not budge, did not so much as agitate by his breathing the handkerchief which concealed his features. I experienced a resurgence of my alarm. Tremulously, I stretched forth my hand and seized a corner of the handkerchief. It was an outrageous thing to do, but I had to know. If the intruder's face matched his body, if it was composed and familiar, all would be well. But if for any reason the fragment of physiognomy revealed by the uplifted corner was not reassuring, with a gasp of affright, I tore the handkerchief completely away. For a moment only, I stared at the dark and repulsive visage, with its starey, corpse-white eyes, viscid and malignant, its flat, simian nose, hairy ears, and thick black tongue that seemed to leap up at me from out of the mouth. The face moved as I watched it, wriggled and squirmed revoltingly, while the head itself shifted its position, turning slightly to one side, and revealing a profile more bestial and gangrenous and unclean than the brunt of its countenance. I shrank back against the door in frenzied dismay. I suffered as an animal suffers. My mind, deprived by shock of all capacity to form concepts, agonized instinctively at a brutish level of consciousness. Yet, through it all, one mysterious part of myself remained horribly observant. I saw the tongue snap back into the mouth, saw the lines of the features shrivel and soften, until presently, from the slavering mouth and white, sightless eyes, there began to trickle thin streams of blood. In another moment, the mouth was a red slit in a splotched horror of countenance, a red slit rapidly widening and dissolving in an amorphous crimson flood. The horror was hideously and repellently dissolving into the basal sustainer of all life. It took the steward nearly 10 minutes to restore me. He was compelled to force spoonfuls of brandy between my tightly locked teeth, to bathe my forehead with ice water, and to massage almost savagely my wrists and ankles. And when, finally, I opened my eyes, he refused to meet them. He quite obviously wanted me to rest, to remain quiet, and he appeared to distrust his own emotional equipment. He was good enough, however, to enumerate the measures which had contributed to my restoration, and to enlighten me in respect to the remnants. The clothes were all covered with blood, drenched, sir. I burned them. On the following day, he became more loquacious. It was wearing the clothes of the gentleman who was killed last voyage, sir. It was wearing Dr. Blodgett's things. I recognized them instantly. But why? The steward shook his head. I don't know, sir. Maybe your going up on deck saved you. Maybe it couldn't wait. It left a little after 1 the last time, sir, and it was later than that when I saw you to your stateroom. The ship may have passed out of its zone, sir. Or maybe it fell asleep and couldn't get back in time, and that's why it dissolved. I don't think it's gone for good. There was blood on the curtains in Dr. Blodgett's cabin, and I'm afraid it always goes that way. It will come back next voyage, sir. I'm sure of it. He cleared his throat. I'm glad you rang for me. If you'd gone right down to your stateroom, it might be wearing your clothes next voyage. Havana failed to restore me. Haiti was a black horror, a repellent quagmire of menacing shadows and alien desolation. And in Martinique, I did not get a single hour of undisturbed sleep in my room at the hotel. The Temple by H.P. Lovecraft. Manuscript found on the coast of Yucatan. On August 20th, 1917, I, Karl Heinrich Graf von Altberg-Ehrenstein, Lieutenant Commander in the Imperial German Navy and in charge of the submarine U-29, deposit this bottle and record in the Atlantic Ocean at a point to me unknown, but probably about north latitude 20 degrees, west longitude 35 degrees, where my ship lies disabled on the ocean floor. I do so because of my desire to set certain unusual facts before the public, a thing I shall not in all probability survive to accomplish in person, since the circumstances surrounding me are as menacing as they are extraordinary, and involve not only the hopeless crippling of the U-29, but the impairment of my iron German will, in a manner most disastrous. On the afternoon of June 18th, as reported by wireless to the U-61, bound for Kiel, we torpedoed the British freighter Victory, New York to Liverpool, in north latitude 45 degrees 16 minutes, west longitude 28 degrees 34 minutes, permitting the crew to leave in boats in order to obtain a good cinema view for the Admiralty records. The ship sank quite picturesquely, bow first, the stern rising high out of the water, whilst the hull shot down perpendicularly to the bottom of the sea. Our camera missed nothing, and I regret that so fine a reel of film should never reach Berlin. After that, we sank the lifeboats with our guns and submerged. When we rose to the surface about sunset, a seaman's body was found on the deck, hands gripping the railing in curious fashion. The poor fellow was young, rather dark, and very handsome, probably an Italian or Greek, and undoubtedly of the Victory's crew. He had evidently sought refuge on the very ship which had been forced to destroy his own, one more victim of the unjust war of aggression which the English pig-dogs are waging upon the fatherland. Our men searched him for souvenirs, and found in his coat pocket a very odd bit of ivory, carved to represent a youth's head crowned with laurel. My fellow officer, Lieutenant Clens, believed that the thing was of great age and artistic value, so took it from the men for himself. How it had ever come into the possession of a common sailor, neither he nor I could imagine. As the dead man was thrown overboard, there occurred 2 incidents which created much disturbance amongst the crew. The fellow's eyes had been closed, but in the dragging of his body to the rail they were jarred open, and many seemed to entertain a queer delusion that they gazed steadily and mockingly at Schmidt and Zimmer, who were bent over the corpse. The boatswain, Mueller, an elderly man who would have known better had he not been a superstitious Alsatian swine, became so excited by this impression that he watched the body in the water, and swore that after it sank a little, it drew its limbs into a swimming position and sped away to the south under the waves. Clens and I did not like these displays of peasant ignorance, and severely reprimanded the men, particularly Mueller. The next day, a very troublesome situation was created by the indisposition of some of the crew. They were evidently suffering from the nervous strain of our long voyage, and had had bad dreams. Several seemed quite dazed and stupid, and after satisfying myself that they were not feigning their weakness, I excused them from their duties. The sea was rather rough, so we descended to a depth where the waves were less troublesome. Here we were comparatively calm, despite a somewhat puzzling southward current, which we could not identify from our oceanographic charts. The moans of the sick men were decidedly annoying, but since they did not appear to demoralize the rest of the crew, we did not resort to extreme measures. It was our plan to remain where we were and intercept the liner Dacia, mentioned in information from agents in New York. In the early evening, we rose to the surface and found the sea less heavy. The smoke of a battleship was on the northern horizon, but our distance and ability to submerge made us safe. What worried us more was the talk of Boatswain Mueller, which grew wilder as night came on. He was in a detestably childish state, and babbled of some illusion of dead bodies drifting past the undersea portholes, bodies which looked at him intensely, and which he recognized in spite of bloating as having seen dying during some of our victorious German exploits. And he said that the young man we had found and tossed overboard was their leader. This was very gruesome and abnormal, so we confined Mueller in irons and had him soundly whipped. The men were not pleased at his punishment, but discipline was necessary. We also denied the request of a delegation headed by Seaman Zimmer that the curious carved ivory head be cast into the sea. On June 20th, Seaman Berman Schmidt, who had been ill the day before, became violently insane. I regretted that no physician was included in our complement of officers, since German lives are precious, but the constant ravings of the two concerning a terrible curse were most subversive of discipline, so drastic steps were taken. The crew accepted the event in a sullen fashion, but it seemed to quiet Mueller, who thereafter gave us no trouble. In the evening we released him, and he went about his duty silently. In the week that followed, we were all very nervous, watching for the Dacia. The tension was aggravated by the disappearance of Mueller and Zimmer, who undoubtedly committed suicide as a result of the fears which had seemed to harass them, though they were not observed in the act of jumping overboard. I was rather glad to be rid of Mueller, for even his silence had unfavorably affected the crew. Everyone seemed inclined to be silent now, as though holding a secret fear. Many were ill, but none made a disturbance. Lieutenant Clens chafed under the strain, and was annoyed by the merest trifles, such as the school of dolphins which gathered about the U-29 in increasing numbers, and the growing intensity of that southward current, which was not on our chart. It at length became apparent that we had missed the Dacia altogether. Such failures are not uncommon, and we were more pleased than disappointed, since our return to Wilhelmshaven was now in order. At noon, June 28th, we turned northeastward, and despite some rather comical entanglements with the unusual masses of dolphins, were soon under way. The explosion in the engine room at 2 p.m. was wholly a surprise. No defect in the machinery or carelessness in the men had been noticed, yet without warning the ship was racked from end to end with a colossal shock. Lieutenant Clens hurried to the engine room, finding the fuel tank and most of the mechanism shattered, and engineers Raab and Schneider instantly killed. Our situation had suddenly become grave indeed, for though the chemical air regenerators were intact, and though we could use the devices for raising and submerging the ship and opening the hatches as long as compressed air and storage batteries might hold out, we were powerless to propel or guide the submarine. To seek rescue in the lifeboats would be to deliver ourselves into the hands of enemies unreasonably embittered against our great German nation, and our wireless had failed ever since the Victory affair to put us in touch with a fellow U-boat of the Imperial Navy. From the hour of the accident till July 2nd, we drifted constantly to the south, almost without plans and encountering no vessel. Dolphins still encircled the U-29, a somewhat remarkable circumstance considering the distance we had covered. On the morning of July 2nd, we sighted a warship flying American colors, and the men became very restless in their desire to surrender. Finally, Lieutenant Klenz had to shoot a seaman named Traub, who urged this un-German act with especial violence. This quieted the crew for the time, and we submerged unseen. The next afternoon, a dense flock of seabirds appeared from the south, and the ocean began to heave ominously. Closing our hatches, we awaited developments until we realized that we must either submerge or be swamped in the mounting waves. Our air pressure and electricity were diminishing, and we wished to avoid all unnecessary use of our slender mechanical resources, but in this case there was no choice. We did not descend far, and when after several hours the sea was calmer, we decided to return to the surface. Here, however, a new trouble developed, for the ship failed to respond to our direction in spite of all that the mechanics could do. As the men grew more frightened at this undersea imprisonment, some of them began to mutter again about Lieutenant Klenz's ivory image, but the sight of an automatic pistol calmed them. We kept the poor devils as busy as we could, tinkering at the machinery even when we knew it was useless. Klenz and I usually slept at different times, and it was during my sleep, about 5 a.m., July 4th, that the general mutiny broke loose. The 6 remaining pigs of seamen, suspecting that we were lost, had suddenly burst into a mad fury at our refusal to surrender to the Yankee battleship 2 days before, and were in a delirium of cursing and destruction. They roared like the animals they were, and broke instruments and furniture indiscriminately, screaming about such nonsense as the curse of the ivory image, and the dark dead youth who looked at them and swam away. Lieutenant Klenz seemed paralyzed and inefficient, as one might expect of a soft, womanish Rhinelander. I shot all 6 men, for it was necessary, and made sure that none remained alive. We expelled the bodies through the double hatches, and were alone in the U-29. Klenz seemed very nervous, and drank heavily. It was decided that we remain alive as long as possible, using the large stock of provisions and chemical supply of oxygen, none of which had suffered from the crazy antics of those swine-hound seamen. Our compasses, depth gauges, and other delicate instruments were ruined, so that henceforth our only reckoning would be guesswork, based on our watches, the calendar, and our apparent drift as judged by any objects we might spy through the portholes or from the conning tower. Fortunately, we had storage batteries still capable of long use, both for interior lighting and for the searchlight. We often cast a beam around the ship, but saw only dolphins, swimming parallel to our own drifting course. I was scientifically interested in those dolphins, for though the ordinary Delphinus delphis is a cetacean mammal, unable to subsist without air, I watched one of the swimmers closely for 2 hours, and did not see him alter his submerged condition. With the passage of time, Klenz and I decided that we were still drifting south, meanwhile sinking deeper and deeper. We noted the marine fauna and flora, and read much on the subject in the books I had carried with me for spare moments. I could not help observing, however, the inferior scientific knowledge of my companion. His mind was not Prussian, but given to imaginings and speculations which have no value. The fact of our coming death affected him curiously, and he would frequently pray in remorse over the men, women, and children we had sent to the bottom, forgetting that all things are noble which serve the German state. After a time, he became noticeably unbalanced, gazing for hours at his ivory image and weaving fanciful stories of the lost and forgotten things under the sea. Sometimes, as a psychological experiment, I would lead him on in these wanderings and listen to his endless poetical quotations and tales of sunken ships. I was very sorry for him, for I disliked to see a German suffer, but he was not a good man to die with. For myself, I was proud, knowing how the fatherland would revere my memory, and how my sons would be taught to be men like me. On August 9th, we espied the ocean floor, and sent a powerful beam from the searchlight over it. It was a vast, undulating plain, mostly covered with seaweed, and strewn with the shells of small mollusks. Here and there were slimy objects of puzzling contour, draped with weeds and encrusted with barnacles, which Clens declared must be ancient ships lying in their graves. He was puzzled by one thing, a peak of solid matter, protruding above the ocean bed nearly 4 feet at its apex, about 2 feet thick, with flat sides and smooth upper surfaces, which met at a very obtuse angle. I called the peak a bit of outcropping rock, but Clens thought he saw carvings on it. After a while he began to shudder, and turned away from the scene as if frightened, yet could give no explanation save that he was overcome with the vastness, darkness, remoteness, antiquity, and mystery of the oceanic abysses. His mind was tired, but I am always a German, and was quick to notice 2 things: that the U-29 was standing the deep-sea pressure splendidly, and that the peculiar dolphins were still about us, even at a depth where the existence of high organisms is considered impossible by most naturalists. That I had previously overestimated our depth, I was sure, but nonetheless we must still be deep enough to make these phenomena remarkable. Our southward speed, as gauged by the ocean floor, was about as I'd estimated from the organisms passed at higher levels. It was 3:15 p.m., August 12th, that poor Clens went wholly mad. He had been in the conning tower using the searchlight, when I saw him bound into the library compartment where I sat reading, and his face at once betrayed him. I will repeat here what he said, underlining the words he emphasized. "He is calling. He is calling. I hear him. We must go." As he spoke, he took his ivory image from the table, pocketed it, and seized my arm in an effort to drag me up the companionway to the deck. In a moment I understood that he meant to open the hatch and plunge with me into the water outside, a vagary of suicidal and homicidal mania for which I was scarcely prepared. As I hung back and attempted to soothe him, he grew more violent, saying, "Come now, do not wait until later. It is better to repent and be forgiven than to defy and be condemned." Then I tried the opposite of the soothing plan and told him he was mad, pitifully demented. But he was unmoved, and cried, "If I am mad, it is mercy. May the gods pity the man who in his callousness can remain sane to the hideous end. Come and be mad whilst he still calls with mercy." This outburst seemed to relieve a pressure in his brain, for as he finished he grew much milder, asking me to let him depart alone, if I would not accompany him. My course at once became clear. He was a German, but only a Rhinelander and a commoner, and he was now a potentially dangerous madman. By complying with his suicidal request, I could immediately free myself from one who was no longer a companion, but a menace. I asked him to give me the ivory image before he went, but this request brought from him such uncanny laughter that I did not repeat it. Then I asked him if he wished to leave any keepsake or lock of hair for his family in Germany, in case I should be rescued, But again he gave me that strange laugh. So as he climbed the ladder, I went to the levers, and allowing proper time intervals, operated the machinery which sent him to his death. After I saw that he was no longer in the boat, I threw the searchlight around the water in an effort to obtain a last glimpse of him, since I wished to ascertain whether the water pressure would flatten him as it theoretically should, or whether the body would be unaffected, like those extraordinary dolphins. I did not, however, succeed in finding my late companion, for the dolphins were massed thickly and obscuringly about the conning tower. That evening I regretted that I had not taken the ivory image surreptitiously from poor Cleanse's pocket as he left, for the memory of it fascinated me. I could not forget the youthful, beautiful head with its leafy crown, though I am not by nature an artist. I was also sorry that I had no one with whom to converse. Cleanse, though not my mental equal, was much better than no one. I did not sleep well that night, and wondered exactly when the end would come. Surely I had little enough chance of rescue. The next day I ascended to the conning tower and commenced the customary searchlight explorations. Northward, the view was much the same as it had been all the 4 days since we had sighted the bottom, but I perceived that the drifting of the U-29 was less rapid. As I swung the beam around to the south, I noticed that the ocean floor ahead fell away in a marked declivity, and bore curiously regular blocks of stone in certain places, disposed as if in accordance with definite patterns. The boat did not at once descend to match the greater ocean depth, so I was forced to adjust the searchlight to cast a sharply downward beam. Owing to the abruptness of the change, a wire was disconnected, which necessitated a delay of many minutes for repairs, but at length the light streamed on again, flooding the marine valley below me. I am not given to emotion of any kind, but my amazement was very great when I saw what lay revealed in that electrical glow. And yet as one reared in the best culture of Prussia, I should not have been amazed, for geology and tradition alike tell us of great transpositions in oceanic and continental areas. What I saw was an extended and elaborate array of ruined edifices, all of magnificent though unclassified architecture, and in various stages of preservation. Most appeared to be of marble, gleaming whitely in the rays of the searchlight, and the general plan was of a large city at the bottom of a narrow valley, with numerous isolated temples and villas on the steep slopes above. Roofs were fallen, and columns were broken, but there still remained an air of immemorially ancient splendor, which nothing could efface. Confronted at last with the Atlantis I had formerly deemed largely a myth, I was the most eager of explorers. At the bottom of that valley, a river once had flowed, for as I examined the scene more closely, I beheld the remains of stone and marble bridges and sea walls, and terraces and embankments once verdant and beautiful. In my enthusiasm, I became nearly as idiotic and sentimental as poor Cleanse, and was very tardy in noticing that the southward current had ceased at last, allowing the U-29 to settle slowly down upon the sunken city as an aeroplane settles upon a town of the upper earth. I was slow, too, in realizing that the school of unusual dolphins had vanished. In about 2 hours, the boat rested in a paved plaza close to the rocky wall of the valley. On one side I could view the entire city as it sloped from the plaza down to the old river bank. On the other side, in startling proximity, I was confronted by the richly ornate and perfectly preserved facade of a great building, evidently a temple hollowed from the solid rock. Of the original workmanship of this titanic thing I can only make conjectures. The facade, of immense magnitude, apparently covers a continuous hollow recess, for its windows are many and widely distributed. In the center yawns a great open door, reached by an impressive flight of steps, and surrounded by exquisite carvings like the figures of bacchanals in relief. Foremost of all are the great columns and frieze, both decorated with sculptures of inexpressible beauty, obviously portraying idealized pastoral scenes and processions of priests and priestesses bearing strange ceremonial devices in adoration of a radiant god. The art is of the most phenomenal perfection, largely Hellenic in idea, yet strangely individual. It imparts an impression of terrible antiquity, as though it were the remotest rather than the immediate ancestor of Greek art. Nor can I doubt that every detail of this massive product was fashioned from the virgin hillside rock of our planet. It is palpably a part of the valley wall, though how the vast interior was ever excavated I cannot imagine. Perhaps a cavern or series of caverns furnish the nucleus. Neither age nor submersion has corroded the pristine grandeur of this awful fane, for fane indeed it must be, and today, after thousands of years, it rests untarnished and inviolate in the endless night and silence of an ocean chasm. I cannot reckon the number of hours I spent in gazing at the sunken city with its buildings, arches, statues, and bridges, and the colossal temple with its beauty and mystery. Though I knew that death was near, my curiosity was consuming, and I threw the searchlight's beam about in eager quest. The shaft of light permitted me to learn many details, but refused to show anything within the gaping door of the rock-hewn temple, and after a time I turned off the current, conscious of the need of conserving power. The rays were now perceptibly dimmer than they had been during the weeks of drifting, and as if sharpened by the coming deprivation of light, my desire to explore the watery secrets grew. I, a German, should be the first to tread those eon-forgotten ways. I produced and examined a deep-sea diving suit of joined metal, and experimented with the portable light and air regenerator. Though I should have trouble in managing the double hatches alone, I believed I could overcome all obstacles with my scientific skill and actually walk about the dead city in person. On August 16th, I effected an exit from the U-29 and laboriously made my way through the ruined and mud-choked streets to the ancient river. I found no skeletons or other human remains, but gleaned a wealth of archaeological lore from sculptures and coins. Of this I cannot now speak save to utter my awe at a culture in the full noon of glory, when cave-dwellers roamed Europe and the Nile flowed unwatched to the sea. Others, guided by this manuscript, if it shall ever be found, must unfold the mysteries at which I can only hint. I returned to the boat as my electric batteries grew feeble, resolved to explore the rock temple on the following day. On the 17th, as my impulse to search out the mystery of the temple waxed still more insistent, a great disappointment befell me, for I found that the materials needed to replenish the portable light had perished in the mutiny of those pigs in July. My rage was unbounded, yet my German sense forbade me to venture unprepared into an utterly black interior, which might prove the lair of some indescribable marine monster, or a labyrinth of passages from whose windings I could never extricate myself. All I could do was turn on the waning searchlight of the U-29, and with its aid walk up the temple steps and study the exterior carvings. The shaft of light entered the door at an upward angle, and I peered in to see if I could glimpse anything, but all in vain. Not even the roof was visible, and though I took a step or two inside after testing the floor with a staff, I dared not go farther. Moreover, for the first time in my life, I experienced the emotion of dread. I began to realize how some of poor Cleanse's moods had arisen, for as the temple drew me more and more, I feared its aqueous abysses with a blind and mounting terror. Returning to the submarine, I turned off the lights and sat thinking in the dark. Electricity must now be saved for emergencies. Saturday the 18th I spent in total darkness, tormented by thoughts and memories that threatened to overcome my German will. Cleanse had gone mad and perished before reaching this sinister remnant of a past unwholesomely remote, and had advised me to go with him. Was, indeed, fate preserving my reason only to draw me irresistibly to an end more horrible and unthinkable than any man has dreamed of? Clearly, my nerves were sorely taxed, and I must cast off these impressions of weaker men. I could not sleep Saturday night, and turned on the lights regardless of the future. It was annoying that the electricity should not last out the air and provisions. I revived my thoughts of euthanasia, and examined my automatic pistol. Toward morning I must have dropped to sleep with the lights on, for I awoke in darkness yesterday afternoon to find the batteries dead. I struck several matches in succession, and desperately regretted the improvidence which had caused us long ago to use up the few candles we carried. After the fading of the last match I dared to waste, I sat very quietly without a light. As I considered the inevitable end, my mind ran over preceding events, and developed a hitherto dormant impression which would have caused a weaker and more superstitious man to shudder. The head of the radiant god in the sculptures on the rock temple is the same as that carven bit of ivory which the dead sailor brought from the sea, and which poor Cleanse carried back into the sea. I was a little dazed by this coincidence, but did not become terrified. It is only the inferior thinker who hastens to explain the singular and the complex by the primitive shortcut of supernaturalism. The coincidence was strange, but I was too sound a reasoner to connect circumstances which admit of no logical connection, or to associate in any uncanny fashion the disastrous events which had led from the Victory affair to my present plight. Feeling the need of more rest, I took a sedative and secured some more sleep. My nervous condition was reflected in my dreams, for I seemed to hear the cries of drowning persons, and to see dead faces pressing against the portholes of the boat, and among the dead faces was the living, mocking face of the youth with the ivory image. I must be careful how I record my awaking today, for I am unstrung, and much hallucination is necessarily mixed with fact. Psychologically, my case is most interesting, and I regret that it cannot be observed scientifically by a competent German authority. Upon opening my eyes, my first sensation was an overmastering desire to visit the rock temple, a desire which grew every instant, yet which I automatically sought to resist through some emotion of fear which operated in the reverse direction. Next there came to me the impression of light amidst the darkness of dead batteries, and I seemed to see a sort of phosphorescent glow in the water through the porthole which opened toward the temple. This aroused my curiosity, for I knew of no deep-sea organism capable of emitting such luminosity. But before I could investigate, there came a third impression, which, because of its irrationality, caused me to doubt the objectivity of anything my senses might record. It was an aural delusion, a sensation of rhythmic, melodic sound, as of some wild yet beautiful chant or choral hymn, coming from the outside through the absolutely soundproof hull of the U-29. Convinced of my psychological and nervous abnormality, I lighted some matches and poured a stiff dose of sodium bromide solution, which seemed to calm me to the extent of dispelling the illusion of sound. But the phosphorescence remained, and I had difficulty in repressing a childish impulse to go to the porthole and seek its source. It was horribly realistic, and I could soon distinguish by its aid the familiar objects around me, as well as the empty sodium bromide glass of which I had had no former visual impression in its present location. The last circumstance made me ponder, and I crossed the room and touched the glass. It was indeed in the place where I had seemed to see it. Now I knew that the light was either real or part of an hallucination so fixed and consistent that I could not hope to dispel it. So, abandoning all resistance, I ascended to the conning tower to look for the luminous agency. Might it not actually be another U-boat, offering possibilities of rescue? It is well that the reader accept nothing which follows as objective truth, for since the events transcend natural law, they are necessarily the subjective and unreal creations of my overtaxed mind. When I attained the conning tower, I found the sea in general far less luminous than I had expected. There was no animal or vegetable phosphorescence about, and the city that sloped down to the river was invisible in blackness. What I did see was not spectacular, not grotesque or terrifying, yet it removed my last vestige of trust in my consciousness. For the door and windows of the undersea temple hewn from the rocky hill were vividly aglow with a flickering radiance, as from a mighty altar flame far within. Later incidents are chaotic. As I stared at the uncannily lighted door and windows, I became subject to the most extravagant visions so extravagant that I cannot even relate them. I fancied that I discerned objects in the temple, objects both stationary and moving, and seemed to hear again the unreal chant that had floated to me when first I awaked. And over all rose thoughts and fears which centered in the youth from the sea and the ivory image, whose carving was duplicated on the frieze and columns of the temple before me. I thought of poor Cleanse, and wondered where his body rested, with the image he had carried back into the sea. He had warned me of something, and I had not heeded. But he was a soft-headed Rhinelander who went mad at troubles a Prussian could bear with ease. The rest is very simple. My impulse to visit and enter the temple has now become an inexplicable and imperious command which ultimately cannot be denied. My own German will no longer controls my acts, and volition is henceforward possible only in minor matters. Such madness it was which drove Cleanse to his death, bareheaded and unprotected in the ocean, but I am a Prussian and a man of sense, and will use to the last what little will I have. When first I saw that I must go, I prepared my diving suit, helmet, and air regenerator for instant donning, and immediately commenced to write this hurried chronicle in the hope that it may some day reach the world. I shall seal the manuscript in a bottle and entrust it to the sea as I leave the U-29 forever. I have no fear, not even from the prophecies of the madman Cleanse. What I have seen cannot be true, and I know that this madness of my own will at most lead only to suffocation when my air is gone. The light in the temple is a sheer delusion, and I shall die calmly, like a German, in the black and forgotten depths. This demoniac laughter which I hear as I write comes only from my own weakening brain. So I will carefully don my diving suit and walk boldly up the steps into that primal shrine, that silent secret of unfathomed waters and uncounted years. The Lure of Atlantis by Joel Martin Nichols, Jr. There have been so many queer yarns in the newspapers about the sinking of the Nautilus that I, being skipper of the four-masted schooner Brent, which picked up Professor Charles Randolph, her only survivor, had better set down what really did happen down there in the Sargasso Sea. The Nautilus was a steam yacht owned by Professor Amos Tyrrell, a wealthy English naturalist who had built a laboratory on the Cornish coast for the study of fish and seaweed. He and Randolph, who had been his assistant for 20 years, sailed in the Nautilus on the 5th of last February to do some research work in the Sargasso. About this time, the Brant was rounding the Horn out of Santiago, Chile, with a load of nitrates bound for Charleston, South Carolina. We struck a blow off the River Platte, and my old hooker lost her rudder. When things cleared up a bit, we found ourselves pretty well out in the South Atlantic, but we rigged a jury rudder and headed northwest, figuring on dropping into some Cuban port to refit. We struck the Sargasso about 15 days later, and one fine morning we picked up this Professor Randolph, who was bobbing about in the open sea without the sign of a stick to keep him up. He was delirious when we brought him aboard, but after he came to his right senses, he told me the queerest yarn I ever heard in my life, and I've heard some rather good ones in the 40 years I've been following the sea. At first I put him down as crazy, but we'd no sooner got him aboard than hell began a-popping all around us right there on the Brent. When she finally got through, with 2 of her sticks missing and some of those hard-boiled birds in the forecastle a-praying to the Almighty to save 'em from the devils of the deep, I made up my mind that maybe he wasn't so crazy after all. Then I had Randolph write down his story in his own words. I turned the original over to the authorities, and I suppose the British Admiralty has it now, but I copied the whole thing, word for word, in the Brandt's log. The professor headed his story in big letters. Statement of Dr. Charles Williams Randolph concerning the sinking of the Nautilus. And this is how it read. Captain Andrew Waters of the schooner Brent has asked me to write down the story of the cruise of the Nautilus, and of what befell her unfortunate crew and my colleague, Dr. Amos Tyrrell. And since it seems certain now that the Brant is not to suffer the fate of the Nautilus, I have agreed to comply with his request. It is perhaps unnecessary for me to delineate the relationship between Dr. Tyrrell and myself, since we were students of natural science together at the University of Edinburgh 20 years ago. His accomplishments in the field of natural history, his studies and deductions from his exhaustive researches in the Seven Seas, his magnificent laboratory at Cornwall, all have given him an international fame which needs no emphasizing here from me. Suffice it to say that I may designate myself merely as an unworthy assistant in his great work, a humble satellite reflecting but a dim gleam from the splendor of his genius. The world, when it has read this statement, will realize that these are strange words coming now from me, in view of the discord, mild term, between Dr. Tyrrell and myself, which ended in the horrifying fate of the Nautilus. It was a discord which really had its inception 5 years ago, when Dr. Tyrrell exhibited the first signs of a divided interest in his life work, an interest which led him away from his studies of undersea life, and eventually found him devoting a large share of his time to archaeological research. He began this course by taking extended trips to Egypt and Central America, where he indulged in a comparative study of prehistoric architectures found on the 2 continents, professing to find between them a most amazing and wholly unaccountable similarity. Being engrossed with our original labors, I paid little attention to his assertions, until one day he came to me with the astounding announcement that he had evolved a tenable theory for the existence of the lost continent of Atlantis. In support of it, he produced a vast number of photographs and other data, which purported to show that the pyramids found in the jungles of the Yucatan Peninsula were in reality small copies of the mighty piles found in Egypt, and that in other ways he had established an unanswerable argument for there being, in prehistoric times, a bridge of land between the African and American continents. It was his further contention that this land connection was the lost Atlantis, sunk beneath the waves of the South Atlantic Ocean by some stupendous cataclysm. Egypt, in the heyday of its power, he asserted, had been naught but a poor outpost of Atlantis, reflecting only a dim glimmer of the splendors of that lost continent. I must confess that I was bitterly disappointed in my colleague's new activities, for I had always held that the existence of Atlantis was a matter for metaphysical speculation, and not one to engage the serious attention of men engrossed in the more objective sciences. I was gravely considering the necessity of voicing this conviction in the form of a gentle reproof to Dr. Tyrrell, when he came to me one day in great excitement, brandishing before my eyes a piece of twisted metal. "I have it, Randolph," he fairly shouted at me. "This proves my theory. We've found Atlantis." Dr. Tyrrell was not given to practical joking, so I accepted the proffered metal, although with a preconceived skepticism. It was, I should say, a bit of framework done in bronze, very like the lintel of a door. There are many similar pieces in the temples of ancient Egypt. Carved on its surface, however, were some peculiar hieroglyphics, which on closer observation I recognized as a type of cuneiform writing. "Is this one of your Egyptian finds?" I queried, somewhat testily. He waved me down in derision. "This," he said excitedly, "was pulled out of the South Atlantic Ocean on the flukes of an anchor dropped overboard by the tramp steamer Pole Star." "Ah, yes," said I. "A bit of submerged driftwood." "Nonsense," he shouted. "Let me tell you about it. This vessel was caught in a storm somewhere down there. I've got the exact bearings. And her anchor was carried overboard by a large sea. It ran out almost the whole length of the cable before they could arrest it. When they finally had opportunity to attend to it, they found that they were anchored. Think of it, Randolph. Anchored out there in the Sargasso Sea, where the Admiralty chart set the depth at nearly a mile. And when they got the anchor up, they found this bit of bronze twisted about one of the flukes." "A hoax," I exclaimed. "They fooled you for a good price." "I paid them nothing," he retorted. "They believed there was some subterranean upheaval throwing up a submerged island which by chance caught their anchor. But this bit of bronze never came from any submerged wreck, as they believe. It came from one of the hilltop temples of the lost Atlantis. I've been able to translate this inscription. Do you know what it means?" I admitted caustically that I did not. "It means," he continued, "Winona, fair princess of Atlantis. There is something more, but it is unintelligible. Winona was the daughter of the last king of Atlantis." "Small good it will do you," I put in. "You can never prove it." "Indeed?" he retorted. "Then you may be interested to know that I've ordered the Nautilus to be ready for sea in 8 days. I'm going down there with our diving equipment, and if it isn't too deep, I'm going to explore this watery kingdom. You may come if you wish." To make a long story short, I must say here that I was in reality more interested than I cared to admit, and it took no great urging to get me to go along. As Dr. Tyrrell had pointed out, we were already well equipped for the contemplated cruise. The Nautilus, Dr. Tyrrell's yacht, was virtually a floating laboratory in which we had spent many happy months in our explorations of the 7 seas. On board was every apparatus imaginable to aid in deep-sea work. Many of the devices had been invented or perfected by my colleague. Chief among these were 2 of the latest type diving suits, glass, steel, and rubber affairs capable of withstanding excessive undersea pressures. Air was furnished to the wearer from tanks at the shoulders, and thus the danger of entangling lifelines and air hose was eliminated. Now, as I write, it seems to me almost a catastrophe that these invaluable accessories have been lost forever to the world. We steamed out of our harbour at Bournwell on the 5th of February. Our voyage was uneventful, and 3 weeks later we were over the spot indicated in the nautical bearings furnished us by the captain of the Pole Star. How well I remember that morning of our first sounding. How well I remember my own excitement raised to the zenith by the enthusiasm of Dr. Tyrrell. And how well I remember the look on his face and the leap in my own heart when our sounding lead showed bottom at 280 feet, even as the captain of the Pole Star had said. We had indeed found a submerged island. Whether it was Atlantis, I was still skeptical. On the following morning, after having made the necessary preparations, we donned our diving suits and dropped over the side of the Nautilus into the sea. The spot, as I have already indicated, was approximately in the middle of the Sargasso Sea, but fortunately the surface of the ocean about us for the space of almost a square mile was free of the encumbering marine growth so peculiar to these waters. Thus, throughout the middle part of the day, we expected to have the full value of the sun, thereby rendering unnecessary our electric searchlights, which were at best rather cumbersome and unsatisfactory for deep-sea work. Once in the sea, with our arms locked together, we sank down, down. The water proved to be even clearer than we had hoped. Indeed, it was almost abnormally transparent, and the shafts of the sun bade fair to penetrate quite as far as we desired to go. We must have been descending slowly for nearly 5 minutes, when suddenly Dr. Tyrrell loosed his arm and pointed with his gloved finger into the distance at my back. Turning my head within my helmet, I saw, with a tremendous leap of my heart, that we were floating slowly down beside a beautiful, tapering pinnacle cut in a stone which appeared to be marble. Almost immediately, other and lesser pinnacles arose gradually about us, all of them glowing with vari-colored tints under the penetrating rays of the sun. Peering at some of the nearer ones, I saw that they were not some mere basaltic upheaval. They had been built by human hands. We had found Atlantis. The luminous glow from above had grown only slightly dimmer when we came gently to rest on what appeared to be the roof of some gigantic building, a roof which on closer observation I saw was of a thick but lucid crystal. All about us, on a kind of ridgepole of this temple, if such it was, I saw bits of curiously carved statuary, some of them apparently broken off by the undulating action of the deep-sea currents. I would have paused over them in wonderment had it not been for Dr. Tyrrell, who, without hesitation, walked deliberately to the edge of the roof, where we again dropped off into the open water. A moment later, we filtered gently to rest on a wide landing in a magnificent set of marble stairs. Glancing up with thumping heart, I realized that we were standing at the very threshold of a splendid marble temple. I would that I had the time or the talent for describing the magnificence, the awe-inspiring beauty of that scene. The walls towering up before us were of purest marble, slightly tinted a bluish-green by the intervening water. Above our heads, the shafts of the sun, only slightly dimmed by the lesser depth, played on those lofty spires with all the colours of the rainbow, tints shading away in all degrees of green, yellow, red, purple, and blue. All about us on the stairs, standing for the most part on pedestals of what appeared to be pure gold, was some of the most exquisite statuary I have ever seen. Save for a few pieces carved in the form of some hideous beast, the like of which I have never seen on earth, the majority of the effects were extremely pleasing to the eye, and were evidently from the hands of the sublimest masters, who had far surpassed the best of Phidias or Praxiteles, or the unknown author of the Venus of Milos. And yet the effect in totality was marred, as I have indicated, by the weird shapes of some of the beasts. Then, too, there was a peculiar type of fungus growing over them, a kind of seaweed unknown to me, which writhed and moved about the statuary like a thing alive. Some of it seemed actually to be coiling and uncoiling about the throat of a beautiful maiden, exquisitely carved in a pinkish marble, standing near us on the stairs. While I was charmed with the statuary, I must admit from the outset that this strange marine growth made me shudder. It was too uncannily alive. Even as we walked up the steps, it recoiled from our footsteps to make way for us. But on looking back, I noted that it returned again to its original resting place and seemed, in fact, to be following us up to the top. At the head of the flight we found a pair of magnificent bronze doors, fortunately wide open. Oddly enough, both were heavily embossed with the figure of a winged animal, not unlike the Egyptian Sphinx, part woman, part beast, and part bird. Although the doors were open, there was a tangle of that disgusting marine growth across the threshold, and Dr. Tyrrell, with a gesture of impatience, drew his knife to hack away into the place. But even as he reached out to seize the stuff, it recoiled and parted of its own accord, thereby giving us ready access. Behind the bronze doors was a magnificent hall or foyer. I do not know how else to describe it. Halfway down on our right was an open doorway leading into another and more spacious hall. Light from the ocean surface filtered into the place through the crystal roofs, but its intensity had been so greatly dimmed by the depth that we could not see clearly for more than 20 feet ahead of us. Keeping well to the right so that we should not lose our way, we suddenly came face to face with a wall of the temple, noting with a gasp of admiration that its surface was covered with beautiful murals, apparently done in gold leaf with backgrounds of silver and a substance which might be ivory. Following the murals to the very foot of the walls, I noted that the floor on which we were walking had been done in the most delicate and intricate of mosaics. We feasted our eyes on these beauties for several minutes, and then began following the wall at our right. I was in the act of commenting mentally on the absence of any furnishings or statuary in the hall proper, when suddenly there loomed before us in the greenish gloom a sizable marble cubicle. Coming nearer, we saw that this was only the first of a series, mortised to the walls and standing about as high as our waists. A farther approach showed us that they were in reality a row of marble bins, to use a prosaic term. But what bins they were! What beauty! What contents! Pounds and pounds of jewels in every hue of the rainbow. In one cubicle I buried my arms up to the elbow in the finest of rubies. From another I saw Dr. Tyrrell hold up a double handful of glittering emeralds, and diamonds, a king's ransom in those alone. My natural cupidity had seized hold of me, and I was for taking some of the gems with us, but I noted that Dr. Tyrrell, always the scholar, had tossed his jewels back into place, and then I shamefacedly followed his example. As we wandered farther down the hall, he informed me in the sign language we had developed for undersea work that he had concluded this was a mortuary chapel built on one of the Atlantean hilltops. If such it proved to be, he pointed out, we should soon come upon human remains, as the Atlanteans were credited by ancient chroniclers with having developed an amazing method of preserving their dead. He was walking to one side and a little ahead of me as he imparted this information, and he had scarcely finished when I saw him suddenly pause, peer ahead into the gloom, and then hurry forward, signing me to follow. In the greenish half-light I saw that we were approaching the end of the hall, and that up against the wall was what appeared to be a huge marble altar. And then I saw Winona, Princess of Atlantis. She was laid out there in her crystal tomb. Her eyes, with their glorious blue, were open and smiling. The roses were still in her cheeks. The very pink was in her fingernails. I suppose I was a bit wrought up, for I could have sworn that she moved and smiled up at us. Dr. Tyrrell had dropped on one knee, his hands clasping the sides of her bier, and now he crouched there, peering through the glass of his helmet at this lovely handiwork of God. I do not know whether he cried out with the marvel of it, but I know that I did, for the sound echoed and re-echoed within the confines of my glass and rubber prison. Never before had I seen so beautiful a creature. Her tomb, or casket, all of clear crystal, was tipped upward so that she appeared to be reclining there, gazing out upon the hall below her. I could see every outline of her figure, every lineament of her features. I recognized immediately the Egyptian strain in the firm, straight nose, the perfect curve of the somewhat full lips, and the exquisitely modelled chin, tender yet imperiously firm, but withal, shall I say it, slightly cruel. Her figure, slightly swathed in a filmy lace of gold, was perfection, possibly a trifle fuller at the hips than we are wont to approve nowadays, but perfect nevertheless. I have spoken of her contours as purely Egyptian, but here the comparison ceases, for your ancient Egyptian was of a swarthy race, but this woman of Atlantis was of the fairest, with wide-opened eyes as blue as the cornflowers in our native England, and high-piled hair as yellow as the golden fillets with which it was bound. I can see my reader shudder at the thought of thus gazing upon the dead, but I can tell him the sight of the lovely Winona thus affected neither Dr. Tyrrell nor myself. I do not know how long we stood there, gazing at this exquisite creature, but it must have been a very long while, for my heart began to labor and my head began to throb in a way which told me that the oxygen in the tanks at our backs must be getting low. Almost at that identical moment I felt an uncanny tightening and drawing sensation about my legs and ankles. Glancing quickly downward, I saw something that left me cold with horror. That loathsome seaweed, unnoticed by us, had crept into the chapel and was now seemingly growing in all directions over the floor. Some of it had entwined about my ankles, producing upon them a peculiar drawing and tugging sensation, similar to that felt by a person walking in the undertow on a wave-washed beach. A swift glance over to my colleague produced in me a second and greater wave of horror. I saw him there, lost in contemplation of the sleeping beauty, and utterly unmindful that this hideous creeping thing had gone farther on him than it had on me. Indeed, it bade fair to cover his whole body. During the course of my 20 years' exploration of the world under the sea, I have had many occasions to be terrified by the activities of plant and animal life there, but never have I been so submerged in horror as when I beheld that slimy weed squirming and twisting over our bodies. I must have cried out with the shock of it, for my head began to ring within my helmet, and I clutched frantically for the knife at my belt, with the intention of hacking away the stuff at my ankles. My panic was short-lived, however, for no sooner had I reached for the weed than it uncoiled itself of its own free will, seeming actually to recoil at the dull gleam of my weapon. Then, in 2 strides, I was at Dr. Tyrrell's side, intending to shake him back to a realization of our danger. Twice I grasped his shoulder before he paid the slightest attention to me, absorbed as he was in his contemplation of the smiling beauty in her crystal tomb. Finally, on my last somewhat rough importunity, he turned suddenly about and struck at me angrily with his hand. Almost immediately, he must have regretted this act, for he signed to me that he was sorry, that he had forgotten himself for the moment. I told him our oxygen was getting low, and pointed to the seaweed on his body, expecting him to be as horror-stricken as I had been. Oddly enough, however, he did not seem to mind it, for he got to his feet, and then, to my profound astonishment, the weed slowly unfolded and let him free. With a last glance at our recumbent beauty, we started from the hall, the seaweed drawing apart before our steps until a wide lane extended before us to the door. Outside, on the terrace, we prepared to loose our weights for our journey to the surface, but here a new and greater horror struck me. Glancing down from our high point of vantage before the temple doors, I saw in the mass of seaweed to the right and left of the staircase the ribs, the broken stumps, the twisted sternplates, the battered superstructures of many sunken ships. There must have been at least 100 of them piled together helter-skelter, and heaven knows how many more lay farther down in the valley, where the rays of the sun did not penetrate. I do not know how long we would have paused there, gazing upon this scene of desolation, had it not been that the increased difficulty of breathing warned us we could tarry no longer. Accordingly, we slipped our weights and arose slowly to the surface, the rose and Nile green of the Atlantean spires dropping slowly behind us. Only once did I look down in our journey, and not until then did I realize that the seaweed from the Atlantean temple had followed us, was in fact dogging our very heels. The stuff hovered there on the surface for a minute after we had climbed aboard the Nautilus, and then, as if pulled by some unseen hand from below, it slowly sank from sight. I come now to a point in my story where I am loath to continue, for it must reveal in me an atavistic strain, the existence of which, until this last accursed cruise of the Nautilus, I had never suspected. As may be guessed from the preceding narrative, neither Dr. Tyrrell nor myself had ever married, our labours and researches having provided us with a diversity of experience which rendered unnecessary a venture into other fields of existence. Up until the time of the last cruise of the Nautilus, I can say with certainty that no woman, nor even any thought of woman, has ever disturbed the quiet tenor of my emotional life. For my colleague, I think I can say the same. Hence it was somewhat a shock to me when I awoke during that night to find the lovely, sensual face of the exquisite Winona haunting me, there in the darkness of my cabin. For a time the sensation was a pleasant one. I felt a warm invigoration of my being, a sensuous flow of hot blood in my body which, although slightly tempestuous, was not without a certain indefinable charm. I remember that I reached back to the headboard of my bed, seized there the enamel rail, and stretched myself in the warm luxury of the tropic night. I felt remade, a new thing. I felt that in some indefinable way nature had poured into me renewed health, renewed youth. I wanted to arise, to pace about my cabin. I wanted to go to the decks of the Nautilus, to race up and down, cloaked only in the star-spangled robe of the equatorial night. I felt that I had the power to reach out and embrace the whole world. For a time I lay there enjoying to the full this entirely new reaction and speculating on the psychological aspect of my new inspiration. In a little while, however, I began to grow too warm. The hot blood pounding through my veins became in a very few minutes a source of complete and profound and wholly inexplicable irritation. In vain I attempted to throw off the mood. In vain I attempted all the known tricks of wooing sleep. In vain I tossed and tumbled about with the gentle rolls of the Nautilus. Eventually I arose, drew on my dressing-gown, for I had thrown aside my pyjamas when the mood first came upon me, and thus attired strode out upon the decks. Forward I saw a tiny ruby glow, which I took to be the lighted cigarette of the watch. Above, almost outshone by the brilliance of the Southern Cross, were the riding lights of the Nautilus. All was peace, excepting in my own brain. I strode forward, my irritable mood pricking me onward, and reprimanded the watch for smoking on duty, although I knew such mild breaches of discipline had been winked at by both captain and mate on these long voyages. I remember how, in surprise, he flipped it overboard, the glowing end describing a perfect half-circle as it dropped into the sea. Somehow, even that bothered me. Presently, I walked back toward the stern, and, rounding the corner of the after-deck-house, I came suddenly upon Dr. Tyrrell. He was standing there, half draped over the rail, and peering intently down into the sea. For some reason unknown to me, I paused there, watching him. He did not move. He might have been a statue of stone gazing over the rail. Again I felt a wave of unreasonable irritation, a veritable sweep of anger. Why should he be standing there, peering so intently down into the sea? Why was he not in his cabin where he belonged at this hour, gaining rest for the labors of tomorrow? Somehow I did not realize then that I was blaming him for the very thing which I myself was doing. As I stood there watching him, he slowly straightened up and lifted his eyes to the stars. His lips were moving, and I thought that he sighed. It was then that I noted, seemingly for the first time in all our relationship, what a handsome figure of a man he was, with his clear-cut, aquiline profile, his full-moulded chin, his crisp, curly hair, only slightly tinged with grey at the temples, and that magnificent figure with its tremendous shoulders, flat hips, and gently sloping flanks. Somehow it made me feel small and puny and hopeless. All my new-found vigor drained from me in that moment, and I felt a strange, hot resentment against the man. Suddenly I had come to be old and worn and gnarled and terribly weary. Thinking thus, and without disturbing my colleague, I went back to my cabin and a sleepless vigil into the dawn. That morning, while we were taking breakfast, Dr. Tyrrell told me quietly that there would be no need for my going down that day. "Why?" I asked, somewhat testily, though never before had I questioned his decisions. "It is exhausting work," he replied, "and we do not know how long we can stay here before there may be a storm, in which case we may have to up anchor and run before it. I think we can work best by going down in turn. I today, you tomorrow." His reasoning seemed wholly specious, but I assented sullenly. Throughout the 4 hours of his trip below, I lived in torture. I thought of him down there, walking through those magnificent halls, enjoying the wonders of Atlantis, the attractions of the ancient chapel, the charm of that smiling beauty there in her crystal tomb. Vaguely, I wondered what he would bring up with him, and you may guess that I was somewhat startled when he came up as he had gone down, with nothing at all. That night, for the first time in our long friendship, we had harsh words in his cabin. I upbraided him for bringing up none of the jewels, pointing out that even if he himself had no need for further wealth, some of the rest of us were poor men and could put them to good use. My remark seemed to anger him greatly, and he lost himself in a mighty gust of wrath. "They are not ours," he thundered, towering over me. "Not one jot nor tittle of them shall we take. They are hers. They belong to Winona. You shall not have them." "You are mad," I raged. "You are inhumanly selfish. You at least owe it to these poor men aboard who could be made independent for life. It is not within your right to deny them." All my raging was of no avail, and the next morning I was only partly surprised, though greatly angered, when he told me curtly that only he would go beneath the waters. And for another 4 hours I sat there on the decks of the Nautilus, suffering the tortures of the damned. And again he came up empty-handed. That night we went at it again over the teacups. I raged, I tore, I stamped about the room, but he answered me with gentle words, or more often not at all. For the most part he was peculiarly silent, almost uncannily pleasant. When I had finished my tirade, he got up, but paused on the threshold of his cabin. "Fear not," he said, with a peculiarly quiet smile. "They shall have everything. Every foot of Atlantis shall be theirs. They shall climb its hills, wander through its halls, sun themselves on its terraces. They shall know its every beauty, all its wealth. But for you, my friend, I can promise nothing. You are not wanted down below." His cryptic remark startled me, and I began to wonder if he were not a little mad. That night I lay awake through all the long hours until dawn, thinking not of the jewels, of the wealth in Atlantis, but only of Winona. At dawn I slept a little, and she came in all her gorgeous beauty and mocked me there in my cabin. That day I vowed it should be I who would go below. In that I was vastly mistaken, however. We quarrelled at the rail just before he went over, but he brushed me back and plunged into the sea. I saw his face, laughing up in derision through the glass of his helmet, as he slowly sank from sight. For perhaps an hour I sat there by the rail, until the strain became no longer endurable. Then it was that the bonds of my respect to Dr. Tyrrell's judgment were broken, and I realized of a sudden that there was nothing to keep me from going down even against his wishes. Thinking thus, I got myself into my diving dress and slipped over the side. I landed, by good luck, about halfway up the stairs to the temple. There again before me, I saw that accursed seaweed, but I spurned it quickly aside and climbed the stairs. At the entrance, the wretched stuff attempted to bar my way, but I drew my knife and slashed at it until it drew back. Then I walked into the foyer, and from thence into the chapel. Somehow I knew I should find him there, and I was not disappointed. As the details at the farther end of the hall were revealed to me through the dimness, I saw him kneeling before that altar with his head down across her crystal tomb, his face, behind the glass in his helmet, pressed close to hers. And then I knew that I hated him because he loved her, and because I loved her, and because in some way I knew he was the favored one. For the first time I realized that I, too, had cared nothing for the jewels, that I, too, would have scorned to rifle her chapel. Always it had been Winona, and now he had taken her from me. I hated him with every spark of my soul, every fibre of my being. "Dastard!" I shrieked. "Thus you have beguiled your time. Thus you have hoodwinked us all." I had forgotten that the sound could not penetrate beyond the confines of my helmet, and now it echoed and re-echoed in my steel and rubber prison, ringing and screeching in my ears, until the very blood seemed to well up into my eyes, and the sea before me was a scarlet. Without thought of what I was about to do, I pushed forward, knife in hand. I would kill him there. I would cut him down with as little compunction as I had the seaweed before the portals. But I must be crafty. I had no intention of giving him a chance in fair fight. I would walk up behind him and strike with my knife through the rubber joints at his throat, rip the blade downward to his breast, and leave him there either to drown or bleed to death. How I would laugh as he died, there at the feet of his beauty. What an outcome for his secret tryst. And then a very strange thing happened. There was no way under heaven that he could have known of my approach, for he was kneeling with his back toward me. There was nothing to warn him, no sound from me that could have penetrated that watery space to the ears within his helmet. Yet, while I was still 20 feet away, I saw him get slowly to his feet and turn about, his hand going to the knife at his belt even before he could have realized my purpose. Thus confronted, I brandished my weapon and bade him in our sign language to be prepared, since I intended to kill him or die in the attempt. Scarcely had I finished, when to my utter astonishment he slowly replaced the knife in its sheath and quietly awaited my coming. Taken back though I was, I had no intention of losing my purpose. His very sureness enraged me the more. I strode forward, bending all my weight against the intervening water, holding my blade in readiness. Now I stood before him, and saw his white, sneering face behind the glass. Shrieking aloud with a strange exultation, I raised my weapon to strike. But I never made that stroke. Even as my arm descended in its murderous errand, I felt myself suddenly and helplessly snatched away. It was that accursed seaweed. The damnable stuff had twined about my body as I strode across the hall, and now, as I drew near enough to plunge my weapon home, it had snatched me away. In vain I foamed and fought it, slashing to the right and to the left. In vain I ripped and tore and cut, using my gloved hands where the blade seemed too slow. Where I slashed off yards of the stuff, new tendrils seemed to grow, enveloping my body. Frothing and screaming, kicking and squirming, I was dragged across the hall and out on the steps before the temple. There, despite my weights, the weeds seemed to gather under me, forcing me upward. In but a few minutes, the slowly receding spires of Atlantis told me that I was on my way to the surface. I lay on the bosom of the sea, kicking and screaming, but that diabolical stuff was determined that I should not sink again. Finally, as all strength seemed to be leaving me, I felt myself hauled slowly out of the water. They on board the Nautilus, seeing me struggling there in the water, had slipped a boat hook under the ring at my belt and were pulling me to her decks. But I was crafty. Once on board, I revealed nothing of what had happened, merely pretending that I had been taken with cramps on coming to the surface. Then, very carefully, I laid my plans to kill Dr. Tyrrell as soon as he should return. Secretly, I got out my pistol and a knife, and watched for the ascending bubbles that would tell him. But he never came. I waited there until dusk, waited until the captain came to me in alarm and begged me to go below in search of his missing employer. I should have been glad to go, for another purpose than he thought, but I knew that devilish seaweed would stop me at the outset. Looking over the side, I could see it was lurking there, waiting. Once I was in its clutches, it could hold me there powerless while my quarry came aboard in safety, and my last chance was lost. But I could not tell them this, so I cut a rent in my diving dress, telling them it would be impossible for me to venture below. With the coming of darkness, all thought of my leaving the ship was abandoned, and Dr. Tyrrell's life was despaired of. For myself, I knew that he was still down there keeping his tryst with Winona, and the thought of it made me fairly boil with rage. As the night wore on, I became exhausted with the play of conflicting emotions, and, pretending an illness, I went to my cabin. I must have slept longer than I'd intended, for I had many long dreams in which I saw my colleague in the arms of Winona. The two of them stood there on one of the pillars of Atlantis, mocking me as I struggled with the weeds of the Sargasso. Each dream brought the stuff nearer my throat, while it shook and crushed me, as if I were a rodent in the grip of a python. It had clutched my shoulders and was shaking me again, when I awoke and saw that I was not at the bottom of the sea, but safe in my cabin, with the captain of the Nautilus grasping me frantically by the shoulder. "What is the matter?" I demanded, bounding out of my bed and wondering if Dr. Tyrrell had slept back during the watches of the night. "The ship is sinking, sir," he said, his voice all a-tremble in the darkness. "You'd best come on deck. There's something wrong. I don't understand it." The man's teeth were actually chattering, and the tones of his voice struck me into a panic. As I stood there, peering at his white face in the gloom, I noticed for the first time that the floor of my cabin had assumed a noticeable angle. The ship appeared to be no longer responding to the roll of the seas, but wobbled and tugged in an uncannily impotent way. Hastily donning an overgarment, I hurried out on deck. The night was starlit, the ocean smooth, save for the gentle undulating billows from which it is never free. And yet the Nautilus was going down by the head. Already the angle of her decks had assumed a higher pitch while I had tarried there in my cabin. At that moment she assumed a slight list to port, the wobble becoming more accentuated with each billow. In the forward part of the vessel there arose a wail of voices from the throats of terror-stricken, helpless men. I turned angrily to the captain and demanded why he had not set the crew to the pumps. "I've tried that, sir," he answered, "and I found there isn't a drop of water in her hold." "It's her anchor, then," I said. "It's probably caught on the bottom and the rising tide is pulling her under." I am not a nautical man, and this seemed an adequate explanation. "I had the anchor up an hour ago, sir," he answered. "I tried to pull out of here, actually tried to get her under way, but her propellers won't budge, sir. My God, sir, it seems that we're being pulled down. We actually can't move." At that moment, there came a ripping and creaking sound from her hold, followed by another drunken wobble to port, and that, I think, gave me my first inkling of what was really happening to the Nautilus. Running up into the forward part of the ship, I peered over the side. What I saw there pulled a strange cry of exultation from my throat. Under her bowsprit, and, I dare say, all along the whole length of her keel, were little sucker-like tendrils protruding from the water, worming and squirming their way upward over her smooth, white sides. The Nautilus was in the grip of the Sargasso seaweed. She was being pulled under to Atlantis. Now I understood that gruesome pile of wreckage so far below. I realize that when the world reads this it will call me mad, and I think for the next few hours perhaps I was. I sprang into the air, I jumped and leaped about the deck. I shouted for very joy. I was going to fool Dr. Tyrrell after all. He had said Atlantis would not take me, but it was taking the Nautilus, and if it took the Nautilus, it must take me. The crew must have gathered from my yells and exclamations of triumph what had happened, for they left off their wails and went to work with hatchets, knives, and axes. The weed, by this time, had crept up almost to the rails, and now, as if realizing it had been discovered, it actually began swarming over the side, onto the decks, and eventually into the masts and rigging. They, poor fellows, chopped and hacked and fought it through most of the night. It was a losing fight. Inch by inch her bow tilted downward. Inch by inch her rounded stern arose toward the heavens. Once they tried to lower her boats, but no sooner had these touched the water than the seaweed fastened its clutches upon them. When the angle of her decks became impossible for further footing, I climbed to her stern rail, where I perched and howled and shrieked in glee. Ah, fool, fool that I was! I had forgotten that Atlantis did not want me. Had I been more clever, had I had more of the cunning of the day before, I should have hidden myself away somewhere in the bowels of her and gone down with her to the very depths. She went down at dawn with a dull creaking of strained timbers and a hoarse, despairing gurgle and whistle from the air expelled from her holds. And I, fool, perched there on her stern rail, shrieked and shouted for the very joy of it. One by one I saw their bobbing heads go under. One by one I saw the last bits of wreckage enveloped by that slimy, creeping thing and engulfed forever. At noon, at night, I was still floating on. Again and again I dived, seeking to entangle myself. Again and again I felt myself thrust backward to the surface. The sun, a blistering ball of copper in the sky, sank lower and lower, and with the coming of the night, I believe I must have slept there on the bosom of the Sargasso Sea. There were other days and other nights when I screamed and writhed in raging impotence, for I had come to realize that the sea was only playing with me, waiting there idly for me to die, when I should be carried far from Atlantis and Winona by some swift current. But on the dawn of the third day, a great ship hovered over me, and even against my will I was saved. I come now to the end of my story. I know that the world will judge me mad in the writing of it, but for the world and its judgment I care nothing, for I know whereof I have spoken. I have yet another and longer story to bring to a close, and as I set this down I plan to write my finis to it, out there on the decks of the Brent. Of this Captain Waters knows nothing, for I have his promise that he will not read this until tomorrow. Therefore, on this third day of March, I hereby set my signature to this, my story. Charles Williams Randolph. Well, Randolph's story as he told it to me when we first pulled him aboard the Brent was about the same as his statement, except maybe it wasn't so connected. But, as I said before, we'd no sooner got him aboard than the capful of wind we'd been relying on dropped off and left us in a dead calm, and then things commenced to happen. It was about midnight that night, I guess, when we first noticed the old hooker had stopped rolling and was beginning to wobble in a queer sort of way. I didn't pay much attention to it, but turned in, leaving the deck to the mate. He woke me up about an hour later. She was down by the head, and already in a bad way. I remembered Randolph's yarn about the seaweed then, and so I ran forward to the chains and looked over the side. Well, sir, I could see it there on her cutwater and all around her forefoot. Then there came a creaking and a groaning from her holds, which meant that her bottom must be covered. I had the whole crew piped, and we went to it with axes and knives and everything we could lay our hands on. As heaven is my judge, you could see it a-growing over her sides. It was alive. In no time at all it was on her decks and into her rigging. While we were fighting it out of the main shrouds, it would get into the jigger, and when we get at the jigger it would get up into the mizzen, and so on. Finally, we began to list pretty badly to port, and so I ordered the mate to cut away the fore and jigger, they being the ones that seemed the worst. This helped a little, but not much. And that man, Randolph, he was a fiend. He came out on deck and danced there like a maniac, yelling and singing. He didn't try to interfere with the crew, so we didn't pay any attention to him. After a while, I saw him going below, and I didn't find him until afterward. We were pretty well loaded up with Chilean nitrates, valuable stuff, and so I held on to her cargo as long as I could, hoping we might get her clear. But after a while I saw it was no go. With the cargo out of her, I knew she'd be harder to pull under, but on the other hand, when she was empty, it would be easier for that stuff to pull her over on her beam ends. But it was nip and tuck for our lives then, and to hell with the cargo. So I gave the order for half the crew to open her hatches and get the stuff out. It was in powdered form and packed in sacks, 300 pounds to the sack. We began getting it up as best we could, and no easy job it was, with the list on her and the wobble and all that slimy stuff a-squirming over her both alow and aloft. We dropped about 20 or maybe 30 bags over the side, when one of them broke and spilled into the water. That was what saved us, that bag breaking over the side. I was standing by the rail helping the men, when I saw it spill into the water, and then I noticed there was a hissing and a boiling all about her where the stuff had gone in. And that weed, it just melted away all around her waterline for the distance of 10 feet, curled up and dropped off. That gave me an idea. There was some chemical reaction in that nitrate, which was death to that seaweed. I grabbed the next bag and knifed it open, and we dumped it in. Then I was sure the nitrates would do the trick. Well, sir, we just quit fighting that stuff with knives and axes and went at it with those nitrates. We sprinkled it all over the ship, fore and aft, and then we put the whaleboat over the side and sprinkled the stuff against her sides and as far down as we could get below her waterline. Pretty soon the weed in the rigging began to dry up and wither away, and then she began to roll a bit instead of wobbling. Another 6 hours of it, with most of the cargo overboard, and we were clear. We still had some canvas on her, and a little breeze came along and pushed her out of there. I thought maybe Randolph had thrown himself overboard and had not been noticed during the excitement, but the next day we found him hiding in the after hold. He said he was waiting for the ship to go down, and that nobody would fool him this time. When I told him she was clear, he began to cry like a child. Then I got him up to my cabin and set him about writing his statement. But I'd forgotten he had a mania for making away with himself. I suppose I'm to blame for that. He went out on the deck afterward. I didn't see what happened, but the mate said he climbed up into the mizzen shrouds and then threw himself down, not into the water, but upon the deck. When we picked him up, he was conscious, but dying. I felt sorry for him, poor devil. He called to me as he lay there dying, and made me promise that I'd bury him as soon as he'd gone. "I can walk back by myself," said he. "I know the way. I'll find her." Well, what could I do? I promised. He went, about half an hour later, smiling a goodbye. We sewed him in one of those sacks, put some scrap iron at his feet, and let him go. I suppose he's down there now, and I hope he found her, whoever she may be. The Uncharted Isle by Clark Ashton Smith. I do not know how long I had been drifting in the boat. There are several days and nights that I remember only as alternate blanks of greyness and darkness, and after these there came a phantasmagoric eternity of delirium, and an indeterminate lapse into pitch-black oblivion. The sea-water I had swallowed must have revived me, for when I came to myself, I was lying at the bottom of the boat with my head lifted a little in the stern, and 6 inches of brine lapping at my lips. I was gasping and strangling with the mouthfuls I had taken. The boat was tossing roughly, with more water coming over the sides at each toss, and I could hear the sound of breakers not far away. I tried to sit up, and succeeded, after a prodigious effort. My thoughts and sensations were curiously confused, and I found it difficult to orient myself in any manner. The physical sensation of extreme thirst was dominant over all else. My mouth was lined with running, throbbing fire, and I felt light-headed, and the rest of my body was strangely limp and hollow. It was hard to remember just what had happened, and for a moment I was not even puzzled by the fact that I was alone in the boat. But, even to my dazed, uncertain senses, the roar of those breakers had conveyed a distinct warning of peril, and, sitting up, I reached for the oars. The oars were gone, but in my enfeebled state, it was not likely that I could have made much use of them anyway. I looked around, and saw that the boat was drifting rapidly in the wash of a shoreward current, between 2 low-lying darkish reefs, half hidden by flying veils of foam. A steep and barren cliff loomed before me, but, as the boat neared it, the cliff seemed to divide miraculously, revealing a narrow chasm through which I floated into the mirror-like waters of a still lagoon. The passage from the rough sea without to a realm of sheltered silence and seclusion was no less abrupt than the transition of events and scenery which often occurs in a dream. The lagoon was long and narrow, and ran sinuously away between level shores that were fringed with an ultra-tropical vegetation. There were many fern palms, of a type I had never seen, and many stiff, gigantic cycads, and wide-leaved grasses taller than young trees. I wondered a little about them even then, though as the boat drifted slowly toward the nearest beach, I was mainly preoccupied with the clarifying and assorting of my recollections. These gave me more trouble than one would think. I must have been a trifle light-headed still, and the sea-water I had drunk couldn't have been very good for me either, even though it had helped to revive me. I remembered, of course, that I was Mark Irwin, first mate of the freighter Auckland, plying between Callao and Wellington, and I recalled only too well the night when Captain Melville had wrenched me bodily from my bunk, from the dreamless undersea of a dog-tired slumber, shouting that the ship was on fire. I recalled the roaring hell of flame and smoke, through which we had fought our way to the deck, to find that the vessel was already past retrieving, since the fire had reached the oil that formed part of her cargo, and then the swift launching of boats in the lurid glare of the conflagration. Half the crew had been caught in the blazing forecastle, and those of us who escaped were compelled to put off without water or provisions. We had rowed for days in a dead calm, without sighting any vessel, and were suffering the tortures of the damned, when a storm had arisen. In this storm, 2 of the boats were lost, and the third, which was manned by Captain Melville, the second mate, the boatswain, and myself, had survived. But some time during the storm, or during the days and nights of delirium that followed, my companions must have gone overboard. This much I recalled, but all of it was somehow unreal and remote, and seemed to pertain only to another person than the one who was floating shoreward on the waters of a still lagoon. I felt very dreamy and detached, and even my thirst didn't trouble me half as much now as it had on awakening. The boat touched a beach of fine, pearly sand before I began to wonder where I was and to speculate concerning the shores I had reached. I knew that we had been hundreds of miles southwest of Easter Island on the night of the fire, in a part of the Pacific where there is no other land, and certainly this couldn't be Easter Island. What, then, could it be? I realized with a sort of shock that I must have found something not on any charted course or geological map. Of course, it was an isle of some kind, but I could form no idea of its possible extent, and I had no way of deciding offhand whether it was peopled or unpeopled. Except for the lush vegetation and a few queer-looking birds and butterflies and some equally queer-looking fish in the lagoon, there was no visible life anywhere. I got out of the boat, feeling very weak and wobbly in the hot white sunshine that poured down upon everything like a motionless universal cataract. My first thought was to find fresh water, and I plunged at random among the mighty fern trees, parting their enormous leaves with extreme effort, and sometimes reeling against their boles to save myself from falling. 20 or 30 paces, however, and then I came to a tiny rill that sprang in shattered crystal from a low ledge, to collect in a placid pool where 10-inch mosses and broad anemone-like blossoms mirrored themselves. The water was cool and sweet. I drank profoundly, and felt the benison of its freshness permeate all my parched tissues. Now I began to look around for some sort of edible fruit. Close to the stream, I found a shrub that was trailing its burden of salmon-yellow drupes on the giant mosses. I couldn't identify the fruit, but its aspect was delicious, and I decided to take a chance. It was full of a sugary pulp, and strength returned to me even as I ate. My brain cleared, and I recovered many, if not all, of the faculties that had been in a state of partial abeyance. I went back to the boat, and bailed out all the sea-water. Then I tried to drag the boat as far up on the sand as I could, in case I might need it again at any future time. My strength was inadequate to the task, and still fearing that the tide might carry it away, I cut some of the high grasses with my clasp knife and wove them into a long rope, with which I moored the boat to the nearest palm tree. Now, for the first time, I surveyed my situation with an analytic eye, and became aware of much that I had hitherto failed to observe or realize. A medley of queer impressions thronged upon me, some of which could not have arrived through the avenues of the known senses. To begin with, I saw more clearly the abnormal oddity of the plant forms about me. They were not the palm ferns, grasses, and shrubs that are native to South Sea Islands. Their leaves, their stems, their frondage were mainly of uncouth, archaic types, such as might have existed in former eons on the sea-lost littorals of Mu. They differed from anything I had seen in Australia or New Guinea, those asylums of a primeval flora, and gazing upon them, I was overwhelmed with intimations of a dark and prehistoric antiquity. And the silence around me seemed to become the silence of dead ages, and of things that have gone down beneath oblivion's tide. From that moment, I felt that there was something wrong about the island, but somehow I couldn't tell just what it was, or seize definitely upon everything that contributed to this impression. Aside from the bizarre-looking vegetation, I noticed that there was a queerness about the very sun. It was too high in the heavens for any latitude to which I could conceivably have drifted, and it was too large anyway, and the sky was unnaturally bright, with a dazzling incandescence. There was a spell of perpetual quietude upon the air, and never the slightest rippling of leaves or water, and the whole landscape hung before me like a monstrous vision of unbelievable realms, apart from time and space. According to all the maps, that island couldn't exist anyhow. More and more decisively I knew that there was something wrong. I felt an eerie confusion, a weird bewilderment, like one who has been cast away on the shores of an alien planet, and it seemed to me that I was separated from my former life and from everything I had ever known by an interval of distance more irremeable than all the blue leagues of sea and sky, that, like the island itself, I was lost to all possible reorientation. For a few instants, this feeling became a nervous panic, a paralyzing horror. In an effort to overcome my agitation, I set off along the shore of the lagoon, pacing with feverish rapidity. It occurred to me that I might as well explore the island, and perhaps, after all, I might find some clue to the mystery, might stumble on something of explanation or reassurance. After several serpent-like turns of the winding water, I reached the end of the lagoon. Here the country began to slope upward toward a high ridge, heavily wooded with the same vegetation I had already met, to which a long-leaved araucaria was now added. This ridge was apparently the crest of the island, and, after a half-hour of groping among the ferns, the stiff archaic shrubs and araucarias, I managed to surmount it. Here, through a rift in the foliage, I looked down upon a scene no less incredible than unexpected. The further shore of the island was visible below me, and all along the curving beach of a landlocked harbour were the stone roofs and towers of a town. Even at that distance, I could see that the architecture was of an unfamiliar type, and I was not sure at first glance whether the buildings were ancient ruins or the homes of a living people. Then, beyond the roofs, I saw that several strange-looking vessels were moored at a sort of mole, flaunting their orange sails in the sunlight. My excitement was indescribable. At most, if the island were peopled at all, I had thought to find a few savage huts, and here below me were edifices that betokened a considerable degree of civilization. What they were, or who had builded them, were problems beyond surmise, but as I hastened down the slope toward the harbour, a very human eagerness was mingled with the dumbfoundment and stupefaction I had been experiencing. At least there were people on the island, and, at the realization of this, the horror that had been a part of my bewilderment was dissipated for the nonce. When I drew nearer to the houses, I saw that they were indeed strange. But the strangeness was not wholly inherent in their architectural forms, nor was I able to trace its every source or define it in any way, by word or image. The houses were built of a stone whose precise colour I cannot recall, since it was neither brown, nor red, nor grey, but a hue that seemed to combine, yet differ from, all these, and I remember only that the general type of construction was low and square, with square towers. The strangeness lay in more than this, in the sense of a remote and stupefying antiquity that emanated from them like an odour. I knew at once that they were old as the uncouth primordial trees and grasses, and, like these, were parcel of a long-forgotten world. Then I saw the people, those people before whom not only my ethnic knowledge, but my very reason, were to own themselves baffled. There were scores of them in sight among the buildings, and all of them appeared to be intensely preoccupied with something or other. At first, I couldn't make out what they were doing, or trying to do, but plainly they were much in earnest about it. Some were looking at the sea or the sun, and then at long scrolls of a paper-like material which they held in their hands, and many were grouped on a stone platform around a large, intricate metal apparatus resembling an armillary. All of these people were dressed in tunic-like garments of unusual amber and azure and Tyrian shades, cut in a fashion that was unfamiliar to history, and when I came close, I saw that their faces were broad and flat, with a vague foreomening of the Mongolian in their oblique eyes. But, in an unspecifiable way, the character of their features was not that of any race that has seen the sun for 1,000,000 years, and the low, liquid, many-voweled words which they spoke to each other were not denotive of any recorded language. None of them appeared to notice me, and I went up to a group of 3 who were studying one of the long scrolls I have mentioned, and addressed them. For all answer, they bent closer above the scroll, and even when I plucked one of them by the sleeve, it was evident that he did not observe me. Much amazed, I peered into their faces, and was struck by the mingling of supreme perplexity and monomaniacal intentness which their expression displayed. There was much of the madman, and more of the scientist, absorbed in some irresoluble problem. Their eyes were fixed and fiery, their lips moved and mumbled in a fever of perpetual disquiet, and, following their gaze, I saw that the thing they were studying was a sort of chart or map, whose yellowing paper and faded inks were manifestly of past ages. The continents and seas and isles on this map were not those of the world I knew, and their names were written in heteroclitic runes of a lost alphabet. There was one immense continent in particular, with a tiny isle close to its southern shore, and ever and anon one of the beings who pored above the map would touch this isle with his fingertip, and then would stare toward the empty horizon as if he were seeking to recover a vanished shoreline. I received a distinct impression that these people were as irretrievably lost as myself, that they too were disturbed and baffled by a situation not to be solved or redeemed. I went on toward the stone platform, which stood in a broad open space among the foremost houses. It was perhaps 10 feet high, and access to it was given by a flight of winding steps. I mounted the steps and tried to accost the people there crowding about the armillary-like instrument. But they too were utterly oblivious of me, and intent upon the observations they were making. Some of them were turning the great celestial sphere, some were consulting various geographical and celestial maps, and from my nautical knowledge, I could see that certain of their companions were taking the height of the sun with a kind of astrolabe. All of them wore the same look of perplexity and savant-like preoccupation which I had observed in the others. Seeing that my efforts to attract their attention were fruitless, I left the platform and wandered along the streets toward the harbour. The strangeness and inexplicability of it all were too much for me. More and more I felt that I was being alienated from the realms of all rational experience or conjecture, that I had fallen into some unearthly limbo of confoundment and unreason, into the cul-de-sac of an ultra-terrestrial dimension. These beings were so palpably astray and bewildered, it was so obvious that they knew as well as I that there was something wrong with the geography, and perhaps with the chronology of their island. I spent the rest of the day roaming around, but nowhere could I find anyone who was able to perceive my presence, and nowhere was there anything to reassure me or resolve my ever-growing confusion of mind and spirit. Everywhere there were men and also women, and though comparatively few of them were grey and wrinkled, they all conveyed to my apprehension a feeling of immemorial eld, of years and cycles beyond all record or computation. And all were troubled, all were feverishly intent, and were perusing maps, or reading ancient pills and volumes, or staring at the sea and sky, or studying the brazen tablets of astronomical parapams along the streets, as if by so doing they could somehow find the flaw in their reckonings. There were men and women of mature years, and some with the fresh, unlined visages of youth, but in all the place I saw but one child, and the face of the child was no less perplexed and troubled than those of its elders. If anyone ate or drank or carried on the normal occupations of life, it was not done within my scope of vision, and I conceived the idea that they had lived in this manner, obsessed with the same problem, through a period of time which would have been practically eternal in any other world than theirs. I came to a large building, whose open door was dark with the shadows of the interior. Peering in, I found that it was a temple, for across the deserted twilight, heavy with the stale fumes of burnt-out incense, the slant eyes of a baleful and monstrous image glared upon me. The thing was seemingly of stone or wood, with gorilla-like arms and the malignant features of a subhuman race. From what little I could see in the gloom, it was not pleasant to look upon, and I left the temple and continued my perambulations. Now I came to the waterfront, where the vessels with orange sails were moored at a stone mole. There were 5 or 6 of them in all. They were small galleys, with single banks of oars and figureheads of metal that were graven with the likeness of primordial gods. They were indescribably worn by the waves of untold years. Their sails were rotting rags, and no less than all else on the island, they bore the imprint of a dread antiquity. It was easy to believe that their grotesquely carven prows had touched the eon-sunken wharves of Lemuria. I returned to the town, and once again I sought to make my presence known to the inhabitants, but all in vain. And after a while, as I trudged from street to street, the sun went down behind the island, and the stars came swiftly out in a heaven of purpureal velvet. The stars were large and lustrous, and were innumerably thick. With the eye of a practised mariner, I studied them eagerly, but I could not trace the wonted constellations, though here and there I thought that I perceived a distortion or elongation of some familiar grouping. All was hopelessly askew, and disorder crept into my very brain, as I tried once more to orient myself, and noticed that the inhabitants of the town were still busied with a similar endeavour. I have no way of computing the length of my sojourn on the island. Time didn't seem to have any proper meaning there, and, even if it had, my mental state was not one to admit of precise reckoning. It was all so impossible and unreal, so much like an absurd and troublesome hallucination, and half the time I thought that it was merely a continuation of my delirium, that probably I was still drifting in the boat. After all, this was the most reasonable supposition, and I don't wonder that those who have heard my story refuse to entertain any other. I'd agree with them, if it weren't for one or two quite material details. The manner in which I lived is pretty vague to me also. I remember sleeping under the stars outside the town. I remember eating and drinking, and watching those people day after day as they pursued their hopeless calculations. Sometimes I went into the houses and helped myself to food, and once or twice, if I remember rightly, I slept on a couch in one of them without being disputed or heeded by the owners. There was nothing that could break the spell of their obsession or force them to notice me, and I soon gave up the attempt. And it seemed to me, as time went on, that I myself was no less unreal, no less doubtful and insubstantial than their disregard would appear to indicate. In the midst of my bewilderment, however, I found myself wondering if it would be possible to get away from the island. I remembered my boat, and remembered also that I had no oars, and forthwith I made tentative preparations for departure. In broad daylight, before the eyes of the townspeople, I took 2 oars from one of the galleys in the harbour, and carried them across the ridge to where my boat was hidden. The oars were very heavy, their blades were broad as fans, and their handles were fretted with hieroglyphs of silver. Also, I appropriated from one of the houses 2 earthen jars, painted with barbaric figures, and bore them away to the lagoon, intending to fill them with fresh water when I left. And also, I collected a supply of food. But somehow the brain-muddling mystery of it all had paralyzed my initiative, and even when everything was ready, I delayed my departure. I felt, too, that the inhabitants must have tried innumerable times to get away in their galleys, and had always failed, and so I lingered on, like a man in the grip of some ridiculous nightmare. One evening, when those distorted stars had all come out, I became aware that unusual things were going on. The people were no longer standing about in groups, with their customary pourings and discussions, but were all hastening toward the temple-like edifice. I followed them, and peered in at the door. The place was lit with flaring torches that flung demoniac shadows on the crowd, and on the idol before whom they were bowing. Perfumes were burnt, and chants were sung in the myriad-vowed language with which my ear had become familiarized. They were invoking that frightful image with gorilla-like arms and half-human, half-animal face, and it was not hard for me to surmise the purpose of the invocation. Then the voices died to a sorrowful whisper, the smoke of the censers thinned, and the little child I had once seen was thrust forward in a vacant space between the congregation and the idol. I had thought, of course, that the god was of wood or stone, but now, in a flash of terror and consternation, I wondered if I had been mistaken, for the oblique eyes opened more widely and glowered upon the child, and the long arms, ending in knife-taloned fingers, lifted slowly and reached forward, and arrow-sharp fangs were displayed in the bestial grin of the leaning face. The child was still as a bird beneath the hypnotic eyes of a serpent, and there was no movement, and no longer even a whisper from the waiting throng. I cannot recall what happened then. Whenever I try to recall it, there is a cloud of horror and darkness in my brain. I must have left the temple and fled across the island by starlight, but of this too I remember nothing. My first recollection is of rowing seaward through the narrow chasm by which I'd entered the lagoon, and of trying to steer a course by the wide and twisted constellations. After that, there were days and days on a bland, unrippled sea, beneath a heaven of dazzling incandescence, and more nights below the crazy stars, till the days and nights became an eternity of tortured weariness, and my food and water were all consumed, and hunger and thirst and a feverish calenture with tossing, seething hallucinations were all that I knew. One night I came to myself for a little while, and lay staring up at the sky, and once more the stars were those of the rightful heavens, and I gave thanks to God for my sight of the Southern Cross ere I slid back into coma and delirium. And when I recovered consciousness again, I was lying in a ship's cabin, and the ship's doctor was bending over me. They were all very kind to me on that ship, but when I tried to tell them my tale, they smiled pityingly, and after a few attempts, I learned to keep my silence. They were very curious about the 2 oars with silver-fretted handles, and the painted jars which they found with me in the boat, but they were all too frank in refusing to accept my explanation. No such island and no such people could possibly exist, they said. It was contrary to all the maps that had ever been made, and gave the direct lie to all the ethnologists and geographers. Often I wonder about it myself, for there are so many things I can't explain. Is there a part of the Pacific that extends beyond time and space, an oceanic limbo into which, by some unknowable cataclysm, that island passed in a bygone period, even as Lemuria sank beneath a wave? And if so, by what abrogation of dimensional laws was I enabled to reach the island and depart from it? These things are beyond speculation, but often in my dream I see again the incognizably distorted stars, and share the confusion and bafflement of a lost people as they pore above their useless charts and take the altitude of a deviated sun. The Night Ocean by H.P. Lovecraft and R.H. Barlow. 1. I went to Wellston Beach, not only for the pleasures of sun and ocean, but to rest a weary mind. Since I knew no person in the little town, which thrives on summer vacationists and presents only blank windows during most of the year, there seemed no likelihood that I might be disturbed. This pleased me, for I did not wish to see anything but the expanse of pounding surf and the beach lying before my temporary home. My long work of the summer was completed when I left the city, and the large mural design produced by it had been entered in the contest. It had taken me the bulk of the year to finish the painting, and when the last brush was cleaned I was no longer reluctant to yield to the claims of health and find rest and seclusion for a time. Indeed, when I had been a week on the beach, I recalled only now and then the work whose success had so recently seemed all-important. There was no longer the old concern with 100 complexities of colour and ornament, no longer the fear and mistrust of my ability to render a mental image actual and turn by my own skill alone the dim-conceived idea into the careful draught of a design. And yet that which later befell me by the lonely shore may have grown solely from the mental constitution behind such concern and fear and mistrust. For I've always been a seeker, a dreamer, and a ponderer on seeking and dreaming, and who can say that such a nature does not open latent eyes sensitive to unsuspected worlds and orders of being? Now that I am trying to tell what I saw, I am conscious of 1,000 maddening limitations. Things seen by the inward sight, like those flashing visions which come as we drift into the blankness of sleep, are more vivid and meaningful to us in that form than when we have sought to weld them with reality. Set a pen to a dream, and the colour drains from it. The ink with which we write seems diluted with something holding too much of reality, and we find that after all we cannot delineate the incredible memory. It is as if our inward selves, released from the bonds of daytime and objectivity, revelled in imprisoned emotions which are hastily stifled when we would translate them. In dreams and visions lie the greatest creations of man, for on them rests no yoke of line or hue. Forgotten scenes and lands more obscure than the golden world of childhood spring into the sleeping mind to reign until awakening puts them to rout. Amid these may be attained something of the glory and contentment for which we yearn, some adumbration of sharp beauty suspected but not before revealed, which are to us as the grail to holy spirits of the medieval world. To shape these things on the wheel of art, to seek to bring some faded trophy from that intangible realm of shadow and gossamer, requires equal skill and memory. For although dreams are in all of us, few hands may grasp their moth-wings without tearing them. Such skill this narrative does not have. If I might, I would reveal to you the hinted events which I perceive dimly, like one who peers into an unlit realm and glimpses forms whose motion is concealed. In my mural design, which then lay with a multitude of others in the building for which they were planned, I had striven equally to catch a trace of this elusive shadow world, and had perhaps succeeded better than I shall now succeed. My stay in Elston was to await the judging of that design, and when days of unfamiliar leisure had given me perspective, I discovered that, in spite of those weaknesses which a creator always detects most clearly, I had indeed managed to retain in line and colour some fragments snatched from the endless world of imagining. The difficulties of the process, and the resulting strain on all my powers, had undermined my health, and brought me to the beach during this period of waiting. Since I wished to be wholly alone, I rented, to the delight of the incredulous owner, a small house some distance from the village of Elston, which, because of the waning season, was alive with a moribund bustle of tourists, uniformly uninteresting to me. The house, dark from the sea wind, though it had not been painted, was not even a satellite of the village, but swung below it on the coast like a pendulum beneath a still clock, quite alone upon a hill of weed-grown sand. Like a solitary warm animal it crouched facing the sea, and its inscrutable dirty windows stared upon a lonely realm of earth and sky, and enormous sea. It will not do to use too much imagining in a narrative whose facts, could they be augmented and fitted into a mosaic, would be strange enough in themselves, but I thought the little house was lonely when I saw it, and that, like myself, it was conscious of its meaningless nature before the great sea. I took the place in late August, arriving a day before I was expected, and encountering a van and 2 workingmen unloading the furniture provided by the owner. I did not know then how long I would stay, and when the truck that brought the goods had left, I settled my small luggage and locked the door, feeling very proprietary about having a house after months of a rented room, to go down the weedy hill and on the beach. Since it was quite square, and had but 1 room, the house required little exploration. 2 windows in each side provided a great quantity of light, and somehow a door had been squeezed in as an afterthought on the oceanward wall. The place had been built about 10 years previously, but on account of its distance from Elston village was difficult to rent even during the active summer season. There being no fireplace, it stood empty and alone from October until far into spring. Though actually less than a mile below Elston, it seemed more remote, since a bend in the coast caused one to see only grassy dunes in the direction of the village. The first day, half gone when I was installed, I spent in the enjoyment of sun and restless water, things whose quiet majesty made the designing of murals seem distant and tiresome. But this was the natural reaction to a long concern with one set of habits and activities. I was through with my work, and my vacation was begun. This fact, while elusive for the moment, showed in everything which surrounded me that afternoon of my arrival, and in the utter change from old scenes. There was an effect of bright sun upon a shifting sea of waves whose mysteriously impelled curves were strewn with what appeared to be rhinestones. Perhaps a watercolour might have caught the solid masses of intolerable light which lay upon the beach where the sea mingled with the sand. Although the ocean bore her own hue, it was dominated wholly and incredibly by the enormous glare. There was no other person near me, and I enjoyed the spectacle without the annoyance of any alien object upon the stage. Each of my senses was touched in a different way, but sometimes it seemed that the roar of the sea was akin to that great brightness, or as if the waves were glaring instead of the sun, each of these being so vigorous and insistent that impressions coming from them were mingled. Curiously, I saw no one bathing near my little square house during that or succeeding afternoons, although the curving shore included a wide beach even more inviting than that at the village, where the surf was dotted with random figures. I suppose that this was because of the distance, and because there had never been other houses below the town. Why this unbuilt stretch existed, I could not imagine, since many dwellings straggled along the northward coast, facing the sea with aimless eyes. I swam until the afternoon had gone, and later, having rested, walked into the little town. Darkness hid the sea from me as I entered, and I found in the dingy lights of the streets tokens of a life which was not even conscious of the great gloom-shrouded thing lying so close. There were painted women in tinsel adornments, and bored men who were no longer young, a throng of foolish marionettes perched on the lip of the ocean chasm, unseeing, unwilling to see what lay above them and about in the multitudinous grandeur of the stars and the leagues of the night ocean. I walked along that darkened sea as I went back to the bare little house, sending the beams of my flashlight out upon the naked and impenetrable void. In the absence of the moon, this light made a solid bar athwart the walls of the uneasy tide, and I felt an indescribable emotion born of the noise of the waters and the perception of my inconceivable smallness as I cast that tiny beam upon a realm immense in itself, yet only the black border of the earthly deep. That nighted deep, upon which ships were moving alone in the darkness, where I could not see them, gave off the murmur of a distant, angry rabble. When I reached my high residence, I knew that I had passed no one during the mile's walk from the village, and yet there somehow lingered an impression that I had been all the while accompanied by the spirit of the lonely sea. It was, I thought, personified in a shape which was not revealed to me, but which moved quietly about beyond my range of comprehension. It was like those actors who wait behind darkened scenery in readiness for the lines which will shortly call them before our eyes to move and speak in the sudden revelation of the footlights. At last, I shook off this fancy and sought my key to enter the place, whose bare walls gave a sudden feeling of security. My cottage was entirely free of the village, as if it had wandered down the coast and was unable to return, and there I heard nothing of the disturbing clamour when I returned each night after supper. I generally stayed but a short while upon the streets of Elston, though sometimes I went into the place for the sake of the walk it provided. There were all the multitude of curio shops and falsely regal theatre fronts that clutter vacation towns, but I never went into these, and the place seemed useful only for its restaurants. It was astonishing the number of useless things people found to do. There was a succession of sun-filled days at first. I rose early, and beheld the grey sky agleam with promise of sunrise, a prophecy fulfilled as I stood witness. Those dawns were cold, and their colours faint in comparison to that uniform radiance of day which gives to every hour the quality of white noon. That great light, so apparent the first day, made each succeeding day a yellow page in the book of time. I noticed that many of the beach people were displeased by the inordinate sun, whereas I sought it. After grey months of toil, the lethargy induced by a physical existence in a region governed by the simple things, the wind and light and water, had a prompt effect upon me, and since I was anxious to continue this healing process, I spent all my time outdoors in the sunlight. This induced a state at once impassive and submissive, and gave me a feeling of security against the ravenous night. As darkness is akin to death, so is light to vitality. Through the heritage of 1,000,000 years ago, when men were closer to the mother sea, and when the creatures of which we are born lay languid in the shallow, sun-pierced water, we still seek the primal things when we are tired, steeping ourselves within their lulling security, like those early half-mammals which had not yet ventured upon the oozy land. The monotony of the waves gave repose, and I had no other occupation than witnessing a myriad ocean moods. There is a ceaseless change in the waters. Colours and shades pass over them like the insubstantial expressions of a well-known face, and these are at once communicated to us by half-recognized senses. When the sea is restless, remembering old ships that have gone over her chasms, there comes up silently in our hearts the longing for a vanished horizon. But when she forgets, we forget also. Though we know her a lifetime, she must always hold an alien air, as if something too vast to have shape were lurking in the universe to which she is a door. The morning ocean, glimmering with a reflected mist of blue-white cloud and expanding diamond foam, has the eyes of one who ponders on strange things, and her intricately woven webs, through which dart a myriad coloured fishes, hold the air of some great, idle thing which will arise presently from the hoary immemorial chasms and stride upon the land. I was content for many days, and glad that I had chosen the lonely house which sat like a small beast upon those rounded cliffs of sand. Among the pleasantly aimless amusements fostered by such a life, I took to following the edge of the tide, where the waves left a damp irregular outline rimmed with evanescent foam for long distances, and sometimes I found curious bits of shell in the chance litter of the sea. There was an astonishing lot of debris on that inward curving coast which my bare little house overlooked, and I judged that currents whose courses diverge from the village beach must reach that spot. At any rate, my pockets, when I had any, generally held vast stores of trash, most of which I threw away an hour or two after picking it up, wondering why I had kept it. Once, however, I found a small bone whose nature I could not identify, save that it was certainly nothing out of a fish, and I kept this, along with a large metal bead whose minutely carven design was rather unusual. This latter depicted a fishy thing against a patterned background of seaweed, instead of the usual floral or geometrical designs, and was still clearly traceable, though worn with years of tossing in the surf. Since I had never seen anything like it, I judged that it represented some fashion now forgotten of a previous year at Elston, where similar fads were common. I had been there perhaps a week, when the weather began a gradual change. Each stage of this progressive darkening was followed by another subtly intensified, so that in the end the entire atmosphere surrounding me had shifted from day to evening. This was more obvious to me in a series of mental impressions than in what I actually witnessed, for the small house was lonely under the grey skies, and there was sometimes a beating wind that came out of the ocean bearing moisture. The sun was displaced by long intervals of cloudiness, layers of grey mist beyond whose unknown depth the sun lay cut off. Though it might glare with the old intensity above that enormous veil, it could not penetrate. The beach was a prisoner in a hueless vault for hours at a time, as if something of the night were welling into other hours. Although the wind was invigorating, and the ocean whipped into little churning spirals of activity by the vagrant flapping, I found the water growing chill, so that I could not stay in it as long as I had done previously, and thus I fell into the habit of long walks which, when I was unable to swim, provided the exercise that I was so careful to obtain. These walks covered a greater range of sea edge than my previous wanderings, and since the beach extended in a stretch of miles beyond the tawdry village, I often found myself wholly isolated upon an endless area of sand as evening drew close. When this occurred, I would stride hastily along the whispering sea border, following the outline so that I should not wander inland and lose my way. And sometimes, when these walks were late, as they grew increasingly to be, I would come upon the crouching house that looked like a harbinger of the village. Insecure upon the wind-gnawed cliffs, a dark blot upon the morbid hues of the ocean sunset, it was more lonely than by the full light of either orb, and seemed to my imagination like a mute, questioning face turned toward me expectant of some action. That the place was isolated I have said, and this at first pleased me. But in that brief evening hour when the sun left a gore-splattered decline and darkness lumbered on like an expanding shapeless blot, there was an alien presence about the place, a spirit, a mood, an impression that came from the surging wind, the gigantic sky, and that sea which drooled blackening waves upon a beach grown abruptly strange. At these times I felt an uneasiness which had no very definite cause, although my solitary nature had made me long accustomed to the ancient silence and the ancient voice of nature. These misgivings, to which I could have put no sure name, did not affect me long, yet I think now that all the while a gradual consciousness of the ocean's immense loneliness crept upon me, a loneliness that was made subtly horrible by intimations, which were never more than such, of some animation or sentience preventing me from being wholly alone. The noisy, yellow streets of the town, with their curiously unreal activity, were very far away, and when I went there for my evening meal, mistrusting a diet entirely of my own ambiguous cooking, I took increasing and quite unreasonable care that I should return to the cottage before the late darkness, although I was often abroad until 10 or so. You will say that such action is unreasonable, that if I had feared the darkness in some childish way, I would have entirely avoided it. You will ask me why I did not leave the place, since its loneliness was depressing me. To all this I have no reply, save that whatever unrest I felt, whatever of remote disturbance there was to me in brief aspects of the darkening sun, or in the eager salt-brittle wind, or in the robe of the dark sea that lay crumpled like an enormous garment so close to me, was something which had an origin half in my own heart, which showed itself only at fleeting moments, and which had no very long effect upon me. In the recurrent days of diamond light, with sportive waves flinging blue peaks at the basking shore, the memory of dark mood seemed rather incredible, yet only an hour or two afterward I might again experience those moods, and descend to a dim region of despair. Perhaps these inward emotions were only a reflection of the sea's own mood, for although half of what we see is coloured by the interpretation placed upon it by our minds, many of our feelings are shaped quite distinctly by external, physical things. The sea can bind us to her many moods, whispering to us by the subtle token of a shadow, or a gleam upon the waves, and hinting in these ways of her mournfulness or rejoicing. Always she is remembering old things, and these memories, though we may not grasp them, are imparted to us, so that we share her gaiety or remorse. Since I was doing no work, seeing no person that I knew, I was perhaps susceptible to shades of her cryptic meaning which would have been overlooked by another. The ocean ruled my life during the whole of that late summer, demanding it as recompense for the healing she had brought me. There were drownings at the beach that year, and while I heard of these only casually, such is our indifference to a death which does not concern us and to which we are not witness, I knew that their details were unsavory. The people who died, some of them swimmers of a skill beyond the average, were sometimes not found until many days had elapsed, and the hideous vengeance of the deep had scourged their rotten bodies. It was as if the sea had dragged them into a chasm lair, and had mulled them about in the darkness until, satisfied that they were no longer of any use, she had floated them ashore in a ghastly state. No one seemed to know what had caused these deaths. Their frequency excited alarm among the timid, since the undertow at Elston was not strong, and since there were known to be no sharks at hand. Whether the bodies showed marks of any attacks I did not learn, but the dread of a death which moves among the waves and comes on lone people from a lightless, motionless place is a dread which men know and do not like. They must quickly find a reason for such a death, even if there are no sharks, since sharks formed only a suspected cause, and one never to my knowledge confirmed. The swimmers who continued during the rest of the season were on guard against treacherous tides, rather than against any possible sea animal. Autumn, indeed, was not a great distance off, and some people used this as an excuse for leaving the sea, where men were snared by death, and going to the security of inland fields, where one cannot even hear the ocean. So August ended, and I had been at the beach many days. There had been a threat of a storm since the 4th of the new month, and on the 6th, when I set out for a walk in the damp wind, there was a mass of formless cloud, colourless and oppressive, above the ruffled, leaden sea. The motion of the wind, directed toward no especial goal but stirring uneasily, provided a sensation of coming animation, a hint of life in the elements which might be the long-expected storm. I had eaten my luncheon at Elston, and though the heavens seemed the closing lid of a great casket, I ventured far down the beach and away from both the town and my no longer to be seen house. As the universal grey became spotted with a carrion purple, curiously brilliant despite its sombre hue, I found that I was several miles from any possible shelter. This, however, did not seem very important, for despite the dark skies with their added glow of unknown presage, I was in a curious mood of detachment paralleling that glow, a mood which flashed through a body grown suddenly alert and sensitive to the outline of shapes and meanings that were previously dim. Obscurely, a memory came to me, suggested by the likeness of the scene to one I had imagined when a story was read to me in childhood. That tale, of which I had not thought for many years, concerned a woman who was loved by the dark-bearded king of an underwater realm of blurred cliffs where fish-things lived, and who was taken from the golden-haired youth of her troth by a dark being crowned with a priest-like mitre and having the features of a withered ape. What had remained in the corner of my fancy was the image of cliffs beneath the water against the hueless, dusky no-sky of such a realm, and this, though I had forgotten most of the story, was recalled quite unexpectedly by the same pattern of cliff and sky which I then beheld. The sight was similar to what I had imagined in a year now lost save for random, incomplete impressions. Suggestions of this story may have lingered behind certain irritating, unfinished memories, and in certain values hinted to my senses by scenes whose actual worth was bafflingly small. Frequently, in flashes of momentary perception, the conditions, more than the object, being significant, we feel that certain isolated scenes and arrangements, a feathery landscape, a woman's dress along the curve of a road by afternoon, or the solidity of a century-defying tree against the pale morning sky, hold something precious, some golden virtue that we must grasp. And yet, when such a scene or arrangement is viewed later or from another point, we find that it has lost its value and meaning for us. Perhaps this is because the thing we see does not hold that elusive quality, but only suggests to the mind some very different thing which remains unremembered. The baffled mind, not wholly sensing the cause of its flashing appreciation, seizes on the object exciting it, and is surprised when there is nothing of worth therein. Thus it was when I beheld the purpling clouds. They held the stateliness and mystery of old monastery towers at twilight, but their aspect was also that of the cliffs in the old fairy tale. Suddenly reminded of this lost image, I half expected to see, in the fine-spun, dirty foam and among the waves which were now as if they had been poured of flawed black glass, the horrid figure of that ape-faced creature, wearing a mitre old with verdigris, advancing from its kingdom in some lost gulf to which those waves were sky. I did not see any such creature from the realm of imagining, but as the chill wind veered, slitting the heavens like a rustling knife, there lay in the gloom of merging cloud and water only a grey object, like a piece of driftwood, tossing obscurely on the foam. This was a considerable distance out, and since it vanished shortly, may not have been wood, but a porpoise coming to the troubled surface. I soon found that I had stayed too long contemplating the rising storm and linking my early fancies with its grandeur, for an icy rain began spotting down, bringing a more uniform gloom upon a scene already too dark for the hour. Hurrying along the grey sand, I felt the impact of cold drops upon my back, and before many moments my clothing was soaked throughout. At first I had run, put to flight by the colourless drops whose pattern hung in long linking strands from an unseen sky. But after I saw that refuge was too far to reach in anything like a dry state, I slackened my pace, and returned home as if I had walked under clear skies. There was not much reason to hurry, although I did not idle as upon previous occasions. The constraining wet garments were cold upon me, and with the gathering darkness and the wind that rose endlessly from the ocean, I could not repress a shiver. Yet there was, beside the discomfort of the precipitous rain, an exhilaration latent in the purplish ravelled masses of cloud and the stimulated reactions of my body. In a mood half of exultant pleasure from resisting the rain, which streamed from me now and filled my shoes and pockets, and half of strange appreciation of those morbid, dominant skies which hovered with dark wings above the shifting, eternal sea, I tramped along the grey corridor of Elston Beach. More rapidly than I had expected, the crouching house showed in the oblique, flapping rain, and all the weeds of the sand-cliff writhed in accompaniment to the frantic wind, as if they would uproot themselves to join the far-travelling element. Sea and sky had altered not at all, and the scene was that which had accompanied me, save that there was now painted upon it the hunching roof that seemed to bend from the assailing rain. I hurried up the insecure steps and let myself into a dry room, where, unconsciously surprised that I was free of the nagging wind, I stood for a moment with water rilling from every inch of me. There are 2 windows in the front of that house, one on each side, and these face nearly straight upon the ocean, which I now saw half obscured by the combined veils of the rain and of the imminent night. From these windows I looked as I dressed myself, in a motley array of dry garments seized from convenient hangers and from a chair too laden to sit upon. I was prisoned on all sides by an unnaturally increased dusk which had filtered down at some undefined hour under cover of the storm. How long I had been on the reaches of wet grey sand, or what the real time was, I could not tell, though a moment's search produced my watch, fortunately left behind, and thus avoiding the uniform wetness of my clothing. I half guessed the hour from the dimly seen hands, which were only slightly less indecipherable than the surrounding figures. In another moment, my sight penetrated the gloom, greater in the house than beyond the bleared window, and saw that it was 6:45. There had been no one upon the beach as I came in, and naturally I expected to see no further swimmers that night. Yet when I looked again from the window, there appeared surely to be figures blotting the grime of the wet evening. I counted 3 moving about in some incomprehensible manner, and close to the house another, which may not have been a person, but a wave-ejected log, for the surf was now pounding fiercely. I was startled to no little degree, and wondered for what purpose those hardy persons stayed out in such a storm. And then I thought that perhaps, like myself, they had been caught unintentionally in the rain, and had surrendered to the watery gusts. In another moment, prompted by a certain civilized hospitality which overcame my love of solitude, I stepped to the door and emerged momentarily, at the cost of another wetting, for the rain promptly descended upon me in exultant fury, on the small porch, gesticulating toward the people. But whether they did not see me or did not understand, they made no returning signal. Dim in the evening, they stood as if half surprised, or as if they awaited some other action from me. There was in their attitude something of that cryptic blankness, signifying anything or nothing, which the house wore about itself as seen in the morbid sunset. Abruptly, there came to me a feeling that a sinister quality lurked about those unmoving figures who chose to stay in the rainy night upon a beach deserted by all people, and I closed the door with a surge of annoyance which sought all too vainly to disguise a deeper emotion of fear, a consuming fright that welled up from the shadows of my consciousness. A moment later, when I had stepped to the window, there seemed to be nothing outside but the portentous night, vaguely puzzled and even more vaguely frightened, like one who has seen no alarming thing but is apprehensive of what may be found in the dark street he is soon compelled to cross. I decided that I had very possibly seen no one, and that the murky air had deceived me. 2. The aura of isolation about the place increased that night. Though just out of sight on the northward beach, 100 houses rose in the rainy darkness, their light bleared and yellow above streets of polished glass, like goblin eyes reflected in an oily forest pool. Yet, because I could not see them, or even reach them in bad weather, since I had no car nor any way to leave the crouching house except by walking in the figure-haunted darkness, I realized quite suddenly that I was, to all intents, alone with the dreary sea that rose and subsided unseen, unkenned, in the mist, and the voice of the sea had become a hoarse groan, like that of something wounded which shifts about before trying to rise. Fighting away the prevalent gloom with a soiled lamp, for the darkness crept in at my windows and sat peering obscurely at me from the corners like a patient animal, I prepared my food, since I had no intention of going to the village. The hour seemed incredibly advanced, though it was not yet 9 o'clock when I went to bed. Darkness had come early and furtively, and throughout the remainder of my stay lingered evasively over each scene and action which I beheld. Something had settled out of the night, something forever undefined, but stirring a latent sense within me, so that I was like a beast expecting the momentary rustle of an enemy. There were hours of wind, and sheets of the downpour flapped endlessly on the meagre walls, barring it from me. Lulls came, in which I heard the mumbling sea, and I could guess that large, formless waves jostled one another in the pallid wine of the winds, and flung on the beach a spray bitter with salt. Yet in the very monotony of the restless elements I found a lethargic note, a sound that beguiled me, after a time, into slumber grey and colourless as the night. The sea continued its mad monologue, and the wind her nagging, but these were shut out by the walls of unconsciousness, and for a time the night ocean was banished from a sleeping mind. Morning brought an enfeebled sun, a sun like that which men will see when the earth is old, if there are any men left, a sun more weary than the shrouded, moribund sky. Faint echo of its old image, Phoebus strove to pierce the ragged, ambiguous clouds as I awoke, at moments sending a wash of pale gold rippling across the northwestern interior of my house, at others waning till it was only a luminous ball, like some incredible plaything forgotten on the celestial lawn. After a while, the falling rain, which must have continued throughout the previous night, succeeded in washing away those vestiges of purple cloud which had been like the ocean cliffs in an old fairy tale. Cheated alike of the setting and rising sun, that day merged with the day before, as if the intervening storm had not ushered a long darkness into the world, but had swollen and subsided into one long afternoon. Gaining heart, the furtive sun exerted all his force in dispelling the old mist, streaked now like a dirty window, and cast it from his realm. The shallow blue day advanced as those grimy wisps retreated, and the loneliness which had encircled me welled back into a watchful place of retreat, whence it went no farther, but crouched and waited. The ancient brightness was now once more upon the sun, and the old glitter on the waves, whose playful blue shapes had flocked upon that coast ere man was born, and would rejoice unseen when he was forgotten in the sepulchre of time. Influenced by these thin assurances, like one who believes the smile of friendship on an enemy's features, I opened my door, and as it swung outward, a black spot upon the inward burst of light, I saw the beach washed clean of any track, as if no foot before mine had disturbed the smooth sand. With the quick lift of spirit that follows a period of uneasy depression, I felt, in a purely yielding fashion and without volition, that my own memory was washed clean of all the mistrust and suspicion and disease-like fear of a lifetime, just as the filth of the water's edge succumbs to a particularly high tide and is carried out of sight. There was a scent of soaked, brackish grass, like the mouldy pages of a book, commingled with a sweet odour born of the hot sunlight upon inland meadows, and these were borne into me like an exhilarating drink, seeping and tingling through my veins as if they would convey to me something of their own impalpable nature, and float me dizzily in the aimless breeze. And conspiring with these things, the sun continued to shower upon me, like the rain of yesterday, an incessant array of bright spears, as if it also wished to hide that suspected background presence which moved beyond my sight, and was betrayed only by a careless rustle on the borders of my consciousness, or by the aspect of blank figures staring out of an ocean void. That sun, a fierce ball solitary in the whirlpool of infinity, was like a horde of golden moths against my upturned face, a bubbling white grail of fire, divine and incomprehensible. It withheld from me 1,000 promised mirages, where it granted one. For the sun did actually seem to indicate realms, secure and fanciful, where if I but knew the path, I might wander in this curious exaltation. Such things come of our own natures, for life has never yielded for one moment her secrets, and it is only in our interpretation of their hinted images that we may find ecstasy or dullness, according to a deliberately induced mood. Yet ever and again we must succumb to her deceptions, believing for the moment that we may this time find the withheld joy. And in this way the fresh sweetness of the wind, on a morning following the haunted darkness, whose evil intimations had given me a greater uneasiness than any menace to my body, whispered to me of ancient mysteries only half linked with earth, and of pleasures that were the sharper because I felt that I might experience only a part of them. The sun and wind, and that scent that arose upon them, told me of festivals of gods whose senses are a millionfold more poignant than man's, and whose joys are a millionfold more subtle and prolonged. These things, they hinted, could be mine if I gave myself wholly into their bright, deceptive power, and the sun, a crouching god with naked celestial flesh, an unknown, too mighty furnace upon which I might not look, seemed almost sacred in the glow of my newly sharpened emotions. The ethereal, thunderous light it gave was something before which all things must worship astonished. The slinking leopard in his green chasmed forest must have paused briefly to consider its leaf-scattered rays, and all things nurtured by it must have cherished its bright message on such a day. For when it is absent in the far reaches of eternity, earth will be lost and black against an illimitable void. That morning, in which I shared the fire of life, and whose brief moment of pleasure is secure against the ravenous years, was astir with the beckoning of strange things whose elusive names can never be written. As I made my way toward the village, wondering how it might look after a long-needed scrubbing by the industrious rain, I saw, tangled in a glimmer of sunlit moisture that was poured over it like a yellow vintage, a small object like a hand, some 20 feet ahead of me, and touched by the repetitious foam. The shock and disgust born in my startled mind when I saw that it was indeed a piece of rotten flesh overcame my new contentment and engendered a shocked suspicion that it might actually be a hand. Certainly, no fish or part of one could assume that look, and I thought I saw mushy fingers wed in decay. I turned the thing over with my foot, not wishing to touch so foul an object, and it adhered stickily to the leather shoe as if clutching with the grasp of corruption. The thing, whose shape was nearly lost, held too much resemblance to what I feared it might be, and I pushed it into the willing grasp of a seething wave, which took it from sight with an alacrity not often shown by those ravelled edges of the sea. Perhaps I should have reported my find, yet its nature was too ambiguous to make action natural. Since it had been partly eaten by some ocean-dwelling monstrousness, I did not think it identifiable enough to form evidence of an unknown but possible tragedy. The numerous drownings, of course, came into my mind, as well as other things lacking in wholesomeness, some of which remained only as possibilities. Whatever the storm-dislodged fragment may have been, and whether it were fish or some animal akin to man, I have never spoken of it until now. After all, there was no proof that it had not merely been distorted by rottenness into that shape. I approached the town, sickened by the presence of such an object amidst the apparent beauty of the clean beach, though it was horribly typical of the indifference of death in a nature which mingles rottenness with beauty, and perhaps loves the former more. In Elston I heard of no recent drowning or other mishap of the sea, and found no reference to such in the columns of the local paper, the only one I read during my stay. It is difficult to describe the mental state in which succeeding days found me, always susceptible to morbid emotions whose dark anguish might be induced by things outside myself or might spring from the abysses of my own spirit. I was ridden by a feeling which was not of fear or despair, or anything akin to these, but was rather a perception of the brief hideousness and underlying filth of life, a feeling partly a reflection of my internal nature, and partly a result of broodings induced by that gnawed rotten object, which may have been a hand. In those days my mind was a place of shadowed cliffs and dark moving figures, like the ancient unsuspected realm which the fairy tale recalled to me. I felt, in brief agonies of disillusionment, the gigantic blackness of this overwhelming universe, in which my days and the days of my race were as nothing to the shattered stars, a universe in which each action is vain, and even the emotion of grief a wasted thing. The hours I had previously spent in something of regained health, contentment, and physical well-being were given now, as if those days of the previous week were something definitely ended, to an indolence like that of a man who no longer cares to live. I was engulfed by a piteous lethargic fear of some ineluctable doom which would be, I felt, the completed hate of the peering stars and of the black enormous waves that hoped to clasp my bones within them, the vengeance of all the indifferent, horrendous majesty of the night ocean. Something of the darkness and restlessness of the sea had penetrated my heart, so that I lived in an unreasoning, unperceiving torment, a torment none the less acute because of the subtlety of its origin, and the strange, unmotivated quality of its vampiric existence. Before my eyes lay the phantasmagoria of the purpling clouds, the strange silver bauble, the recurrent stagnant foam, the loneliness of that bleak-eyed house, and the mockery of the puppet town. I no longer went to the village, for it seemed only a travesty of life. Like my own soul, it stood upon a dark, enveloping sea, a sea grown slowly hateful to me, and among these images, corrupt and festering, dwelt that of an object whose human contours left ever smaller the doubt of what it once had been. These scribbled words can never tell of the hideous loneliness, something I did not even wish assuaged, so deeply was it embedded in my heart, which had insinuated itself within me, mumbling of terrible and unknown things stealthily circling nearer. It was not a madness, rather it was a too clear and naked perception of the darkness beyond this frail existence, lit by a momentary sun no more secure than ourselves, a realization of futility that few can experience and ever again touch the life about them, a knowledge that turn as I might, battle as I might with all the remaining power of my spirit, I could neither win an inch of ground from the inimical universe, nor hold for even a moment the life entrusted to me. Fearing death as I did life, burdened with a nameless dread, yet unwilling to leave the scenes evoking it, I awaited whatever consummating horror was shifting itself in the immense region beyond the walls of consciousness. Thus autumn found me, and what I had gained from the sea was lost back into it. Autumn on the beaches, a drear time betokened by no scarlet leaf nor any other accustomed sign. A frightening sea which changes not, though man changes. There was only a chilling of the waters, in which I no longer cared to enter, a further darkening of the pall-like sky, as if eternities of snow were waiting to descend upon the ghastly waves. Once that descent began, it would never cease, but would continue beneath the white and the yellow and the crimson sun, and beneath that ultimate small ruby which shall yield only to the futilities of night. The once friendly waters babbled meaningfully at me, and eyed me with a strange regard, yet whether the darkness of the scene were a reflection of my own broodings, or whether the gloom within me were caused by what lay without, I could not have told. Upon the beach and me alike had fallen a shadow, like that of a bird which flies silently overhead, a bird whose watching eyes we do not suspect, till the image on the ground repeats the image in the sky, when we look suddenly upward to find that something has been circling above us, hitherto unseen. The day was in late September, and the town had closed the resorts where mad frivolity ruled empty, fear-haunted lives, and where addled puppets performed their summer antics. The puppets were cast aside, smeared with the painted smiles and frowns they had last assumed, and there were not 100 people left in the town. Again, the gaudy, stucco-fronted buildings lining the shore were permitted to crumble undisturbed in the wind. As the month advanced to the day of which I speak, there grew in me the light of a grey, infernal dawn, wherein I felt some dark thaumaturgy would be completed. Since I feared such a thaumaturgy less than a continuance of my horrible suspicions, Less than the too elusive hints of something monstrous lurking behind the great stage, it was with more speculation than actual fear that I waited unendingly for the day of horror, which seemed to be nearing. The day, I repeat, was late in September, though whether the 22nd or 23rd I am uncertain. Such details have fled before the recollection of those uncompleted happenings, episodes with which no orderly existence should be plagued because of the damnable suggestions, and only suggestions, they contain. I knew the time with an intuitive distress of spirit, a recognition too deep for me to explain. Throughout those daylight hours, I was expectant of the night, impatient perhaps, so that the sunlight passed like a half-glimpsed reflection in rippled water, a day of whose events I recall nothing. It was long since that portentous storm had cast a shadow over the beach, and I had determined, after hesitations caused by nothing tangible, to leave Elston, since the year was chilling and there was no return to my earlier contentment. When a telegram came for me, lying 2 days in the Western Union office before I was located, so little was my name known, saying that my design had been accepted, winning above all others in the contest, I set a date for leaving. This news, which earlier in the year would have affected me strongly, I now received with a curious apathy. It seemed as unrelated to the unreality about me, as little pertinent to me, as if it were directed to another person whom I did not know, and whose message had come to me through some accident. None the less, it was that which forced me to complete my plans and leave the cottage by the shore. There were only 4 nights of my stay remaining when there occurred the last of those events whose meaning lies more in the darkly sinister impression surrounding them than in anything obviously threatening. Night had settled over Elston and the coast, and a pile of soiled dishes attested both to my recent meal and to my lack of industry. Darkness came as I sat with a cigarette before the seaward window, and it was a liquid which gradually filled the sky, washing in a floating moon monstrously elevated. The flat sea bordering upon the gleaming sand, the utter absence of tree or figure or life of any sort, and the regard of that high moon made the vastness of my surroundings abruptly clear. There were only a few stars pricking through, as if to accentuate by their smallness the majesty of the lunar orb and of the restless, shifting tide. I had stayed indoors, fearing somehow to go out before the sea on such a night of shapeless portent, but I heard it mumbling secrets of an incredible lore. Borne to me on a wind out of nowhere was the breath of some strange and palpitant life, the embodiment of all I had felt and of all I had suspected, stirring now in the chasms of the sky or beneath the mute waves. In what place this mystery turned from an ancient horrible slumber I could not tell, but like one who stands by a figure lost in sleep, knowing that it will awake in a moment, I crouched by the windows, holding a nearly burnt-out cigarette, and faced the rising moon. Gradually, there passed into that never-stirring landscape a brilliance intensified by the overhead glimmerings, and I seemed more and more under some compulsion to watch whatever might follow. The shadows were draining from the beach, and I felt that with them were all which might have been a harbour for my thoughts when the hinted thing should come. Where any of them did remain, they were ebon and blank, still lumps of darkness sprawling beneath the cruel brilliant rays. The endless tableau of the lunar orb, dead now, whatever her past was, and cold as the unhuman sepulchre she bears amid the ruin of dusty centuries older than man, and the sea, astir perhaps with some unkenned life, some forbidden sentience, confronted me with a horrible vividness. I arose and shut the window, partly because of an inward prompting, but mostly, I think, as an excuse for transferring momentarily the stream of thought. No sound came to me now, as I stood before the closed panes. Minutes or eternities were alike. I was waiting, like my own fearing heart and the motionless scene beyond, for the token of some ineffable life. I had set the lamp upon a box in the western corner of the room, but the moon was brighter, and her bluish rays invaded places where the lamplight was faint. The ancient glow of the round, silent orb lay upon the beach as it had lain for eons, and I waited in a torment of expectancy, made doubly acute by the delay in fulfillment, and the uncertainty of what strange completion was to come. Outside the crouching hut, a white illumination suggested vague spectral forms, whose unreal, phantasmal motion seemed to taunt my blindness, just as unheard voices mocked my eager listening. For countless moments I was still, as if time and the tolling of her great bell were hushed into nothingness. And yet there was nothing which I might fear. The moon-chiseled shadows were unnatural in no contour, and veiled nothing from my eyes. The night was silent. I knew that, despite my closed window, and all the stars were fixed mournfully in a listening heaven of dark grandeur. No motion from me then, or word now, could reveal my plight, or tell of the fear-racked brain imprisoned in flesh which dared not break the silence, for all the torture it brought. As if expectant of death, and assured that nothing could serve to banish the sole peril I confronted, I crouched, with a forgotten cigarette in my hand. A silent world gleamed beyond the cheap, dirty windows, and in one corner of the room a pair of dirty oars, placed there before my arrival, shared the vigil of my spirit. The lamp burned endlessly, yielding a sick light hued like a corpse's flesh. Glancing at it now and again, for the desperate distraction it gave, I saw that many bubbles unaccountably rose and vanished in the kerosene-filled base. Curiously enough, there was no heat from the wick, and suddenly I became aware that the night as a whole was neither warm nor cold, but strangely neutral, as if all physical forces were suspended, and all the laws of a calm existence disrupted. Then, with an unheard splash which sent from the silver water to the shore a line of ripples echoed in fear by my heart, a swimming thing emerged beyond the breakers. The figure may have been that of a dog, a human being, or something more strange. It could not have known that I watched. Perhaps it did not care, but like a distorted fish it swam across the mirrored stars and dived beneath the surface. After a moment it came up again, and this time, since it was closer, I saw that it was carrying something across its shoulder. I knew, then, that it could be no animal, and that it was a man, or something like a man, which came toward the land from a dark ocean, but it swam with a horrible ease. As I watched, dread-filled and passive, with the fixed stare of one who awaits death in another, yet knows he cannot avert it, the swimmer approached the shore, though too far down the southward beach for me to discern its outlines or features. Obscurely loping, with sparks of moonlit foam scattered by its quick gait, it emerged and was lost among the inland dunes. Now I was possessed by a sudden recurrence of fear, which had died away in the previous moments. There was a tingling coldness all over me, though the room, whose window I dared not open now, was stuffy. I thought it would be very horrible if something were to enter a window which was not closed. Now that I could no longer see the figure, I felt that it lingered somewhere in the close shadows, or peered hideously at me from whatever window I did not watch. And so I turned my gaze, eagerly and frantically, to each successive pane, dreading that I might indeed behold an intrusive, regarding face, yet unable to keep myself from the terrifying inspection. But though I watched for hours, there was no longer anything upon the beach. So the night passed, and with it began the ebbing of that strangeness, a strangeness which had surged up like an evil brew within a pot, had mounted to the very rim in a breathless moment, had paused uncertainly there, and had subsided, taking with it whatever unknown message it had borne. Like the stars that promise the revelation of terrible and glorious memories, goad us into worship by this deception, and then impart nothing. I had come frighteningly near to the capture of an old secret which ventured close to man's haunts, and lurked cautiously just beyond the edge of the known. Yet in the end I had nothing. I was given only a glimpse of the furtive thing, a glimpse made obscure by the veils of ignorance. I cannot even conceive what might have shown itself had I been too close to that swimmer who went shoreward instead of into the ocean. I do not know what might have come if the brew had passed the rim of the pot and poured outward in a swift cascade of revelation. The night ocean withheld whatever it had nurtured. I shall know nothing more. Even yet, I do not know why the ocean holds such a fascination for me. But then, perhaps none of us can solve those things. They exist in defiance of all explanation. There are men, and wise men, who do not like the sea and its lapping surf on yellow shores, and they think us strange who love the mystery of the ancient and unending deep. Yet for me, there is a haunting and inscrutable glamour in all the ocean's moods. It is in the melancholy silver foam beneath the moon's waxen corpse. It hovers over the silent and eternal waves that beat on naked shores. It is there when all is lifeless, save for unknown shapes that glide through sombre depths. And when I behold the awesome billows surging in endless strength, there comes upon me an ecstasy akin to fear, so that I must abase myself before this mightiness, that I may not hate the clotted waters and their overwhelming beauty. Vast and lonely is the ocean, and even as all things came from it, so shall they return thereto. In the shrouded depths of time none shall reign upon the earth, nor shall any motion be, save in the eternal waters. And these shall beat on dark shores and thunderous foam, though none shall remain in that dying world to watch the cold light of the enfeebled moon playing on the swirling tides and coarse-grained sand. On the deep's margin shall rest only a stagnant foam, gathering about the shells and bones of perished shapes that dwelt within the waters. Silent, flabby things will toss and roll along empty shores, their sluggish life extinct. Then all shall be dark, for at last even the white moon on the distant waves shall wink out. Nothing shall be left, neither above nor below the sombre waters. And until that last millennium, as after it, the sea will thunder and toss throughout the dismal night. Fire in the Galley Stove by William Outterson. The ship Unicorn loitered to the westward, running large with a gentle breeze from the south. In the light of the brilliant moon, her decks gleamed whitely. Aloft, sly shadows played among her sails and spars. Overside, the quiet sea murmured as she passed. Mr. Mergham stood on the weather side of the poop, staring sourly ahead and seeing, though not perceiving, the beauty of the night. His keen ears caught the various sounds of ship and sea and wind, and his trained mind recognized them automatically, especially the soft thud of the rudder as the sea touched it, now on one side and now on the other. It was a simple sound, near and familiar, relentless as fate, and sounding a note of caution, obscurely ominous, as if the voice of the helm attempted to warn him against any lack of vigilance. In this particular morning watch it gave him that impression, not because he was feeling down and defeated, since he had felt that way for years, but owing to his mood of sour rebellion, which had now reached a climax. He hated the empty plains of the sea and the narrow rounds of sailing ship duties, but had to endure them because he could not make a living ashore. Through all his years of roving, even on nights like this, he had remained blind to the beauty of the sea, and now his feeling toward it had settled into weary hatred. He knew its effects of blended color, its wide gradations of sound and action, the tireless charm of a sailing ship's effortless movement, the quality of silent distance, and the wonder of the skies. Dimly at times, in moments of rare emotion, he had caught a glimpse of the mystic hand that beckons beyond the horizon, and felt for a little while the fated urge of the wanderer. But that was in the beginning, long ago when he had first gone to sea, and he had forgotten it. The lee side of the deck to starboard abounded in shadows cast by the moon. Under the mainsail, a dark blotch extended from the half-deck to the main-hatch, and a bright space lay between that and the forward house. Observing this with his customary dull disinterest in details not requiring action, he watched the shadow thrown by the foot of the mainsail, backing and filling in the languid breeze. Raising his eyes from the deck to the sail, he suddenly stiffened and gazed unseeing in front of him as he felt an unusual movement of the hull, a strange shaking that startled him because it was outside of all his former experience. The whole ship, hull and spars and rigging, trembled eerily, and all the gear aloft made a weird clatter. He had never known any ship to move like this, and as he stood wondering what had caused it, the skipper came hurriedly from the companion and halted beside him. "What was that?" he demanded nervously. "I dunno, sir," Mr. Mergham answered. "I've never felt anything like it until now, so I wouldn't know what it was." "You don't know?" exclaimed the skipper. "You're here on deck in charge of the ship, and something scrapes along her side, a derelict more than likely, and you don't know what it was? You don't know?" The skipper waved his hands helplessly. "Why don't you know? Didn't you see anything? Invisible things don't shake a ship like that. It must have been something big enough to be seen. Were you asleep?" "No, sir, I wasn't asleep. I was wider awake than you are now, attending to my job, and I saw nothing. There was nothing to be seen. The lookout didn't see anything, or he would have reported it. And the man at the wheel didn't see anything either." "The man at the wheel?" the skipper repeated unpleasantly. "How do you know he didn't see anything? It isn't his job to see things and report them. He's there to steer the ship, not to keep lookout." The mate turned away sullenly and approached the man at the wheel. "Did you see what shook her a minute ago, Thompson?" he inquired. "No, sir," Thompson answered. "I didn't see nothing. I looked astern after she stopped shaking, and there wasn't nothing in sight." "You heard what he said, sir," Mr. Mergham remarked to the skipper in a tone of meagre triumph. "There was nothing in sight." "Aye, I heard him," Captain Garton returned impatiently. "What do you suppose it could have been? Possibly a submerged derelict?" "No, sir, I don't think so. It wasn't the sort of shock any kind of derelict would give. I've been in collision with a derelict, and it was something entirely different. This was strong, but soft and trembly. A derelict would grind and scrape along her side and make enough noise to wake the dead." "I suppose you're right," the skipper admitted unwillingly. He moved away from the mate and stood with his hands on the poop rail, staring at the sea ahead. A tall man, gaunt and irascible from chronic dyspepsia due to overeating and lack of exercise, tired of life and hating everybody, including himself. His excessively bright eyes wandered fretfully along the deck on the weather side, which was lit by the moon, except for an edge of shadow here and there, and he glanced at the leech of the mainsail. Something attracted his attention then, and he looked over on the port bow. A startled exclamation broke from him, and he threw up his arm in swift apprehension, pointing urgently. "Hey, Mr. Mergham!" he cried. "What's that?" The mate looked in the direction indicated by the captain's finger, and noted a lifting of the skyline, an effect he had often observed while approaching a high coast from the sea, though this was not quite so well defined. He stared in silence and without understanding, disregarding the impatient questions of the captain, until he arrived at the conclusion that the elevation ahead was a great wave approaching the ship at high speed. In the moonlight he could see its steep, unbroken slope shining like bright metal and rushing toward them, and he was disturbed by the thought that it might sweep the decks clean. "It's a big wave, sir," he said at last, in faint excitement. "Yes, it is," the skipper agreed. "It couldn't be anything else, and it explains the shaking of the ship a few minutes ago. There's been an upheaval of the sea bottom, a submarine earthquake, and when the sea bottom shook, the sea shook with it. The sea floor hereabouts has risen nearly 2,000 feet during the past 20 years. "Tidal wave on the port bow, sir," the lookout reported belatedly. He had been uncertain what name to give it, or whether to make any report about it, since waves of any size are not usually reported aboard ships at sea. They take them as they come. "Aye, aye," replied Mr. Mergham. "Close all ports forward." They could see the forms of the men moving about on their bare feet as they carried out this order, scattering silently and passing among the shadows from the sails on the foremast. The ports were closed in a little while, and the men thought they ought to shut all the doors, but before they could begin to do this, the big wave rolled up like the side of a mountain. The skipper and the mate watched it come, not expecting any particular trouble from it, whatever its size, since ships are built to ride the seas in all weathers and conditions, and the wave was approaching from a favourable direction, about 2 points on the weather bow. As it drew nearer and revealed its enormous size, its smooth crest towering loftily above the level of the sea, the two officers began to feel doubtful. They could hardly expect the ship to ride dry over such a mass of water as that, so abruptly sloped and moving so swiftly. When it reached the bows of the Unicorn, she gave a mighty heave and lifted her head in a gallant effort to climb the watery height, but she could not rise swiftly enough. Halfway up, her bowsprit and cutwater drove into it, and it broke over her, coming down on the decks with a solid crash that seemed to beat her under the sea. It swept over the forecastle head and rolled along the main deck in an avalanche, burying the houses far under and foaming against the masts as high as the foot of the courses. Rolling over the poop a fathom deep, it submerged the skipper, the mate, and the man at the wheel. They held on grimly, and in a few seconds the wave passed on. The water sluiced off the decks into the calm sea, and soon all was normal again, save that the galley fire was black out, the morning coffee was ruined, and all the pots and pans were adrift in 18 inches of salt water. Both forecastles were flooded, because the watch on deck, having been given barely enough time to close the ports, had not been able to shut the doors, and the watch below came spluttering out, cursing the other blokes for not having sense enough to do such things without waiting for orders. "Call yourselves sailors," they sneered malevolently. "You ain't got sense enough to tighten your belts when your pants are slipping down. Nurses is what you need." They raved back and forth till somebody struck out, and the forward deck became a tumbled scene of fighting sailors, cursing and mauling each other, but inflicting no serious injuries. Like a pack of sportive demons in the shadows of the moon, they rolled about the main deck as far aft as the main hatch, locked in fierce embraces of sound and fury. The skipper and the mate stood on the poop watching the brawl, and a light came into Mr. Mergham's eye. Extracting a heavy teakwood belaying pin from the taffrail, he swung it gently up and down, almost lovingly, holding it loosely in his right hand. "I'd better put a stop to that," he suggested to the skipper. "No," said Captain Garton. "They won't hurt each other too much, and a little exercise will do them good. They've had it too easy this passage." Mr. Mergham seemed disappointed by this decision, but he obediently replaced the pin in the rail and continued to watch the waning battle on the forward deck. Before long, the rage of the men abated, and they separated 2 by 2. Returning to their respective forecastles, they found that the water had drained out through the scupper holes, so the starboard watch lit their pipes and turned in to smoke while falling asleep. In the galley, the cook cursed tidal waves and everything else as he gathered up his pots and pans and relit the fire in the stove after cleaning out the mess of sodden coals. It was now 4:30, and morning coffee, the most welcome event of the day to seafaring men, was due at 2 bells. Therefore he must hurry. He would have a fresh brew ready in time, if it could be done. The skipper felt better after witnessing the fight between the watches, and he smiled for the first time in weeks as he listened to the reeking obscenities of the cook. There was something reckless and defiant in his piercing blasphemies that pleased the old man, who suffered a great deal from indigestion. But he soon became aware of the chill from his wet clothing and turned toward the companion with a sigh. "Keep a sharp lookout, mister," he said to the mate as he started down to the cabin. "We don't want any more tidal waves." "Very good, sir," Mr. Mergham replied, swearing under his breath. The skipper's remark seemed to imply that he was to blame for tidal waves. "Damned old fool," he muttered. "He didn't even know the difference between a collision with a derelict and an earthquake shock." In the port forecastle, the men of the watch were changing into dry dungarees and discussing after their fashion the events of the morning. "That was a big sea," said one. "Aye, it was, but I've seen bigger off the Horn," old Charlie declared. "You never seen a bigger one anywheres, Charlie. You must have dreamt it. This old hooker is full of bad luck." "So she is. She ain't had a lucky day since we left port." "When do you think coffee'll be ready?" asked the cook. "Maybe he knows. I give Snooky in the starboard watch a couple of black eyes. Take a squint at your own." "The skipper's crazy." "Nah, he ain't crazy. He's sick. He ought to stay ashore. Say, did you feel that? What the hell was that?" On the quiet poop, Mr. Mergham stood with feet apart, glancing listlessly at the skyline from time to time, casting his eyes aloft at the towering sails, surveying the deck, and watching the play of shadows born of the moon. The colour of the sea had changed, and it no longer gleamed with the purple blue of deep water. As they were not within 200 miles of the Grand Bank, he surmised that the disturbance on the sea bottom had sent up clouds of ooze that imparted a dull hue to the water. While considering this, turning it over in his mind with slow interest, he felt the ship quiver again to a sudden shock, altogether different from the first. It felt as if a floating body, soft and enormously heavy, had come to rest against the bottom of the ship, and he went swiftly to the taffrail to peer intently over the side. At the same time, he noticed the men of the watch running silently to the main rail forward, where they also stared down at the sea. Evidently, they had felt the shock. He had just finished his casual observance of them when the skipper erupted on the poop again, very much annoyed. "What was that, Mr. Mergham?" he demanded in his usual exasperated tone. "That was no earthquake shock. Something hit her that time. You can't deny it. Something actual and material struck against her bottom." "Yes, sir. I'm not denying it. Something certainly hit her then, and I'm looking to see what it was. But there's nothing in sight." "Nothing in sight?" the skipper repeated. "Nothing in sight? What in the name of all the mysteries is happening to this ship anyhow? All sorts of things going on, and nobody knows anything about it." There came another soft, heavy shock, followed by others at short intervals. "My God," the skipper whispered, staring fearfully down at the muddy sea. More and more of the things, a whole crowd of them, monsters of some horrible sort, clamped along her keel, driven up from the bottom of the sea by the disturbance down there. "What are they? Can you tell me that, Mr. Mergham?" "No, sir, I can't," the mate replied uneasily. They stared at each other in the light of the sinking moon, two perturbed and bewildered men, suspecting some lurking danger. "The wheel's jammed, sir," cried Thompson. "I can't move it." The skipper and the mate turned and stared at the man, watching his strenuous but unavailing efforts to move the wheel. "She's lost headway, sir," said Mr. Mergham, looking over the side again. "She's standing still." "You're quite right," the captain agreed in a different tone of voice, low and troubled. "These big brutes clinging to her bottom have stopped her, and one of them has clamped itself across the rudder. Whatever they are down there, they're keeping out of sight. Ah, there's another. That one struck forward under the bows. There must be a lot of them." The man at the wheel, peering at the timepiece in the binnacle, saw that it was 5 o'clock, and made 2 bells. Forward on the forecastle head, the man on lookout struck the ship's bell twice, 2 measured strokes that boomed and lingered about the shadowy decks. Placid now, and smoking a short clay pipe as black as ebony, the cook, who had flaming red hair and hailed from Glasgow, thrust his head through the galley doorway, and asked what the hell was wrong now. The men strung along the rail told him they didn't bloody well know what was wrong, but if he would hurry with the coffee they would tell him as soon as they found out. "If there's another tidal wave coming, give us a shout so's I can close the doors and the ports," the cook requested. "How about coffee?" they inquired, turning from the rail to observe him with the bantering regard that sailors bestow on sea cooks. "It'll be ready in about 10 minutes, he promised them. In a little less time than that, he beat with a ladle on the bottom of an empty pan, making a racket that might have been heard or felt by the beasts along the keel, and the men left the rail to fetch their hook-pots from the forecastle. They were puzzled and a trifle scared, and had little to say to each other, though they had chatted enough when those queer shocks had been felt. Some of them thought whales had rubbed their backs against the hull, but others argued that this would not have stopped the ship's headway. There must be a lot of big soft beasts hanging on to her, scared up from the depths by the earthquake down there that had caused the tidal wave, or the ship wouldn't be standing still the way she was. In silence, they went one by one to the galley door and waited in line for their pots of coffee. Charlie was first. He stood at the door holding his hook pot inside, to be filled with a ladleful of the stuff the cook called coffee, dipped from a boiler on the stove. The skipper and the mate still waited at the taffrail for a sight of the things from the deep, and the long inaction had begun to affect their nerves. "If we could only see them and find out what they are," muttered the captain, "we might be able to decide on some plan of action. But how can we fight against invisible things of unknown nature?" He paced back and forth along a short path between the taffrail and the standard binnacle, frowning impatiently, clenching and opening his hands nervously. Mr. Mergham had glanced forward at the sound of the cook's gong, and he watched the men as they came out of the forecastle and went to the galley door to await their turn for coffee. The first man in line received his coffee and started for the forehatch, where he intended to sit while drinking it, and he did not see the long, slender tentacle that quirted over the rail above his head and waved here and there, seeking what it might find. It found old Charlie as he reached the forehatch, concealed from his watchmates by the corner of the forward house, wrapped itself round his neck with a strangling hold that prevented him from uttering a sound, and dragged him violently over the rail. The next man, following with his coffee, saw Charlie at the rail, striking madly at the tentacle with his hook-pot, and a startled yell attracted the attention of the others. They spun round and saw old Charlie going over the side in a headlong dive with his waving hook-pot, but were too late to notice the deadly tentacle round his neck. They rushed to the rail and stared down at the dull water, but the man who had seen the tentacle held back. He knew the sort of beast it belonged to. Men may sail the seas for a lifetime, and seldom, if ever, come in contact with the nightmare monsters that inhabit the caves and cliffs of the ocean floor. Gazing down at the slightly muddy water, the men of the Unicorn saw a squirming mass of interwoven tentacles resembling enormous snakes, immensely thick and long and tapering at their free ends to the size of a man's thumb. It was a foul sight, an obscene growth from the dark places of the world, where incessant hunger is the driving force. At one place, down near the bulge of the hull, appeared a staring Gorgon face with great lidless eyes and a huge parrot beak that moved slightly, opening and shutting as though it had just crunched and swallowed a meal of warm flesh. In its neighborhood the water was stained a reddish hue, possibly with blood from the veins of old Charlie. There were many of those deep-sea devils under the ship, ravenously hungry, and now aware that there was food on her decks in the form of puny bodies that could be had for the taking. Suddenly, the men of the watch saw the air above the rail alive with tentacles. They swayed uncertainly for a second or two in order to feel the position of their prey, then lashed out with swift aim at the horrified men. Whipping round them, they tightened their hold to a vice-like grip that no human strength could break, though a sharp knife could slice them in two if properly used. The men were panic-stricken and struck wildly with sheath knives and hook-pots, but failed in their excitement to cut themselves adrift and went over the rail screaming. The boatswain, carpenter and sailmaker jumped up from the main hatch and rushed across the deck to rescue the few survivors of the watch, but half a dozen tentacles seized them and jerked them over the side, striking futile blows. When the first tentacle came over the rail and fastened itself on Charlie, the steward was ambling forward to the galley for the cabin coffee. On seeing the man dragged violently over the rail, the steward stopped and stared in amazement, trying to imagine what had happened to the sailor, and thinking that perhaps he had become suddenly insane. The reeling gait of old Charlie, however, his struggles and the manner in which he went over the rail, convinced the steward that something had hold of him. His smooth-shaven face, round and placid, became puckered with anxiety, and he stared in growing consternation at the struggle that developed between the men of the watch and the tapering tentacles that whipped over the rail in dozens. While he stood watching this primitive contest, a tentacle flung itself round his portly waist and dragged him down before his whimper could rise to a scream of terror. The cook with the flaming hair came out of the galley with a carving knife and tried to run aft to the poop, but was caught. He slashed off the tentacle, but was seized by others and dragged over, the severed tentacle clinging round his body. The men of the starboard watch tumbled out raving with drawn knives in ready hands. They had to divide forces to protect themselves on both sides, as the tentacles were now swaying above each rail from forecastle to poop. Though they fought with fury and some skill, they had small chance to win against such desperate odds. Some of them jumped into the rigging to get out of reach by climbing aloft, but the men who tried that exposed themselves to the beasts lurking below and were snatched away immediately. There were too many tentacles to be cut, and even when they were slashed clean through, they continued to cling round a man's body. They had suction cups on their undersides and rings of sharp claws within these. "There's the answer," said the mate to the skipper when the battle began, after the death of old Charlie. "The things sticking to the bottom are giant octopuses. They're the biggest things in the sea, except for the whales, and only the sperm whale can tackle them. He feeds on them, and sometimes they feed on him, if they can hold him down till he drowns. I'll get a knife and give the men a hand." "Better do that than stand here telling me things I already know," the skipper retorted sharply. "There's men dying for'ard there." The mate hurried to the companion on the way to his room for a hunting knife he kept there, a beautiful weapon hitherto useless, with an 8-inch blade as sharp as a razor. The octopus, which had folded itself over the stern and jammed the rudder, aware that its companions were obtaining food from the top of this rock-like mass they were clinging to, flung 2 tentacles over the taffrail and waved one of them in Mr. Mergham's direction. "Look out, sir!" the man at the wheel screamed a warning. Mr. Mergham was just about to descend the companionway when he heard this cry, and he threw a swift glance over his shoulder, saw the thing flicking toward him, and tried to jump down the companionway. He was too late. The tentacle wrapped itself round his chest and tightened. He strained against it, uttering a faint grunt, and braced himself with hands and feet against the hatch. "Bring a knife, sir, and cut me loose," he implored the captain, who stared at him in horror and rushed away for a knife, going down the poop ladder to the door leading to the cabin from the main deck. The other tentacle found the man at the wheel and caught him round the waist, binding one arm to his side but leaving the other free. It was the rule aboard the Unicorn that no seaman should wear a knife while standing his trick at the wheel. Therefore Thompson carried none. He knew that human strength could not prevail against the power of these tentacles, though they could be cut, and he waited for the return of the skipper with the knife. Meantime, he made a sudden jerk and dragged the tentacle a couple of feet toward him, wrapped 2 turns of it round a spoke of the wheel, and held it fast there. It required desperate strength to do that with one hand, and he succeeded only because he was an exceptionally powerful man. Now, the octopus could not drag him over the side without breaking the spoke, which was teakwood and very tough. The mate had nothing but his hands, and these could not serve him. A sharp axe was hung on the bulkhead a few steps below him in the companionway, and he made supreme efforts to go down there against the pull of the beast to secure this weapon. His efforts were unsuccessful, for the octopus refused to slack up and tightened its grip till he groaned with the pain of it. Though the skipper had not been gone more than a few seconds, Mr. Mergham thought he would never come back, and cried in a gasping voice for him to hurry. Captain Garton shouted that he could not find the knife in the mate's cabin, and was bringing the axe from the bulkhead. He was coming right up. "For God's sake, hurry!" the mate entreated. "The brute's crushing me." The skipper wrenched the axe out of the slings and staggered up the companion to cut Mr. Mergham free. But as he reached him, the mate was dragged violently away from the hatch. Captain Garton followed in urgent pursuit. Dashing out on deck, he made a swift step toward the unfortunate mate and swung up the axe for a severing stroke. But before the blade fell, Mr. Mergham was whipped with a crash against the taffrail and went down over the side. The man at the wheel found it difficult to hold against the pull of the octopus, even with the double turn of the tentacle round the spoke. He was gasping and purple in the face, and the harder he strove against it, the tighter the tentacle was drawn. He was rapidly becoming exhausted. After peering over the side for a few precious moments to see what became of his lost mate, the skipper drew back from the rail, horrified and trembling. He was not a strong man. Turning toward the wheel, he noted the perilous plight of the man there, and stumbled across the deck, intending to sever the tentacle where it was wrapped round the spoke. In his condition of quaking repulsion, he could hardly lift the axe, and stood for seconds trying to swing it above his head. The octopus jamming the rudder eased its pressure down there, and the wheel spun round under the pull of the tentacle, which slipped off the spoke. Thompson was hurtled across the poop and over the side, crashing against the skipper and knocking him down. The axe fell from Captain Garton's hands, and he rose staggering to pick it up. As he seized it, he saw another tentacle whipping over the rail toward him, and in a surge of blind fury he swung the axe,
which left his hands and went flashing into the sea. He swooned when the tentacle gripped him, and the octopus drew him down. Cowering on the forecastle head, the man on lookout saw the last of the crew go down to feed the octopuses, and his mind roved in every direction, searching for a means of saving his life. Up to the present, no tentacles had come up over the headrail, and he stood absolutely still, hoping that they would not find him. But in this, he was disappointed. One of them came up and waved about, drawing nearer every second. Out of his mind with terror, he sprang to the rail and saw in the water below the appalling face of an octopus. Taking his knife by the blade, he threw it with miraculous aim, and saw it sink out of sight in the eye of the beast, which went into a tremendous flurry. Looking aft, the man saw that there were few tentacles now waving over the main deck, and he crept down the ladder to look for a knife. Stealing along the port side, he searched eagerly, but could not find one, returned along the starboard side, and met the same result. All the men had gone down fighting with the knives in their hands, and the hook-pots. Reaching the forehatch, he decided to enter the forecastle and shut the door. The ports were already closed, but he was just a moment too late. They got him. A little while later, a pod of sperm whales came up to blow not far from the Unicorn, and the octopuses, feeling the near presence of their deadly enemies, went away from there and returned to the deep places. The ship Merivale, heading eastward some days out of New York, sighted a ship with all sail set. She was observed to behave in an erratic manner, and appeared to be abandoned, since there was nobody at the wheel or about the decks. In the gentle breeze that was blowing shortly after sunrise, the strange vessel bore away to the west, came up in the wind with all her canvas flapping, paid off slowly, and bore away again, repeating this endlessly. The skipper and the second mate of the Merivale watched her queer behavior from the poop, and, as no answer was made to their signals, a boat was sent off to the stranger to investigate. The boat pulled alongside the Unicorn, and the second mate was boosted to the rail. They hove up the boat's painter, which he made fast, and scrambled up beside him. Except for some stains of coffee on the foredeck, which had not completely dried, the decks were clear and shipshape. In the cabin, the second mate noted that the table was set for coffee, but the dishes had not been used. He scratched his head in complete bewilderment. All the boats were in the chocks, their covers untouched, and there was no sign of disease or mutiny. As he stood pondering the mysterious situation, one of his men came aft and halted in front of him. "They ain't been gone very long, sir," he reported. "The fire's still fresh in the galley stove."
The Black Kiss by Robert Bloch and Henry Kuttner. They rise in green robes roaring from the green hells of the sea, where fallen skies and evil hues and eyeless creatures be. Chesterton, Lepanto. 1. The Thing in the Waters. Graham Dean nervously crushed out his cigarette and met Dr. Hedwig's puzzled eyes. "I've never been troubled like this before," he said. "These dreams are so oddly persistent. They're not the usual haphazard nightmares. They seem, I know it sounds ridiculous, they seem planned." "Dreams planned? Nonsense." Dr. Hedwig looked scornful. "You, Mr. Dean, are an artist, and naturally of impressionable temperament. This house at San Pedro is new to you, and you say you've heard wild tales. The dreams are due to imagination and overwork." Dean glanced out of the window, a frown on his unnaturally pale face. "I hope you're right," he said softly. "But dreams shouldn't make me look like this, should they?" A gesture indicated the great blue rings beneath the young artist's eyes. His hands indicated the bloodless pallor of his gaunt cheeks. "Overwork has done that, Mr. Dean. I know what has happened to you better than you do yourself." The white-haired physician picked up a sheet covered with his own scarcely decipherable notes and scrutinized it in review. "You inherited this house at San Pedro a few months ago, eh? And you moved in alone to do some work?" "Yes. The seacoast there has some marvelous scenes." For a moment, Dean's face looked youthful once more, as enthusiasm kindled its ashy fires. Then he continued, with a troubled frown. "But I haven't been able to paint lately. Not seascapes, anyway. It's very odd. My sketches don't seem quite right anymore. There seems to be a quality in them that I don't put there." "A quality, did you say?" "Yes, a quality of malignness, if I can call it that. It's indefinable. Something behind the picture takes all the beauty out. And I haven't been overworking these last weeks, Dr. Hedwig." The doctor glanced again at the paper in his hand. "Well, I disagree with you there. You might be unconscious of the effort you expend. These dreams of the sea that seem to worry you are meaningless, save as an indication of your nervous condition." "You're wrong." Dean rose suddenly. His voice was shrill. "That's the dreadful part of it. The dreams are not meaningless. They seem cumulative and planned. Each night they grow more vivid, and I see more of that green, shining place under the sea. I get closer and closer to those black shadows swimming there. Those shadows that I know aren't shadows, but something worse. I see more each night. It's like a sketch I'd block out, gradually adding more and more until—" Hedwig watched his patient keenly. He suggested, "Until?" But Dean's tense face relaxed. He had caught himself just in time. "No, Dr. Hedwig, you must be right. It's overwork and nervousness, as you say. If I believe what the Mexicans had told me about Morella Godolpho, well, I'd be mad and a fool." "Who is this Morella Godolpho? Some woman who has been filling you with foolish tales?" Dean smiled. "No need to worry about Morella. She was my great-great-grandaunt. She used to live in the San Pedro house and started the legends, I think." Hedwig had been scribbling on a slip of paper. "Well, I see, young man. You heard these legends. Your imagination ran riot. You dreamed. This prescription will fix you up." "Thanks." Dean took the paper, lifted his hat from the table, and started for the door. In the doorway, he paused, smiling wryly. "But you're not quite correct in thinking the legends started me dreaming, Doctor. I began to dream before I learned the history of the house." And with that, he went out. Driving back to San Pedro, Dean tried to understand what had happened to him, but always he came up against a blank wall of impossibility. Any logical explanation wandered off into a tangle of fantasy. The one thing he could not explain, which Dr. Hedwig had not been able to explain, was the dreams. The dreams started soon after he came into his legacy, this ancient house north of San Pedro, which had so long stood deserted. The place was picturesquely old, and that attracted Dean from the first. It had been built by one of his ancestors when the Spaniards still ruled California. One of the Deans, the name was Denner then, had gone to Spain and returned with a bride. Her name was Morella Godolpho, and it was this long-vanished woman about whom all the subsequent legends centered. Even yet there were wrinkled, toothless Mexicans in San Pedro who whispered incredible tales of Morella Godolpho, she who had never grown old, and who had a weirdly evil power over the sea. The Godolphos had been among the proudest families of Granada, but furtive legends spoke of their intercourse with the terrible Moorish sorcerers and necromancers. Morella, according to these same hinted horrors, had learned uncanny secrets in the black towers of Moorish Spain, and when Denner had brought her as his bride across the sea, she had already sealed a pact with dark powers, and had undergone a change. So ran the tales, and they further told of Morella's life in the old San Pedro house. Her husband had lived for 10 years or more after the marriage, but rumors said that he no longer possessed a soul. It is certain that his death was very mysteriously hushed up by Morella Godolpho, who went on living alone in the great house beside the sea. The whispers of the peons were hereafter monstrously augmented. They had to do with the change in Morella Godolpho, the sorcerous change which caused her to swim far out to sea on moonlit nights, so that watchers saw her white body gleaming amidst the spray. Men bold enough to gaze from the cliffs might catch glimpses of her then, sporting with queer sea creatures that gamboled about her in the black waters, nuzzling her with shockingly deformed heads. These creatures were not seals or any known form of submarine life, it was averred, although sometimes bursts of chuckling, gobbling laughter could be heard. It is said that Morella Godolpho had swam out there one night, and that she never came back. But thereafter the laughter was louder from afar, and the sporting amidst the black rocks continued, so that the tales of the early peons had been nourished down to the present day. Such were the legends known to Dean. The facts were sparse and inconclusive. The old house had fallen into decrepitude, and was only occasionally rented through the years. These rentals had been as short as they were infrequent. There was nothing definitely wrong with the house between White's Point and Point Fermin, but those who had lived there said that the crashing of the surf sounded subtly different when heard through windows that overlooked the sea, and, too, they dreamed unpleasantly. Sometimes the occasional tenants had mentioned with peculiar horror the moonlit nights when the sea became altogether too clearly visible. At any rate, occupants often vacated the house hastily. Dean had moved in immediately after inheriting, because he had thought the place ideal for painting the scenes he loved. He had learned the legend and the facts behind it later, and by this time his dreams had started. At first they had been conventional enough, though, oddly, all centered about the sea which he so loved. But it was not the sea he loved that he knew in sleep. The Gorgons lived in his dreams. Scylla writhed hideously across dark and surging waters, where harpies flew, screaming. Weird creatures crawled sluggishly up from the black, inky depths where eyeless, bloated sea beasts dwelt. Gigantic and terrible leviathans leapt and plunged, while monstrous serpents squirmed a strange obeisance to a mocking moon. Foul and hidden horrors of the sea's depths engulfed him in sleep. This was bad enough, but it was only a prelude. The dreams began to change. It was almost as though the first few formed a definite setting for the greater terrors to come. From the mythic images of old sea gods, another vision emerged. It was inchoate at first, taking definite form and meaning very slowly over a period of several weeks, and it was this dream which Dean now feared. It had occurred generally just before he awoke, a vision of green, translucent light, in which dark shadows swam slowly. Night after night, the limpid emerald glow grew brighter, and the shadows twisted into a more visible horror. These were never clearly seen, although their amorphous heads held a strangely repellent, recognizable quality for Dean. Presently, in this dream of his, the shadow creatures would move aside, as though to permit the passage of another. Swimming into the green haze would come a coiling shape. Whether similar to the rest or not, Dean could not tell, for his dream always ended there. The approach of this last shape always caused him to awake in a nightmare paroxysm of terror. He dreamt of being somewhere under the sea, amid swimming shadows with deformed heads, and each night one particular shadow was coming closer and closer. Each day now, when he awoke with the cold sea wind of early dawn blowing through the windows, he would lie in a lazy, languid mood till long past daybreak. When he rose these days he felt inexplicably tired, and he could not paint. This particular morning the sight of his haggard face in the mirror had forced him to visit a physician. But Dr. Hedwig had not been helpful. Nevertheless, Dean filled the prescription on the way home. A swallow of the bitter, brownish tonic strengthened him somewhat, but as he parked his car, the feeling of depression settled down on him again. He walked up to the house, still puzzled and strangely afraid. Under the door was a telegram. Dean read it with a puzzled frown. "Just learned you are living in San Pedro House. Vitally important you vacate immediately. Show this cable to Dr. Makoto Yamada, 17 Buena Street, San Pedro. Am returning via airplane. See Yamada today. Michael Lee." Dean read the message again, and a flash of remembrance came to him. Michael Lee was his uncle, but he had not seen the man for years. Lee had been a puzzle to the family. He was an occultist, and spent most of his time delving in far corners of the earth. Occasionally, he dropped from sight for long periods of time. The cable Dean held was sent from Calcutta, and he supposed that Lee had recently emerged from some spot in the interior of India to learn of Dean's inheritance. Dean searched his mind. He recalled now that there had been some family quarrel about this very house years ago. The details were no longer clear, but he remembered that Lee had demanded the San Pedro house be razed. Lee had given no sane reasons, and when the request was refused, he had dropped out of sight for a time. And now came this inexplicable cablegram. Dean was tired from his long drive, and the unsatisfactory interview with the doctor had irritated him more than he had realized. Nor was he in the mood to follow his uncle's cabled request and undertake the long journey to Buena Street, which was miles away. The drowsiness which he felt, however, was normal healthy exhaustion, unlike the languor of recent weeks. The tonic he had taken was of some value after all. He dropped into his favorite chair by the window that overlooked the sea, rousing himself to watch the flaming colors of the sunset. Presently, the sun dropped below the horizon, and grey dusk crept in. Stars appeared, and far to the north he could see the dim lights of the gambling ships off Venice. The mountains shut off his view of San Pedro, but a diffused pale glow in that direction told him that the new Barbary was awakening into a roaring, brawling life. Slowly, the face of the Pacific brightened. A full moon was rising above the San Pedro hills. For a long time Dean sat quietly by the window, his pipe forgotten in his hand, staring down at the slow swells of the ocean, which seemed to pulse with a mighty and alien life. Gradually, drowsiness crept up and overwhelmed him. Just before he dropped into the abyss of sleep, there flashed into his mind Da Vinci's saying, "The two most wonderful things in the world are a woman's smile and the motion of mighty waters." He dreamed, and this time it was a different dream. At first only blackness, and a roaring and thundering as of angry seas, and oddly mingled with this was the hazy thought of a woman's smile, and a woman's lips, pouting lips, softly alluring. But strangely, the lips were not red. No, they were very pale, bloodless, like the lips of a thing that had long rested beneath the sea. The misty vision changed, and for a flashing instant Dean seemed to see the green and silent place of his earlier visions. The shadowy black shapes were moving more quickly behind the veil, but this picture was of but a second's duration. It flashed out and vanished, and Dean was standing alone on a beach he recognized in his dream, the sandy cove beneath the house. The salt breeze blew coldly across his face, and the sea glistened like silver in the moonlight. A faint splash told of a sea thing that broke the surface of the waters. To the north, the sea washed against the rugged surface of the cliff, barred and speckled with black shadows. Dean felt a sudden, inexplicable impulse to move in that direction. He yielded. As he clambered over the rocks, he was suddenly conscious of a strange sensation, as though keen eyes were focused upon him, eyes that watched and warned. Vaguely in his mind rose up the gaunt face of his uncle, Michael Lee, the deep-set eyes glowing. But swiftly this was gone, and he found himself before a deeper niche of blackness in the cliff face. Into it he knew he must go. He squeezed himself between two jutting points of rock, and found himself in utter, dismal darkness. Yet somehow he was conscious that he was in a cave, and he could hear water lapping nearby. All about him was a musty salt odor of sea decay, the fetid smell of sunless ocean caves and holds of ancient ships. He stepped forward, and, as the floor shelved sharply downward, stumbled and fell headlong into icy, shallow water. He felt, rather than saw, a flicker of swift movement, and then abruptly hot lips were pressed against his. Human lips, Dean thought, at first. He lay on his side in the chill water, his lips against those responsive ones. He could see nothing, for all was lost in the blackness of the cave. The unearthly lure of those invisible lips thrilled through him. He responded to them, pressed them fiercely, gave them what they were avidly seeking. The unseen waters crawled against the rocks, whispering warning. And in that kiss strangeness flooded him. He felt a shock and a tingling go through him, and then a thrill of sudden ecstasy, and swift on its heels came horror. Black, loathsome foulness seemed to wash his brain, indescribable but fearfully real, making him shudder with nausea. It was as though unutterable evil were pouring into his body, his mind, his very soul, through the blasphemous kiss on his lips. He felt loathsome, contaminated. He fell back. He sprang to his feet. And Dean saw, for the first time, the ghastly thing he had kissed, as the sinking moon sent a pale shaft of radiance creeping through the cave mouth. For something rose up before him, a serpentine and seal-like bulk that coiled and twisted and moved toward him, glistening with foul slime. And Dean screamed and turned to flee with nightmare fear tearing at his brain, hearing behind him a quiet splashing, as though some bulky creature had slid back into the water. 2. A visit from Dr. Yamada. He awoke. He was still in his chair before the window, and the moon was paling before the greyness of dawn. He was shaken with nausea, sick and shuddering with the shocking realism of his dream. His clothing was drenched with perspiration, and his heart hammered furiously. An immense lethargy seemed to have overwhelmed him, making it an intense effort to rise from the chair and stagger to a couch, on which he flung himself to doze fitfully for several hours. A sharp pealing of the doorbell roused him. He still felt weak and dizzy, but the frightening lethargy had somewhat abated. When Dean opened the door, a Japanese man standing on the porch began a bobbing little bow, a gesture that was abruptly arrested as the sharp black eyes focused on Dean's face. A little hiss of indrawn breath came from the visitor. Dean said irritably, "Well, do you want to see me?" The other was still staring, his thin face sallow beneath a stiff thatch of grey hair. He was a small, slender man, with his face covered with a fine-spun web of wrinkles. After a pause, he said, "I am Dr. Yamada." Dean frowned, puzzled. Abruptly, he remembered his uncle's cable of the day before. An odd, unreasonable irritation began to mount within him, and he said, more brusquely than he had intended, "This isn't a professional call, I hope. I've already—" "Your uncle, you are Mr. Dean, cabled me." He was rather worried. Dr. Yamada glanced around almost furtively. Dean felt distaste stir within him, and his irritation increased. "My uncle is rather eccentric, I'm afraid. There's nothing for him to worry about. I'm sorry you had your trip for nothing." Dr. Yamada did not seem to take offense at Dean's attitude. Rather, a strange expression of sympathy showed for a moment on his small face. "Do you mind if I come in?" he asked, and moved forward confidently. Short of barring his way, Dean had no means of stopping him, and ungraciously led his guest to the room where he had spent the night, motioning him to a chair while he busied himself with a coffee pot. Yamada sat motionless, silently watching Dean. Then, without preamble, he said, "Your uncle is a great man, Mr. Dean." Dean made a non-committal gesture. "I have seen him only once. He is one of the greatest occultists of this day. I, too, have studied psychic lore, but beside your uncle, I am a novice." Dean said, "He is eccentric. Occultism, as you term it, has never interested me." The little Japanese man watched him impassively. "You make a common error, Mr. Dean. You consider occultism a hobby for cranks. No." He held up a slender hand. "Your disbelief is written in your face. Well, it is understandable. It is an anachronism, an attitude handed down from the earliest times, when scientists were called alchemists and sorcerers and burned for making pacts with the devil. But actually there are no sorcerers, no witches. Not in the sense that man understands these terms. There are men and women who have acquired mastery over certain sciences, which are not wholly subject to mundane physical laws." There was a little smile of disbelief on Dean's face. Yamada went on quietly. "You do not believe because you do not understand. There are not many who can comprehend, or who wish to comprehend, this greater science which is not bound by earthly laws. But here is a problem for you, Mr. Dean." A little spark of irony flickered in the black eyes. "Can you tell me how I know you have suffered from nightmares recently?" Dean jerked around and stood staring. Then he smiled. "As it happens, I know the answer, Dr. Yamada. You physicians have a way of hanging together, and I must have let something slip to Dr. Hedwig yesterday." His tone was offensive, but Yamada merely shrugged slightly. "Do you know your Homer?" he asked, apparently irrelevantly, and at Dean's surprised nod went on. "And Proteus? You remember the old man of the sea who possessed the power of changing his shape? I do not wish to strain your credulity, Mr. Dean, but for a long time students of the dark lore have known that behind this legend there exists a very terrible truth. All the tales of spirit possession, of reincarnation, even the comparatively innocuous experiments in thought transference point to the truth. Why do you suppose folklore abounds with tales of men who have been able to change themselves into beasts, werewolves, hyenas, tigers, the seal men of the Eskimos? Because these tales are founded on truth. I do not mean," he went on, "that the actual physical metamorphosis of the body is possible so far as we know, but it has long been known that the intelligence, the mind, of an adept can be transferred to the brain and body of a satisfactory subject. Animals' brains are weak, lacking the power of resistance, but men are different, unless there are certain circumstances." As he hesitated, Dean proffered the Japanese man a cup of coffee. Coffee was generally brewing in the percolator these days, and Yamada accepted it with a formal little bow of acknowledgment. Dean drank his coffee in 3 hasty gulps, and poured more. Yamada, after a polite sip, put the cup aside and leaned forward earnestly. "I must ask you to make your mind receptive, Mr. Dean. Don't allow your conventional ideas of life to influence you in this matter. It is vitally to your interest that you listen carefully to me and understand. Then, perhaps—" He hesitated, and again threw that oddly furtive glance at the window. "Life in the sea has followed different lines from life on land. Evolution has followed a different course. In the great deeps of the ocean, life utterly alien to ours has been discovered. Luminous creatures which burst when exposed to the lighter pressure of the air, and in those tremendous depths forms of life completely inhuman have been developed. Life forms that the uninitiated mind may think impossible. In Japan, an island country, we have known of these sea dwellers for generations. Your English writer, Arthur Machen, has told a deep truth in his statement that man, afraid of these strange beings, has attributed to them beautiful or pleasantly grotesque forms which in reality they do not possess. Thus we have the Nereids and Oceanids, but nevertheless man could not fully disguise the true foulness of these creatures. Therefore there are legends of the Gorgons, of Scylla and the Harpies, and, significantly, of the mermaids and their soullessness. No doubt you know the mermaid tale, how they long to steal the soul of a man, and draw it out by means of their kiss. Dean was at the window now, his back to the Japanese man. As Yamada paused, he said tonelessly, "Go on." "I have reason to believe," Yamada went on very quietly, "that Morella Godolpho, the woman from Alhambra, was not fully human. She left no issue. These things never have children. They cannot." "What do you mean?" Dean had turned and was facing the Japanese man, his face a ghastly white, the shadows beneath his eyes hideously livid. He repeated harshly, "What do you mean? You can't frighten me with your tales, if that's what you're trying to do. My uncle wants me out of this house for some reason of his own. You're taking this means of getting me out, aren't you? Eh?" "You must leave this house," Yamada said. "Your uncle is coming, but he may not be in time. Listen to me. These creatures, the sea-dwellers, envy man, sunlight and warm fires and the fields of earth, things which the sea-dwellers cannot normally possess. These things and love. You remember what I said about mind transference, the possession of a brain by an alien intelligence? That is the only way these things can attain that which they desire, and know the love of man or woman. Sometimes, not very often, one of these creatures succeeds in possessing itself of a human body. They watch always. When there is a wreck, they go there, like vultures to a feast. They can swim phenomenally fast. When a man is drowning, the defenses of his mind are down, and sometimes the sea-dwellers can thus acquire a human body. There have been tales of men saved from wrecks who ever after were oddly changed. Morella Godolpho was one of these creatures. The Godolphos knew much of the dark lore, but used it for evil purposes, the so-called black magic. And it was, I think, through this that sea-dweller gained power to usurp the brain and body of the woman. A transference took place. The mind of the sea-dweller took possession of Morella Godolpho's body, and the intelligence of the original Morella was forced into the terrible form of that creature of the abyss. In time, the human body of the woman died, and the usurping mind returned to its original shell. The intelligence of Morella Godolpho was then ejected from its temporary prison and left homeless. That is true death." Dean shook his head slowly, as though in denial, but did not speak, and inexorably Yamada kept on. "For years, generations since then, she has dwelt in the sea, waiting. Her power is strongest here, where she once lived. But, as I told you, only under unusual circumstances can this transference take place. The tenants of this house might be troubled with dreams, but that would be all. The evil being had no power to steal their bodies. Your uncle knew that, or he would have insisted that the place be immediately destroyed. He did not foresee that you would ever live here." The little Japanese man bent forward, and his eyes were twin points of black light. "You do not need to tell me what you have undergone in the past month. I know. The sea-dweller has power over you. For one thing, there are bonds of blood, even though you are not directly descended from her. And your love for the ocean, your uncle spoke of that. You live here alone with your paintings and your imaginative fancies. You see no one else. You are an ideal victim, and it was easy for that sea horror to become en rapport with you. Even now you show the stigmata." Dean was silent,
his face a pale shadow amidst the darker ones in the corners of the room. What was the man trying to tell him? What were these hints leading up to?
Remember what I have said.
Dr. Yamada's voice was fanatically earnest.
That creature wants you for your youth, your soul. She has lured you in sleep with visions of Poseidonus, the twilight grottos in the deep. She has sent you beguiling visions at first, to hide what she was doing. She has drained your life forces, weakened your resistance, waiting until she is strong enough to take possession of your brain. I have told you what she wants, what all these hybrid horrors raven for. She will reveal herself to you in time, and when her will is strong upon you in slumber, you will do her bidding. She will take you down into the deep, and show you the kraken-fouled gulfs where these things bide. You will go willingly, and that will be your doom. She may lure you to their feasts there, the feast they hold upon the drowned things they find floating from wrecked ships. And you will live such madness in your sleep because she rules you. And then when you have become weak enough, she will have her desire. The sea thing will usurp your body and walk once more on earth. And you will go down into the darkness where once you dwelt in dreams forever. Unless I am mistaken, you have already seen enough to know that I speak truth. I think that this terrible moment is not so far off, and I warn you that alone you cannot hope to resist the evil, only with the aid of your uncle and me.
Dr. Yamada stood up. He moved forward and confronted the dazed youth face to face. In a low voice he asked,
In your dreams, has the thing kissed you?
For a heartbeat, there was utter silence. Dean opened his mouth to speak, and then a curious little warning note seemed to sound in his brain. It rose, like the quiet roaring of a conch shell, and a vague nausea assailed him. Almost without volition, he heard himself saying, "No." Dimly, as though from an incredibly far distance, he heard Yamada suck in his breath as if surprised. Then the Japanese man said,
That is good, very good. Now listen. Your uncle will be here soon. He has chartered a special plane. Will you be my guest until he arrives?
The room seemed to darken before Dean's eyes. The form of the Japanese man was receding, dwindling. Through the window the surf sound came crashing, and it rolled on in waves through Dean's brain. In its thunder a thin, insistent whispering penetrated. "Accept," it murmured. "Accept." And Dean heard his own voice accept Yamada's invitation. He seemed incapable of coherent thought. That last dream haunted him, and now Dr. Yamada's disturbing story. He was ill, that was it, very ill. He wanted very much to sleep. Now, a flood of darkness seemed to wash up and engulf him. Gratefully, he allowed it to sweep through his tired head. Nothing existed but the dark, and a restless lapping of unquiet waters. Yet he seemed to know, in an odd way, that he was still, some outer part of him, conscious. He strangely realized that he and Dr. Yamada had left the house, were entering a car, and driving a long way. He was, with that strange external other self, talking casually to the doctor, entering his house in San Pedro, drinking, eating, and all the while his soul, his real being, was buried in waves of blackness. Finally, a bed. From below, the surf seemed to blend into the blackness that engulfed his brain. It spoke to him now, as he rose stealthily and clambered out of the window. The fall jarred his outer self considerably, but he was on the ground outside without injury. He kept in the shadows as he crept away down to the beach, the black, hungry shadows that were like the darkness surging through his soul. 3 dreadful hours. With a shock, he was himself once more, completely. The cold water had done it, the water in which he found himself swimming. He was in the ocean, borne on waves as silver as the lightning that occasionally flashed overhead.
He heard thunder, felt the sting of rain. Without wondering about the sudden transition, he swam on, as though fully aware of some planned destination. For the first time in over a month, he felt fully alive, actually himself. There was a surge of wild elation in him that defied the facts. He no longer seemed to care about his recent illness, the weird warnings of his uncle and Dr. Yamada, and the unnatural darkness that had previously shadowed his mind. In fact, he no longer had to think. It was as though he were being directed in all his movements. He was swimming parallel with the beach now, and with curious detachment he observed that the storm had subsided. A pale, fog-like glow hovered over the lashing waters, and it seemed to beckon. The air was chill, as was the water, and the waves high. Yet Dean experienced neither cold nor fatigue, and when he saw the things that waited for him on the rocky beach just ahead, he lost all perception of himself in a crescendo of mounting joy. This was inexplicable, for they were the creatures of his last and wildest nightmares. Even now he did not see them plainly as they sported in the surf, but there were dim suggestions of past horror in their tenebrous outlines. The things were like seals, great, fish-like, bloated monsters with pulpy, shapeless heads. These heads rested on columnar necks that undulated with serpentine ease, and he observed, without any sensation other than curious familiarity, that the heads and bodies of the creatures were a sea-bleached white. Soon he was swimming in among them, swimming with peculiar and disturbing ease. Inwardly he marveled, with a touch of his former feeling, that he was not now horrified by the sea beasts in the least. Instead, it was almost with a feeling of kinship that he listened to their strange, low gruntings and cackles, listened and understood. He knew what they were saying, and he was not amazed. He was not frightened by what he heard, though the words would have sent abysmal horror through his soul in the previous dreams. He knew where they were going and what they meant to do when the entire group swam out into the water once more. Yet he did not fear. Instead, he felt a strange hunger at the thought of what was to come, a hunger that impelled him to take the lead as the things with undulant swiftness glided through the inky waters to the north. They swam with incredible speed, yet it was hours before a seacoast loomed up through the murk, lit by a blinding flare of light from offshore. Twilight deepened to true darkness over the water, but the offshore light burned brightly. It seemed to come from a huge wreck in the waves just off the coast, a great hulk floating on the waters like a crumpled beast. There were boats gathered around it, and floating flares of light that revealed the scene. As though by instinct, Dean, with the pack behind him, headed for the spot. Swiftly and silently they sped, their slimy heads blurred in the shadows to which they clung, as they circled the boats and swam in toward the great crumpled shape. Now it was looming above him, and he could see arms flailing desperately, as man after man sank below the surface. The colossal bulk from which they leaped was a wreck of twisted girders, in which he could trace the warped outline of a vaguely familiar shape. And now, with curious disinterest, he swam lazily about, avoiding the lights bobbing over the water as he watched the actions of his companions. They were hunting their prey. Leering muzzles gaped for the drowning men, and lean talons raked bodies from the darkness. Whenever a man was glimpsed in shadows not yet invaded by rescue boats, one of the sea things craftily snared his victim. In a little while they turned and slowly swam away. But now many of the creatures clutched a grisly trophy at their squamous breasts. The pale white limbs of drowning men trailed in the water as they were dragged off into the darkness by their captors. To the accompaniment of low, carrion laughter, the beast swam away back down the coast. Dean swam with the rest. His mind was again a blur of confusion. He knew what that thing in the water was, and yet he could not name it. He had watched those hateful horrors snare doomed men and drag them off to the deep, yet he had not intervened. What was wrong? Even now, as he swam with frightening agility, he felt a call he could not fully understand, a call that his body was answering. The hybrid things were gradually dispersing. With eerie splashings, they disappeared below the surface of the gelid black waters, pulling with them the dreadfully limp bodies of the men, pulling them down to the blackness biding beneath. They were hungry. Dean knew it without thinking. He swam on along the coast, impelled by his curious urge. That was it. He was hungry, and now he was going for food. Hours of steady swimming southward. Then the familiar beach, and above it a lighted house which Dean recognized, his own house on the cliff. There were figures descending the slope now. 2 men with torches were coming down to the beach. He must not let them see him. Why, he did not know, but they must not. He crawled along the beach, keeping close to the water's edge. Even so, he seemed to move very swiftly. The men with the torches were some distance behind him now. Ahead loomed another familiar outline, a cave. He had clambered over these rocks before, it seemed. He knew the pits of shadow that speckled the cliff rock, and knew the narrow passage of stone through which he now squeezed his prostrate body. Was that someone shouting, far away? Darkness and a lapping pool. He crawled forward, felt chill waters creep over his body. Muffled by distance, came an insistent shouting from outside the cave. "Graham! Graham Dean!" Then the smell of dank sea foulness was in his nostrils, a familiar, pleasant smell. He knew where he was now. It was the cave where in his dream he had kissed the sea thing. It was the cave in which... He remembered now. The black blur lifted from his brain, and he remembered all. His mind bridged the gap, and he once again recalled coming here earlier this very evening, before he had found himself in the water. Morella Godolpho had called him here. Here her dark whispers had guided him at twilight, when he had come from the bed at Dr. Yamada's house. It was the siren song of the sea creature that had lured him in dreams. He remembered how she had coiled about his feet when he entered, flung her sea-bleached body up until its inhuman head had loomed close to his own, and then the hot, pulpy lips had pressed against his. The loathsome, slimy lips had kissed him again. Wet, dank, horribly avid kiss. His senses had drowned in its evil, for he knew that this second kiss meant doom. "The Sea Dweller will take your body," Dr. Yamada had said, and the second kiss meant doom. All this had happened hours ago. Dean shifted around in the rocky chamber to avoid wetting himself in the pool. As he did so, he glanced down at his body for the first time that night, glanced down with an undulating neck at the shape he had worn for 3 hours in the sea. He saw the fish-like scales, the scabrous whiteness of the slimy skin, saw the veined gills. He stared into the waters of the pool then, so that the reflection of his face was visible in the dim moonlight that filtered through fissures in the rocks. He saw all. His head rested on the long reptilian neck. It was an anthropoid head with flat contours that were monstrously inhuman. The eyes were white and protuberant. They bulged with the glassy stare of a drowning thing. There was no nose, and the center of the face was covered with a tangle of wormy blue feelers. The mouth was worst of all. Dean saw pale white lips in a dead face, human lips, lips that had kissed his own, and now they were his own. He was in the body of the evil sea thing that had once harbored the soul of Morella Godolpho. At that moment, Dean would gladly have welcomed death,
for the stark, blasphemous horror of his discovery was too much to bear. He knew about his dreams now, and the legends. He had learned the truth, and paid a hideous price. He recalled vividly how he had recovered consciousness in the water and swam out to meet those others. He recalled the great black hulk from which drowning men had been taken in boats, the shattered wreck on the water. What was it Yamada had told him? When there is a wreck, they go there, like vultures to a feast. And now, at last, he remembered what had eluded him that night, what that familiar shape on the waters had been. It was a crashed Zeppelin. He had gone swimming into the wreckage with those things, and they had taken men. 3 hours, God! Dean wanted very much to die. He was in the sea body of Morella Godolpho, and it was too evil for further life. Morella Godolpho, where was she? And his own body, the shape of Graham Dean. A rustling in the shadowy cavern behind him proclaimed the answer. Graham Dean saw himself in the moonlight, saw his body, line for line, hunching furtively past the pool, in an effort to creep away unobserved. Dean's flippered fins moved swiftly. His own body turned. It was ghastly for Dean to see himself reflected where no mirror existed. Ghastlier still to see that in his face there no longer were his eyes. The sly, mocking stare of the sea creature peered out at him from behind their fleshy mask, and they were ancient, evil. The pseudo-human snarled at him and tried to dodge off into the darkness. Dean followed, on all fours. He knew what he must do. That sea thing, Morella, she had taken his body during that last black kiss, just as he had been forced into hers. But she had not yet recovered enough to go out into the world. That was why he had found her still in the cave. Now, however, she would leave, and his Uncle Michael would never know. The world would never know either what horror stalked its surface, until it was too late. Dean, his own tragic form hateful to him now, knew what he must do. Purposefully, he maneuvered the mocking body of himself into a rocky corner. There was a look of fright in those jellied eyes. A sound caused Dean to turn, pivoting his reptilian neck. Through glazed fish eyes, he saw the faces of Michael Lee and Dr. Yamada. Torches in hand, they were entering the cave. Dean knew what they would do, and he no longer cared. He closed in on the human body that housed the soul of the sea beast, closed in with the beast's own flailing flippers, seized it in its own arms, and menaced it with its own teeth near the creature's white, human neck. From behind him he heard shouts and cries at his very back, but Dean did not care. He had a duty to perform, an atonement. Through the corner of his eye, he saw the barrel of a revolver as it glinted in Yamada's hand. Then came 2 bursts of stabbing flame, and the oblivion Dean craved. But he died happy, for he had atoned for the black kiss. Even as he sank into death, Graham Dean had bitten with animal fangs into his own throat, and his heart was filled with peace as, dying, he saw himself die. His soul mingled in the 3rd black kiss of death.
Lost by Alice Mary Schnurring. 1 or 2 stars, tiny and remote, appeared silently in the high, pale green sky that arched infinitely over the level marshes, stretching as far as the eye could see, until marsh and sky met and fused with a silver thread that was the Atlantic on the horizon. A belated gull wheeled in the still twilight, and once cried harshly. The stiff grasses whispered tentatively, and then were silent, as the first movement of the sunset breeze gently reminded them that darkness, the enveloping darkness of the blacked-out Atlantic coast, was imminent. The artist had put down her brushes a good half-hour since. Now, with a sigh, she stirred, shook herself impatiently and briskly, and with an almost cheerful alacrity made an untidy bundle of her easel, brushes, and camp-stool. Carefully carrying her still damp canvas, and clutching the impossible bundle, she began to pick her way homeward across the marsh. Suddenly, with an exclamation, she stopped short. Then, dropping the bundle and canvas with equal disregard, she bent over a little huddled figure on the damp ground. It was a little girl, soaking wet and shivering. Her little bare feet were blue with cold. Over a torn cotton nightgown, small blue hands clutched a blanket, sodden with sea-water, to the scrawny little breast. With a wordless cry of pity, the artist dropped to her knees beside the child, who, in complete silence, regarded her with enormous blue eyes set in a white, pinched face. "You poor little lamb," crooned the girl, half-sobbing, as with an infinitely quick and graceful swoop she gathered the pathetic little wet huddle into her arms and rocked it there. "How did you get here, darling? What are your people thinking of? Or—" A tiny thread of voice came from the blue lips. "Is it all right to talk now?" it said. "They won't hear us?" "Nobody will hear you but Marion, darling," she murmured, kissing the cold little face. "Marion will take care of you. There's nothing to be frightened about now." "I'm cold," said the little voice, not complainingly, but as one who states a rather uninteresting fact. "We're going to get you all nice and warm right away," said Marion firmly, and, cradling the child in her arms, set off without delay across the darkening marshes to her cottage. Forgotten, her painter's toys lay unregarded in the grass behind her. A hot bath, old woolly pajamas of Marion's, ludicrously rolled up in the arms and legs, and a bowl of soup stopped the shivering. At least, the child was no longer shivering, but Marion was, inside, at the appalling emaciation that the hot bath had revealed. Although she was emotional, Marion had plenty of common sense, and, except for a gentle question that had elicited the baby's name, Moira, she had kept up a cheerful, soothing monologue that comforted the little thing, and made no demands on her. Tucked up in Marion's bed, her fawn-brown hair lying like floss on the pillow, Moira turned her head and gravely regarded her. Then, suddenly, her first change of expression, she threw Marion a fleeting, enchanting smile. It was gone almost as soon as it had come, but it transformed the pointed little face, lending it the illusion of baby-rounded cheeks and unshadowed eyes, and it wrenched at Marion's heart like a clawing hand. "How did you get out on the marsh, darling lamb?" Marion asked softly, bending over the little form almost lost in the bed. Moira's mouth drooped. Her eyes stared hopelessly at the girl, as if searching in darkness, as she whispered, "I was lost, looking for the others." An alarm bell sounded in Marion's mind. "What others, Moira, baby? Your mummy and daddy?" The little head moved in negation on the pillow. "The others, like me. The children. Tommy and Derek and Betsy. Were they on the marsh with you, darling?" Marion, for a frantic second, thought with horror of other children in the black night, lost on the marsh, but the baby's next words removed that fear, to replace it with a more dreadful one. "No, in the boat. Tommy. Tommy took care of me. I want Tommy. I want him now." And to Marion's utter consternation, big tears rolled down the little face, tears that were the more appalling because there was no accompaniment of sobs. She had recourse again to the ancient comfort of cradling arms, and as she crooned and babbled reassurances, the veined eyelids fell at last over the tear-dark eyes, and the last tears dried on the pitiful, sunken little cheeks. Marion kissed the child, and put her gently down on the bed, and covered her up to the chin, noting, with a pang, how cold the cheek still felt to her touch. Toward morning, Marian herself fell into a restless sleep, twisted uncomfortably in the armchair beside the old-fashioned oil stove. Her dreams were nightmares, and through them threaded the little wailing voice of a child lost in the darkness. In the chilly hour before dawn, she woke with a start. In her ears echoed a little voice, saying in a cry of pure delight, "Tommy!" And, completely awake in a second, she turned toward the bed, a smile forming on her lips. And the bed was empty. All that day, long after darkness had made mockery of her search, she roamed the salt marshes, mile on mile, calling Moira by name, crying little loving names to the endless undulations of the marsh grasses, until her voice was only a whisper. At last, stumbling with exhaustion, she went home, and a dragged sleep took her thoughts and twisted them into formless horrors. She woke finally, feeling bruised and leaden, noted without interest that the stove was cold and the oil tin empty, and wearily realized that she would have to go to the village for more. She met no one on the road to the village, an unusual thing, but it made no impression on her apathy. Once she stopped and was about to turn back to the marshes. Then the thought struck her that if she found Moira, when she found Moira, she would need oil to cook with and to warm the cottage, so she hurried on again, stumbling in her haste. At the outskirts of the village, it did impinge on her consciousness that the streets were unusually deserted, but she brushed aside the faint stirring of curiosity and went on, breaking into a clumsy run occasionally. Her objective was the wharf, where Mr. Elkin's general store sold milk, bread, dry goods, and oil. Oil for the stove to warm Moira, oil to warm chicken broth for Moira. As she neared the wharf, the explanation of the deserted village became obvious, had she cared. The whole population of Fleetport was clustered like a swarm of bees on the wharf, and an ominous sound, wordless and menacing, rose from them as they pressed close around something hidden from Marian's sight. The alarm bell rang again in her clouded mind, loudly, warningly, acting on an impulse which not then nor ever after could she explain. She silently and fiercely pushed her way through the crowd, until, at the water's edge, she stopped short. Rising and falling gently on the quiet rock of the tide was a battered, sea-scarred lifeboat. In it, like little worn-out toys, were 4 small bodies. They looked like very young dead birds, poor little mouths open, yellowed skin stretched taut on tiny bones. 2 of them lay in the bottom of the boat, covered with a tattered sailor's pea-jacket, and in the bow, heads pillowed on a life-preserver, a little brown-haired baby girl lay in the arms of a little boy, about 8 years old, Betsy and Eric, Tommy and Moira. The Thing in the Weeds by William Hope Hodgson. This is an extraordinary tale. We had come up from the Cape, and owing to the trades heading us more than usual, we had made some hundreds of miles more westing than I ever did before or since. I remember the particular night of the happening perfectly. I suppose what occurred stamped it solid into my memory, with 1,000 little details that, in the ordinary way, I should never have remembered an hour. And of course we talked it over so often among ourselves that this, no doubt, helped to fix it all past any forgetting. I remember the mate and I had been pacing the weather side of the poop and discussing various old shellback superstitions. I was third mate, and it was between 4 and 5 bells in the first watch, i.e. between 10 and half-past. Suddenly, he stopped in his walk and lifted his head and sniffed several times. "My word, mister," he said, "there's a rum kind of stink somewhere about. Don't you smell it?" I sniffed once or twice at the light airs that were coming in on the beam. Then I walked to the rail and leaned over, smelling again at the slight breeze. And abruptly I got a whiff of it, faint and sickly, yet vaguely suggestive of something I had once smelt before. "I can smell something, Mr. Lamont," I said. "I could almost give it name, and yet somehow I can't." I stared away into the dark to windward. "What do you seem to smell?" I asked him. "I can't smell anything now," he replied, coming over and standing beside me. "It's gone again. No, by Jove, there it is again. My goodness, whew!" The smell was all about us now, filling the night air. It had still that indefinable familiarity about it, and yet it was curiously strange, and, more than anything else, it was certainly simply beastly. The stench grew stronger, and presently the mate asked me to go forward and see whether the lookout man noticed anything. When I reached the break of the forecastle head, I called up to the man to know whether he smelled anything. "Smell anything, sir?" he sang out. "Jumping larks, I should think I do. I'm fair poisoned with it." I ran up the weather steps and stood beside him. The smell was certainly very plain up there, and after savouring it for a few moments, I asked him whether he thought it might be a dead whale. But he was very emphatic that this could not be the case, for, as he said, he had been nearly 15 years in whaling ships and knew the smell of a dead whale, like as you would the smell of bad whiskey, sir, as he put it. "'Tain't no whale, yon, but the Lord, he knows what 'tis. I'm thinking it's Davy Jones come up for a breather." I stayed with him some minutes, staring out into the darkness, but could see nothing, for even had there been something big close to us, I doubt whether I could have seen it, so black a night it was, without a visible star, and with a vague, dull haze breeding an indistinctness all about the ship. I returned to the mate and reported that the lookout complained of the smell, but that neither he nor I had been able to see anything in the darkness to account for it. By this time, the queer, disgusting odour seemed to be in all the air about us, and the mate told me to go below and shut all the ports, so as to keep the beastly smell out of the cabins and the saloon. When I returned, he suggested that we should shut the companion doors, and after that we commenced to pace the poop again, discussing the extraordinary smell, and stopping from time to stare through our night glasses out into the night about the ship. "I'll tell you what it smells like, mister," the mate remarked once, "and that's like a mighty old derelict I once went aboard in the North Atlantic. She was a proper old-timer, and she gave us all the creeps. There was just this funny, dank, rummy sort of century-old bilge water and dead men and seaweed. I can't stop thinking we're nigh some lonesome old packet out there, and a good thing we've not much way on us." "Do you notice how almighty quiet everything's gone the last half hour or so?" I said a little later. "It must be the mist thickening down." "It is the mist," said the mate, going to the rail and staring out. "Good Lord, what's that?" he added. Something had knocked his hat from his head, and it fell with a sharp rap at my feet, and suddenly, you know, I got a premonition of something horrid. "Come away from the rail, sir," I said sharply, and gave one jump and caught him by the shoulders and dragged him back. "Come away from the side." "What's up, mister?" he growled at me, and twisted his shoulders free. "What's wrong with you? Was it you knocked off my cap?" He stooped and felt around for it, and as he did so, I heard something unmistakably fiddling away at the rail, which the mate had just left. "My God, sir," I said, "there's something there. Hark!" The mate stiffened up, listening. Then he heard it. It was for all the world as if something was feeling and rubbing the rail there in the darkness, not 2 fathoms away from us. "Who's there?" said the mate quickly. Then, as there was no answer, "What the devil's this hanky-panky? Who's playing the goat there?" He made a swift step through the darkness towards the rail,
but I caught him by the elbow. "Don't go, mister," I said, hardly above a whisper. "It's not one of the men. Let me get a light." "Quick, then," he said, and I turned and ran off to the binnacle and snatched out the lighted lamp. As I did so, I heard the mate shout something out of the darkness in a strange voice. There came a sharp, loud, rattling sound, and then a crash, and immediately the mate roaring to me to hasten with the light. His voice changed even whilst he shouted, and gave out something that was nearer a scream than anything else. There came 2 loud, dull blows, and an extraordinary gasping sound. And then, as I raced along the poop, there was a tremendous smashing of glass, and an immediate silence. "Mr. Lamont!" I shouted. "Mr. Lamont!" And then I had reached the place where I had left the mate for 40 seconds before. But he was not there. "Mr. Lamont!" I shouted again, holding the light high over my head and turning quickly to look behind me. As I did so, my foot glided on some slippery substance, and I went headlong to the deck with a tremendous thud, smashing the lamp and putting out the light. I was on my feet again in an instant. I groped a moment for the lamp, and as I did so, I heard the men singing out from the main deck and the noise of their feet as they came running aft. I found the broken lamp and realized it was useless. Then I jumped for the companionway, and in half a minute I was back with the big saloon lamp glaring bright in my hands. I ran for it again, shielding the upper edge of the glass chimney from the draught of my running, and the blaze of the big lamp seemed to make the weather side of the poop as bright as day, except for the mist, that gave something of a vagueness to things. Where I had left the mate there was blood upon the deck, but nowhere any signs of the man himself. I ran to the weather rail and held the lamp to it. There was blood upon it, and the rail itself seemed to have been wrenched by some huge force. I put out my hand and found that I could shake it. Then I leaned outboard and held the lamp at arm's length, staring down over the ship's side. "Mr. Lamont!" I shouted into the night and the thick mist. "Mr. Lamont! Mr. Lamont!" But my voice seemed to go, lost and muffled and infinitely small, away into the billowy darkness. I heard the men snuffling and breathing, waiting to leeward of the poop. I whirled round to them, holding the lamp high. "We heard something, sir," said Tarpley, the leading seaman in our watch. "Is anything wrong, sir?" "The mate's gone," I said blankly. "We heard something, and I went for the binnacle lamp. Then he shouted, and I heard a sound of things smashing, and when I got back he'd gone clean." I turned and held the light out again over the unseen sea, and the men crowded round along the rail and stared, bewildered. "Blood, sir," said Tarpley, pointing. "There's something almighty queer out there." He waved a huge hand into the darkness. "That's what stinks." He never finished, for suddenly one of the men cried out something in a frightened voice. "Look out, sir! Look out, sir!" I saw, in one brief flash of sight, something come in with an infernal flicker of movement, and then, before I could form any notion of what I had seen, the lamp was dashed to pieces across the poop deck. In that instant my perceptions cleared, and I saw the incredible folly of what we were doing. For there we were, standing up against the blank, unknowable night, and out there in the darkness there surely lurked some thing of monstrousness, and we were at its mercy. I seemed to feel it hovering over us, so that I felt the sickening creep of goose-flesh all over me. "Stand back from the rail," I shouted. "Stand back from the rail!" There was a rush of feet as the men obeyed, in sudden apprehension of their danger, and I gave back with them. Even as I did so, I felt some invisible thing brush my shoulder, and an indescribable smell was in my nostrils from something that moved over me in the dark. "Down into the saloon, everyone!" I shouted. "Down with you all! Don't wait a moment!" There was a rush along the dark weather deck, and then the men went helter-skelter down the companion steps into the saloon, falling and cursing over one another in the darkness. I sang out to the men at the wheel to join them, and then I followed. I came upon the men huddled at the foot of the stairs and filling up the passage, all crowding each other in the darkness. The skipper's voice was filling the saloon, and he was demanding in violent adjectives the cause of so tremendous a noise. From the steward's berth there came also a voice and the splutter of a match, and then the glow of a lamp in the saloon itself. I pushed my way through the men, and found the captain in the saloon in his sleeping gear, looking both drowsy and angry, though perhaps bewilderment topped every other feeling. He held his cabin lamp in his hand, and shone the light over the huddle of men. I hurried to explain, and told him of the incredible disappearance of the mate, and of my conviction that some extraordinary thing was lurking near the ship out in the mist and the darkness. I mentioned the curious smell, and told how the mate had suggested that we had drifted down near some old-time, sea-rotted derelict. And, even as I put it into awkward words, my imagination began to awaken to horrible discomforts. 1,000 dreadful impossibilities of the sea became suddenly possible. The captain, Galley was his name, did not stop to dress, but ran back into his cabin and came out in a few moments with a couple of revolvers and a handful of cartridges. The second mate had come running out of his cabin at the noise, and had listened intensely to what I had to say, and now he jumped back into his berth and brought out his own lamp and a large Smith & Wesson, which was evidently ready loaded. Captain Galley pushed one of his revolvers into my hands with some of the cartridges, and we began hastily to load the weapons. Then the captain caught up his lamp and made for the stairway, ordering the men into the saloon out of his way. "Shall you want them, sir?" I asked. "No," he said. "It's no use their running any unnecessary risks." He threw a word over his shoulder. "Stay quiet here, men. If I want you, I'll give you a shout. Then come spry." "Aye, aye, sir," said the watch in a chorus, and then I was following the captain up the stairs, with the second mate close behind. We came up through the companionway onto the silence of the deserted poop. The mist had thickened up, even during the brief time that I had been below, and there was not a breath of wind. The mist was so dense that it seemed to press in upon us, and the two lamps made a kind of luminous halo in the mist, which seemed to absorb their light in a most peculiar way. "Where was he?" the captain asked me, almost in a whisper. "On the port side, sir," I said, "a little foreside the chart house, and about 12 feet in from the rail. I'll show you the exact place." We went forward along what had been the weather side, going quietly and watchfully, though indeed it was little enough that we could see, because of the mist. Once, as I led the way, I thought I heard a vague sound somewhere in the mist, but was all unsure because of the slow creak of the spars and gear as the vessel rolled slightly upon an odd, oily swell. Apart from this slight sound, and the far-up rustle of the canvas slatting gently against the masts, there was no sound at all throughout the ship. I assure you, the silence seemed to me to be almost menacing in the tense, nervous state in which I was. "Hereabouts is where I left him," I whispered to the captain a few seconds later. "Hold your lamp low, sir. There's blood on the deck." Captain Galley did so, and made a slight sound with his mouth at what he saw. Then, heedless of my hurried warning, he walked across to the rail, holding his lamp high up. I followed him, for I could not let him go alone, and the second mate came too, with his lamp. They leaned over the port rail and held their lamps out into the mist and the unknown darkness beyond the ship's side. I remember how the lamps made just two yellow glares in the mist, ineffectual, yet serving somehow to make extraordinarily plain the vastitude of the night and the possibilities of the dark. Perhaps that is a queer way to put it, but it gives you the effect of that moment upon my feelings. And all the time, there was upon me the brutal, frightening expectancy of something reaching in at us from out of that everlasting darkness and mist that held all the sea and the night, so that we were just three mist-shrouded hidden figures peering nervously. The mist was now so thick that we could not even see the surface of the water overside, and fore and aft of us the rail vanished away into the fog and the dark. And then, as we stood here staring, I heard something moving down on the main deck. I caught Captain Geldy by the elbow. "Come away from the rail, sir," I said, hardly above a whisper, and he, with a swift premonition of danger, stepped back and allowed me to urge him well inboard. The second mate followed, and the three of us stood there in the mist, staring round about us and holding our revolvers handily, and the dull waves of the mist beating in slowly upon the lamps in vague wreathings and swirls of fog. "What was it you heard, mister?" asked the captain after a few moments. "Sht," I muttered. "There it is again. There's something moving down on the main deck." Captain Geldy heard it himself now, and the three of us stood listening intensely. Yet it was hard to know what to make of the sounds. And then suddenly there was the rattle of a deck ring-bolt, and then again as if something or someone were fumbling and playing with it. "Down there on the main deck," shouted the captain abruptly, his voice seeming hoarse close to my ear, yet immediately smothered by the fog. "Down there on the main deck. Who's there?" But there came never an answering sound, and the three of us stood there, looking quickly this way and that, and listening. Abruptly, the second mate muttered something. "The lookout, sir. The lookout." Captain Geldy took the hint on the instant. "On the lookout there," he shouted. And then, far away and muffled sounding, there came the answering cry of the lookout man from the forecastle head. "Sir?" A little voice, long drawn out through unknowable alleys of fog. "Go below into the forecastle and shut both doors, and don't stir out till you're told," sung out Captain Geldy, his voice going lost into the mist, and then the man's answering, "Aye, aye, sir," coming to us faint and mournful. And directly afterwards the clang of a steel door, hollow-sounding and remote, and immediately the sound of another. "That puts them safe for the present, anyway," said the second mate, and even as he spoke, there came again that indefinite noise down upon the main deck of something moving with an incredible and unnatural stealthiness. "On the main deck there," shouted Captain Geldy sternly. "If there is anyone there, answer, or I shall fire." The reply was both amazing and terrifying, for suddenly a tremendous blow was stricken upon the deck, and then there came the dull, rolling sound of some enormous weight going hollowly across the main deck, and then an abominable silence. "My God," said Captain Geldy in a low voice, "what was that?" And he raised his pistol, but I caught him by the wrist. "Don't shoot, sir," I whispered. "It'll be no good. That, whatever it is, I mean, it's something enormous, sir. I really wouldn't shoot." I found it impossible to put my vague idea into words, but I felt there was a force aboard, down on the main deck, that it would be futile to attack with so ineffectual a thing as a puny revolver bullet. And then, as I held Captain Geldy's wrist, and he hesitated, irresolute, There came a sudden bleating of sheep, and the sound of lashings being burst, and the cracking of wood, and the next instant a huge crash, followed by crash after crash, and the anguished maaing of sheep. "My God," said the second mate, "the sheep pen's being beaten to pieces against the deck. Good God, what sort of thing could do that?" The tremendous beating ceased, and there was a splashing overside, and after that a silence so profound that it seemed as if the whole atmosphere of the night was full of an unbearable, tense quietness. And then the damp slatting of a sail far up in the night that made me start, a lonesome sound to break suddenly through that infernal silence upon my raw nerves. "Get below, both of you. Smartly now," muttered Captain Geldy. "There's something run either aboard us or alongside, and we can't do anything till daylight." We went below and shut the doors of the companionway, and there we lay in the wide Atlantic, without wheel or lookout or officer in charge, and something incredible down on the dark main deck. For some hours we sat in the captain's cabin, talking the matter over whilst the watch slept, sprawled in a dozen attitudes on the floor of the saloon. Captain Geldy and the second mate still wore their pyjamas, and our loaded revolvers lay handy on the cabin table. And so we watched anxiously through the hours for the dawn to come in. As the light strengthened, we endeavoured to get some view of the sea from the ports, but the mist was so thick about us that it was exactly like looking out into a grey nothingness that became presently white as the day came. "Now," said Captain Geldy, "we're going to look into this." He went out through the saloon to the companion stairs. At the top, he opened the two doors, and the mist rolled in on us, white and impenetrable. For a little while we stood there, the three of us, absolutely silent and listening, with our revolvers handy, but never a sound came to us except the odd, vague slatting of a sail or the slight creaking of the gear as the ship lifted on some slow, invisible swell. Presently, the captain stepped cautiously out onto the deck. He was in his cabin slippers, and therefore made no sound. I was wearing gumboots, and followed him silently, and the second mate after me in his bare feet. Captain Geldy went a few paces along the deck, and the mist hid him utterly. "Phew!" I heard him mutter. "The stink's worse than ever." His voice came odd and vague to me through the wreathing of the mist. "The sun'll soon eat up all this fog," said the second mate at my elbow, in a voice little above a whisper. We stepped after the captain, and found him a couple of fathoms away, standing shrouded in the mist in an attitude of tense listening. "Can't hear a thing," he whispered. "We'll go forward to the break, as quiet as you like. Don't make a sound." We went forward, like three shadows, and suddenly Captain Geldy kicked his shin against something and pitched headlong over it, making a tremendous noise. He got up quickly, swearing grimly, and the three of us stood there in silence, waiting lest any infernal thing should come upon us out of all that white invisibility. Once I felt sure I saw something coming towards me, and I raised my revolver, but saw in a moment that there was nothing. The tension of imminent, nervous expectancy eased from us, and Captain Geldy stooped over the object on the deck. "The port hen coop's been shifted out here," he muttered. "It's all stove." "That must be what I heard last night when the mate went," I whispered. There was a loud crash just before he sang out to me to hurry with the lamp. Captain Geldy left the smashed hen coop, and the three of us tiptoed silently to the rail across the break of the poop. Here we leaned over and stared down into the blank whiteness of the mist that hid everything. "Can't see a thing," whispered the second mate. Yet as he spoke I could fancy that I heard a slight, indefinite, slurring noise somewhere below us, and I caught them each by an arm to draw them back. "There's something down there," I muttered. "For goodness sake, come back from the rail." We gave back a step or two, and then stopped to listen, and even as we did so, there came a slight air playing through the mist. "The breeze is coming," said the second mate. "Look, the mist is clearing already." He was right. Already, the look of white impenetrability had gone, and suddenly we could see the corner of the after-hatch coamings through the thinning fog. Within a minute, we could see as far forward as the mainmast, and then the stuff blew away from us, clear of the vessel, like a great wall of whiteness that dissipated as it went. "Look!" we all exclaimed together. The whole of the vessel was now clear to our sight, but it was not at the ship herself that we looked, for, after one quick glance along the empty main deck, we had seen something beyond the ship's side. All around the vessel there lay a submerged spread of weed, for maybe a good quarter of a mile upon every side. "Weed!" sang out Captain Geldy in a voice of comprehension. "Weed! Look! By Jove, I guess I know now what got the mate." He turned and ran to the port side and looked over, and suddenly he stiffened and beckoned silently over his shoulder to us to come and see. We had followed, and now we stood, one on each side of him, staring. "Look," whispered the captain, pointing. "See the great brute? Do you see it? There! Look!" At first I could see nothing, except the submerged spread of the weed, into which we had evidently run after dark. Then, as I stared intently, my gaze began to separate from the surrounding weed a leathery-looking something that was somewhat darker in hue than the weed itself. "My God," said Captain Geldy. "What a monster! What a monster! Just look at the brute. Look at the thing's eyes. That's what got the mate. What a creature out of hell itself!" I saw it plainly now. 3 of the massive feelers lay twined in and out among the clumpings of the weed. And then, abruptly, I realized that the 2 extraordinary round discs, motionless and inscrutable, were the creature's eyes just below the surface of the water. It appeared to be staring, expressionless, up at the steel side of the vessel. I traced, vaguely, the shapeless monstrosity of what must be termed its head. "My God," I muttered, "it's an enormous squid of some kind. What an awful brute! What—" The sharp report of the captain's revolver came at that moment. He had fired at the thing, and instantly there was a most awful commotion alongside. The weed was hove upward, literally in tons. An enormous quantity was thrown aboard us by the thrashing of the monster's great feelers. The sea seemed almost to boil in one great cauldron of weed and water all about the brute, and the steel side of the ship resounded with the dull, tremendous blows that the creature gave in its struggle. And into all that whirling boil of tentacles, weed, and sea-water, the 3 of us emptied our revolvers as fast as we could fire and reload. I remember the feeling of fierce satisfaction I had in thus aiding to avenge the death of the mate. Suddenly, the captain roared out to us to jump back, and we obeyed on the instant. As we did so, the weed rose up into a great mound over 20 feet in height, and more than a ton of it slopped aboard. The next instant, 3 of the monstrous tentacles came in over the side, and the vessel gave a slow, sullen roll to port as the weight came upon her, for the monster had literally hove itself almost free of the sea against our port side in one vast, leathery shape, all wreathed with weed fronds, and seeming drenched with blood and curious black liquid. The feelers that had come inboard thrashed round here and there, and suddenly one of them curled in the most hideous, snake-like fashion around the base of the main mast. This seemed to attract it, for immediately it curled the two others about the mast, and forthwith wrenched upon it with such hideous violence that the whole towering length of spars, through all their height of 150 feet, were shaken visibly, whilst the vessel herself vibrated with the stupendous efforts of the brute. "It'll have the mast down, sir," said the second mate, with a gasp. "My God, it'll strain her side open. One of those blasting cartridges," I said to Geldy almost in a shout, as the inspiration took me. "Blow the brute to pieces." "Get one, quick," said the captain, jerking his thumb towards the companion. "You know where they are." In 30 seconds, I was back with the cartridge. Captain Geldy took out his knife and cut the fuse dead short. Then, with a steady hand, he lit the fuse and calmly held it until I backed away, shouting to him to throw it, for I knew it must explode in another couple of seconds. Captain Geldy threw the thing like one throws a quoit, so that it fell into the sea just on the outward side of the vast bulk of the monster. So well had he timed it that it burst with a stunning report just as it struck the water. The effect upon the squid was amazing. It seemed literally to collapse. The enormous tentacles released themselves from the mast and curled across the deck helplessly, and were drawn inertly over the rail, as the enormous bulk sank away from the ship's side, out of sight, into the weed. The ship rolled slowly to starboard, and then steadied. "Thank God," I muttered, and looked at the two others. They were pallid and sweating, and I must have been the same. "Here's the breeze again," said the second mate a minute later. "We're moving." He turned, without another word, and raced aft to the wheel, whilst the vessel slid over and through the weed field. "Look where that brute broke up the sheep pen," cried Geldy, pointing. "And here's the skylight of the sail locker smashed to bits." He walked across to it and glanced down, and suddenly he let out a tremendous shout of astonishment. "Here's the mate down here," he shouted. "He's not overboard at all. He's here." He dropped himself down through the skylight onto the sails, and I after him. And, surely, there was the mate, lying all huddled and insensible on a hummock of spare sails. In his right hand he held a drawn sheath knife, which he was in the habit of carrying A.B. fashion, whilst his left hand was all caked with dried blood, where he had been badly cut. Afterwards, we concluded he had cut himself in slashing at one of the tentacles of the squid, which had caught him round the left wrist, the tip of the tentacle being still curled tight about his arm, just as it had been when he hacked it through. For the rest, he was not seriously damaged, the creature having obviously flung him violently away through the framework of the skylight, so that he had fallen in a studded condition onto the pile of sails. We got him on deck and down into his bunk, where we left the steward to attend him. When we returned to the poop, the vessel had drawn clear of the weed field, and the captain and I stopped for a few moments to stare astern over the taffrail. As we stood and looked, something wavered up out of the heart of the weed, a long, tapering, sinuous thing that curled and wavered against the dawnlight, and presently sank back again into the demure weed, a veritable spider of the deep, waiting in the great web that Dame Nature had spun for it in the eddy of her tides and currents. And we sailed away northwards with strengthening trades, and left that patch of monstrousness to the loneliness of the sea.
The Brain Eaters by Frank Belknap Long. Stephen Williamson, anthropologist and archaeologist, stood at the rail of the Morning Star and watched the dim grey shape of the long boat shed its hazy indistinctness, as the sun penetrated the fog and threw ruddy curlicues athwart the gleaming gunwales. From where Williamson was standing, the occupants of the boat were distinctly visible. They sat immobile, in grotesque attitudes, and when Williamson hailed them, they made no response. Williamson craned forward over the rail, studying them intently out of bloodshot eyes. Then, suddenly, his body went tense, and a cold horror descended upon him. He turned abruptly, cupping his hands, and shouted out a frantic warning to the first mate, who was standing rather nonchalantly amidships with his hands thrust deep into his trouser pockets. "Keep away from her! Ease her off, for God's sake!" "What's that?" The mate strode to the rail and glanced anxiously over the side, but from where he was standing, the boat was not visible. He was obliged to repeat his query to Williamson, who occupied, for the moment, the position of ship's guardian. Below, in his cabin, the captain was raving impotently, his brain unhinged by liquor and fever. "What did you say, Steve?" "I said, stay clear of her." "Why?" "Cholera, I think. Anyhow, it's awful. A death trap. Keep clear of her." In a moment, the mate was by Stephen's side, staring with horror at the boat and its contents. It was drifting aimlessly in a long swell, its rudder askew and trailing sea moss, its oarlock sodden with caked salt, and a darker, more disturbing ingredient that looked, from a distance, like caked blood. The mate gripped Williamson's arm. "They've been dead for weeks," he muttered hoarsely. "Every man of 'em. They're nothing more than skeletons." He spat to conceal his emotion. "Every man of 'em. God, Steve. Look there!" Williamson had raised his arm and was pointing excitedly at the tallest of the 7 skeletons. The mate grew dizzy with horror. A choking, gurgling sound issued from his throat, and his hand tightened on his companion's arm till the latter cried out in shrill protest. "Steady, Jim." Then, after a pause, "It was cannibalism. Nothing else. But I can understand it, Jim. If the poor devils were insane, crazed." "But his head," the mate protested hysterically. "They couldn't eat that. Why did they cut off his head?" The headless man sat bolt upright in the boat. He was clothed in stained grey trousers of woolen texture, and a coarse seaman's shirt of alternating black and white stripes open to the waist. His feet were bare and sun-scorched. One arm, severed at the wrist, dangled forlornly from beside the oarlocks, rising and falling with a slow, oily swell. The other was outstretched, as though it had been endeavouring at the instant of death to ward off the attack of something malign and unspeakable. On several parts of the hairy exposed chest were dark and ominous stains. The muscles of the torso stood out so rigidly in the half-light that they were discernible at a distance of 50 feet. But despite his mutilations and imperfections, the headless man was easily the most commanding figure in the boat. The other occupants were pitiable in the extreme. They sprawled against the gunwales in attitudes of abject despair, mere husks of flabby skin over protruding bones, with skull-like faces and rigid, immobile arms. The sea had had its way with them. They were not merely dead. They were beginning, slowly, to blacken and shrivel and putrefy. "It isn't cholera," said Stephen grimly. The mate nodded. "You're right, I guess." His voice sounded hollow and unfamiliar even to his own ears. The strangeness of its timbre appalled him. He glanced almost hysterically at his companion. How, he wondered, could the man remain so cool? He had hitherto been so emotional, so easily upset. Yet now, somehow, the scientist in him was rising to the occasion, was astonishing the mate by his assurance and poise. "We may as well lower a boat," said Stephen decisively. "I want to know precisely what happened. It's utterly ghastly, but I've got to know." 30 minutes later, a decidedly ill scientist crossed the deck of the Morning Star in a strangely indirect fashion, crossed the deck in a semi-daze and gripped the rail till his knuckles showed white. For a moment, he stood watching a Portuguese man-of-war scudding over the oily sea, his gaze remaining riveted on the weirdly beautiful polyp till it disappeared in the purple haze fringing the horizon. Then, abruptly, he wheeled and met the inquisitorial scrutiny of the mate. "Well?" "I told Harris to put sew sheets on the bodies," said Stephen in a cold and lifeless voice. "The least we can do is give them a decent burial." The mate shivered. "I hope we can get it over with soon. A crew of dead men don't suit my fancy. If the captain should see 'em in his condition, it wouldn't be pleasant. I told Simpson to keep watch on the old man." "I'm more concerned about the crew," said Stephen slowly. "They've been whispering and muttering ever since we brought the bodies aboard. Frightened blue, I guess. I don't know as I blame 'em. If they could see this diary—" Stephen tapped his pocket significantly. "They might run amok. To tell you the truth, Jim, it's got me frightened. I don't know what to think." The mate moistened his lips with the tip of his tongue. "It's crazy gibberish, Steve," he muttered. "They went through hell, apparently, and it's my guess this fellow Henderson cracked up under the strain. Being an officer and a gentleman, well, anyone could see he was only a frightened kid. I don't think I ever saw a man's face so drawn and despairful looking." Stephen removed a weather-stained memorandum book from his pocket and began nervously to finger the pages. "There are things here, Jim," he said, "that you can't argue away. Descriptions, details. I'm convinced those men encountered something appalling. No thirst-crazed lunatic could have been so devilishly, inhumanly logical. Henderson remained courageously cool-headed to the very last. This entry shows what stuff the kid was made of." Stephen had opened the book, and as the mate stared silently down into the almost motionless sea, he began, slowly, to read. "They want our brains. Last night one of them got in touch with me. It laid its cool face against my forehead and spoke to me. I could understand everything it said. A terrible death awaits us if we do not obey them implicitly. They want Thomas. We are to make no attempt to thwart or resist them when they come for him." Later. "They came for Thomas last night. They did not take all of him. He is sitting before me now. I can see his broad shoulders and back as I write. They are limned very terribly against the glare of the sunset, and they obtrude with a terrible vividness. His presence is a perpetual horror, but we dare not throw him overboard. They would not approve. I am perfectly sane. The horror has not dulled in any way my perception of the visible realities about me. I know that I am adrift in the Pacific, 50 miles perhaps off the coast of Salvador, and that I am compelled to endure the presence of a headless corpse and 5 cowardly fools who gibber and moan like baboons merely because they lack guts and haven't sufficient water. My own stoicism bewilders and amazes me. Why is it that my hand does not tremble as I write, that I can remain so observant, so calm? It may be that I have lost all capacity to suffer. We have passed into a strange world, an alien and utterly incomprehensible world, which makes the fears and agonies of common life seem curiously impersonal and remote. We have abandoned all hope of a possible rescue. Nothing can save us from them. It is amazing how completely I have resigned myself to the inevitable. 3 days ago we were as confident as the devil. Why, we actually jested when the Mary O'Brien went down. Red Taylor called it a natty dive. She went down bow first. It was an enormously impressive spectacle. The water about her was a white maelstrom for fully 5 minutes. It's only a few miles to the coast, I told them, and we've enough water to last a fortnight. We'll row in relays. They are squat and slimy, with long gelatinous arms and hideous bat-like faces. But I've reason to suspect they can change their form at will. For hours our ears were assailed by a horrible, maddening droning, and then we saw 'em. We saw 'em glistening in the moonlight. All about us the sea was carpeted with their luminous, malignant faces. There was nothing we could do. We were helpless, stunned. They are not animals. They are endued with a cold, unearthly intelligence. We have drifted into strange waters. Our compass revolves so maddeningly that it is useless as a guide. I have a theory, incredible, fantastic, which would account for all that has occurred, but I dare not confide it to the others. They would not understand. They are convinced even now that the things are fantastic fishes. They do not know that I have communicated with them. They did not see me last night, when I left the boat and went with them into the abyss. They were deceived by the presence of my physical body, which remained with them in the boat. They did not suspect that I had descended into the dark, cold abyss. They were strangely reticent. They merely confided to me that they wanted Thomas's brain. They feed, it seems, on human brains, and of all our brains, Thomas's is the most finely organized. It is compact, imaginative, sensitive. He is a semi-illiterate ABS, but his brain is first-rate. What interests them primarily is not so much the culture or cultivation which a brain has acquired, but simply its naked intelligence. They experience strange, vivid new emotions and sensations when they feed on unspoiled human brains, but they do not really eat our brains. Rather, they suck, absorb them. They wrap themselves tightly about human heads and suck out the contents of the cranium through the eyes and nostrils. They do not always carry away the heads which they desire to use in this fashion. Occasionally, they merely extract the brain while the victim is asleep. In such cases, the poor wretch is certain to awake a raving maniac. Sightless and a maniac. The other way is more merciful. I am glad that they severed Thomas's head and took it away. The presence of his body is a horror and a madness, but it is reassuring to know that he has ceased to suffer. The men are showing the effects of the torture. Brett has been whimpering pitifully for hours, and Lang is as helpless as an infant. They want to throw Thomas's body into the sea, but I won't give my consent. They live at the bottom of the sea, and are not a part of our familiar world. They inhabit another dimension. By some ghastly and inexplicable mischance, we have passed into another dimension of space. We have passed into an extension of the three-dimensional world. The existence of these creatures confirms the wildest speculations of theosophists and mystics, who have persistently maintained that man is not the only intelligent inhabitant of the globe, that there are other worlds impinging on ours. Above the familiar seas of the world are imposed other, invisible seas, inhabited by strange and hideous shapes utterly unlike anything with which we are familiar. There is not one Pacific Ocean merely. Occupying the same space in another dimension are invisible Pacifics inhabited by strange shapes with hidden, malevolent powers. We have, unaccountably, sailed into one of these invisible worlds. We have passed from the coast of Salvador to the sea-coast of an alien world. It is a very terrible world. Its denizens are more malignant than vampires. They raven on the brains of lost travellers from the three-dimensional Pacific. I had fallen asleep from sheer exhaustion when they came for me, and compelled me to follow them down through the blue depths to their strange, blue-litten city on the sea's floor. My body remained in the boat, but my brain was with them at the bottom of the sea. They can separate the brain temporarily from the body without any physical sundering. They were careful to explain to me why I should not share the fate of Thomas. They need me. I have been enjoined to guard Thomas's body, to keep the others from throwing it into the sea. Another ship has passed into this strange and hideous world. On it there is a brain which they covet, an extraordinary brain, the brain of a scientist and poet. They desire to absorb it, and they desire to absorb it while it is aflame with curiosity and maddened by fright. When they can absorb a highly evolved brain that is keyed up to a pitch of wild excitement, they experience the most intense ecstasy and rapture. So peculiarly are they constituted that they are capable of deriving the most piercing pleasure from highly evolved, highly inflamed cerebral tissue. In our world, rare or alien manifestations of energy like radium, cosmic rays, and things of that kind react most violently on terrestrial organisms, and it is very conceivable that in this other world, animal tissue, especially such highly evolved tissue as one finds in human brains, reacts with a similar intensity upon the alien body substances of these creatures. The scientist, the man who is coming, has a brain which excites them immeasurably. They are determined to frighten and inflame it, and they think that if its possessor encounters Thomas sitting upright in the boat, headless and ghastly, it will become a rare delicacy and afford them the most exquisite rapture. They have asked me to help them, and I dare not refuse. But I can at least record what I know and suspect in this book, and if he is not a blind fool, he will strive to escape. I fear, though, that he is lost, hopelessly and irremediably lost. Like us, he has, in some mysterious way, passed into another world. The ship which bears him has been drawn, sucked, into some great vacuum or vent in three-dimensional space, and is now in an utterly alien world, a black and abysmal world. Nothing on earth can save him. His naked intelligence, perhaps, but nothing on earth. The brain-eaters will not spare him. They will fasten upon his skull and drain it dry. His eyes will be drawn from their sockets, and his brain will melt and dissolve like tallow in the sun. Their moist, dark mouths. I am very ill. The ocean about me is carpeted with leering, malignant faces. The others see him too. Brett is cringing and whining and foaming at the mouth like an epileptic, and Adams has collapsed against the gunwale. Blood is trickling from his nose, and his eyes are drawn inward. His face is a mask, a corpse mask. There is nothing we can do or say. We sit lifelessly by the oars and stare at Thomas's ghastly body, which has become a mockery, a menace. I have resigned all hope. Williamson closed the book and glanced anxiously at the man beside him. Wouldn't you say, Jim, that there was something behind it? Jim looked exceedingly ill. I don't know. It's all so very queer, uncanny. If there's any truth in it, it's your brain they're after. Williamson nodded. I'll tell you what I'm going to do, Jim. I'm going to sleep on deck tonight. I'll bring up my cot and sleep here. I'll feel safer somehow on deck. The mate lowered his head. I'd do that, he said simply. It was after midnight when Williamson awoke and sat up. The moonlight lay in bright, luminous stripes on his cot and the wet planks of the deck. The lifeboat stood out boldly in the silver light, and from where he lay, 3 huge water barrels and a great pile of tarred rope were plainly visible. At first, Williamson saw only these dim, familiar shapes. The water barrels, the rope, the lifeboat swaying reassuringly in the wind. Then, slowly, he became aware of something dark and cumbersome, something opaque that obscured his vision and concealed a portion of the second barrel, something that made a pie-shaped dent in the pile of cordage. He rubbed his eyes, slowly at first, then violently, hysterically. A dark shape was clinging to the heavy netting above his bed. For a moment, he stared at it in stark bewilderment. Then a great horror came upon him, and he shrank back against the pillows. It was clinging to the netting and moving backward and forward like a great, slow-moving beetle. It was a moving blot, concealing the stars, a fetid dark blot against the spectral moon. Nausea welled up within him. He started to rise, and then, suddenly, grew sick with terror incalculable. The strength ebbed from his limbs, and his mind refused to function. He lay supine upon the coarse sheets, too stricken to move or cry out. The thing was slowly changing its shape. It was assuming a more definite contour, was waxing more malignant and agile. Stephen's eyes followed it helplessly as it moved up and down the netting. It was acquiring sight. It was acquiring the loathsome capacity to return his stare. 2 luminous spots glowed malevolently down at him from its crawling bulk. It was globular and wet. From its dark, sack-like body depended 8 squirming tentacles. Or were they limbs? It was impossible to be certain. They were so maddeningly weaving and indistinct, at one moment swelling in girth, and then becoming so incredibly wire-like that they seemed to merge with the mesh of the netting which sustained them. But that the arms ended in thin, claw-like hands he did not for a moment doubt. The hands were too constantly visible, too patently sinister. They fumbled with the netting, as though seeking to draw it apart. He managed, somehow, to rise upon his elbows, to extend, invitingly, his exposed throat. It was not death he feared. It was the torture, the suspense. He could no longer bear to look into the horror's eyes. He had endured with agonized fortitude the sight of its drooling, bat-like mouth, and the odor of putrefaction, the sea-stench which surged from it, and even the fetid, fleshless hands with their long, luminous fingers had not incited him to complete surrender. But its eyes held a threat which could not be evaded or endured. He did not want them to come any closer. If the hands broke through, and the eyes came closer, it was better to surrender unreservedly to the hands. So he raised himself on his elbow and bared his throat. It was a full minute before he perceived that he had been mistaken, and that the hands were not seeking his throat. They were busily engaged in recovering from the wet deck a large, round object of disturbingly familiar appearance. The thing had evidently been compelled to lay this object down for a moment, in order to facilitate its ascent to the netting above Williamson's bed, and it was now intent on recovering its gruesome trophy. Slowly, deliberately, it raised the object in its terribly thin arms, caressing and fondling it, holding it very close for a moment to its moist and bulbous mouth. And, in that same instant, a hideous droning that was like the thrum of huge engines in some vast and reverberant power plant smote menacingly on Williamson's ear. It was not the droning, however, which drove Williamson shrieking from the bed and across the deck in a straight dash toward the rail. It was something much more unendurable than any sound on earth. It was the sight of a face, blue-cheeked and tortured, with matted red beard and white, pupilless eyes, a face distraught yet immobile, a face that grimaced and glowered and yet remained strangely, alarmingly impassive, the face of a dead man, the face of a corpse. There were dark stains above the temples, and the matted hair and beard were clotted with blood. The head was necklace, unattached. It seemed to float upon the air. In reality, however, it was being held very firmly in the terribly thin arms of something that wanted Williamson's brain, that wanted to do to Williamson what it had done to the object it was so proudly exhibiting. It was displaying the object unashamedly to Williamson because it wanted to terrify him, to appall and terrify him utterly. It wanted to drive Williamson mad with fright, so that it could fasten on his inflamed brain and drain it dry. The mate, standing unsteadily upon the bridge, was alive to Williamson's peril. He had watched the scientist awake from a troubled sleep, and had seen the dark shape moving backward and forward above the latter's head. He had also observed, with an actual physical retching, the round, dark object on the deck, before the horror had reclaimed it. He was an imaginative man, and his brain at that moment was as agitated as the one which the horror coveted. But a mighty wave of fury against the thing that had come up from the sea blotted the fright from his mind. The barrel of the rifle in his hand glowed like a long blue taper in the moonlight. Slowly, with an almost hysterical deliberation, he raised the weapon to his shoulder and took aim. The horror screeched twice shrilly as the bullet ploughed through its dark body. It fell from the netting, twisted itself into a ball, and rolled diagonally toward the scuppers. As it passed over the deck, it left a thin blue trail of phosphorescent slime on the wet planks. Williamson turned from the rail, against which he had been clinging, and raised a stricken face toward the bridge. "It's no use," he shrieked. "Too many of 'em, all about the ship. I'm going." He started to climb upon the rail, and then, suddenly, his foot slipped, and he went down with a thud. When he raised himself again to a sitting posture, he was holding something dark and round between his hands and gibbering insanely. "No top to it! No top at all!" he screamed. "The brain pan's gone, all sucked dry, nothing inside. Oh, my God!" Two strong hands descended upon the mate's shoulders, and abruptly, ruthlessly, he was pushed aside. A tall form in wet, glistening slicker took his place upon the bridge. The mate's eyes widened bewilderingly. "Captain Sayers," he muttered. "Captain Sayers." But the captain ignored him. He was shouting out commands at the top of his bursting lungs. "Put every stitch on her," he shouted. "Jump lively there." Part of the crew had emerged from the hatches and were running rapidly backward and forward in response to the captain's orders. After a moment, he turned to the gasping mate. "We'll get out of this. Do as I say, and we'll get out of this. I know what's happened. We're in the wrong dimension. I was in it once before, years ago. Nothing to fear, if you'll do as I say. I know how to steer her. 5 tacks to the right, a twist to the left, and we'll be out of it. I know. I've been in touch with them for years. I'm psychic." "Mad," groaned the mate. "Stark, raving mad." The captain had left the mate's side, and was running frantically toward the wheel. "Keep them at it," he shouted over his shoulder. "Tell them to square away. Can't put too much sail on her. Can't put too much. Do you hear?" The mate nodded. "Worth trying," he muttered to himself. "Follow him implicitly. Nothing to lose. He's in touch with 'em, maybe. Crazy people are psychic.
They know things we don't." He raised his voice. "For God's sake, men, be quick. Do as the captain says. It's our only chance." There ensued a race with distraction. The great ship hove to and trembled ominously, every sail on her taut with the breeze, while from the ocean there arose a screeching and a droning such as no sane man could endure with fortitude. The mate felt his reason tottering, even as the reason of the captain had departed, even as the mind of poor Williamson had succumbed. Poor Williamson, who squatted hopelessly on the deck, his right hand supporting a horror of horrors, and his face a distorted mask in the spectral light. But eventually they won through. The ship, under the captain's guidance, veered strangely on the dark waters. It veered about and rose on a mountainous swell, and even as the captain shouted orders into the attentive ear of the frightened helmsman, the droning and screeching diminished in volume. One by one, the hideous luminous faces faded from the luminous seas. The wind went down, and the ship floated serenely on a three-dimensional ocean. 4 hours later, the sun came up over the coastal hills and flooded the ocean with a saffron light. Williamson, serene and at peace, stood silently by the rail and gazed with gratitude at the prone form of Captain Sayers. The captain lay asleep on the bed which the scientist had vacated on the previous night, under circumstances which the mate could not bear to recall. But Williamson was the courageous one now. He dared to recall them. He gripped the mate's arm and smiled wanly. "I'm glad you decided to obey the captain," he said. "Nothing else could have saved us. It was an heroic decision. The captain knew, I'm convinced. Men whom the world calls insane, sick people, lunatics, are often en rapport with the invisible, the hidden. The fourth dimension is an open book to them. They see things which are hidden from us, and the captain knew." The mate nodded. "I'm glad that they didn't take your brain, old fellow. It's too valuable an instrument. Aside," he added with an ironic smile, "aside from friendship, I'm glad. You can go on with your work now. You can get all that dope on the Myers you missed last trip." "I'll not write about the Myers," said Stephen decisively. "I've much more important information to convey. My next book will deal with them." The mate scowled. "No one will believe you." "Perhaps not, but I'm determined to put that all on paper. Someone, somewhere, may read it and understand." The mate shook his head. "You'll lose caste. Your scientific friends will jibe and jeer at you." Stephen's face set in grim lines. "Let 'em jeer," he muttered. "The knowledge that I'm in the right will sustain me." He drew himself up. "God, but it was a great experience. It nearly did for me, but I know now that the world isn't the pretty little affair we've always thought it. Out beyond our wetters of cosmic appetites. I have a cosmic appetite, Jim. I like to venture and explore. Perhaps some day they'll get my brain. But in the meantime—" The mate smiled sympathetically. "I can guess how it is," he said. "There ain't any sailor this side of the Horn wouldn't understand. You're always anchoring for what lies just around the corner." "Or on the dark side of the moon," amended Stephen with a wistful smile. Three Skeleton Key by George G. Tudors. My most terrifying experience? Well, one does have a few in 35 years of service in the lights, although it's mostly monotonous, routine work.
keeping the light in order, making out the reports. When I was a young man, not very long in the service, there was an opening in a lighthouse newly built off the coast of Guyana, on a small rock 20 miles or so from the mainland. The pay was high, so in order to reach the sum I had set out to save before I married, I volunteered for service in the new light. 3 Skeleton Key, the small rock on which the light stood, bore a bad reputation. It earned its name from the story of the 3 convicts who, escaping from Cayenne in a stolen dugout canoe, were wrecked on the rock during the night, managed to escape the sea, but eventually died of hunger and thirst. When they were discovered, nothing remained but 3 heaps of bones, picked clean by the birds. The story was that the 3 skeletons, gleaming with phosphorescent light, danced over the small rock, screaming. But there are many such stories, and I did not give the warnings of the old-timers at the Ile-de-Son a second thought. I signed up, boarded ship, and in a month I was installed at the light. Picture a grey, tapering cylinder, welded to the solid black rock by iron rods and concrete, rising from a small island 20-odd miles from land. It lay in the midst of the sea, this island, a small, bare piece of stone, about 150 feet long, perhaps 40 wide. Small, barely large enough for a man to walk about and stretch his legs at low tide. This is an advantage one doesn't find in all lights, however, for some of them rise sheer from the waves, with no room for one to move save within the light itself. Still, on our island one must be careful, for the rocks were treacherously smooth. One misstep and down you would fall into the sea. Not that the risk of drowning was so great, but the waters about our island swarmed with huge sharks, who kept an eternal patrol around the base of the light. Still, it was a nice life there. We had enough provisions to last for months, in the event that the sea should become too rough for the supply ship to reach us on schedule. During the day we would work about the light, cleaning the rooms, polishing the metalwork and the lens and reflector of the light itself, and at night we would sit on the gallery and watch our light, a 20,000 candle power lantern, swinging its strong white bar of light over the sea from the top of its 120-foot tower. Some days, when the air would be very clear, we could see the land, a thread-like line to the west. To the east, north, and south stretched the ocean. Landsmen, perhaps, would soon have tired of that kind of life, perched on a small island off the coast of South America for 18 weeks until one's turn for leave ashore came around. But we liked it there, my 2 fellow tenders and myself, so much so that for 22 months on end, with the exception of shore leaves, I was greatly satisfied with the life on 3 Skeleton Key. I had just returned from my leave at the end of June, that is to say, midwinter in that latitude, and had settled down to the routine with my 2 fellow keepers, a Breton by the name of Legleo, and the head keeper Ichua, a Basque some dozen years or so older than either of us. 8 days went by as usual. Then on the 9th night after my return, Ichua, who was on night duty, called Legleo and me, sleeping in our rooms in the middle of the tower, at 2 in the morning. We rose immediately, and climbing the 30 or so steps that led to the gallery, stood beside our chief. Ichua pointed, and following his finger, we saw a big 3-master with all sails set, heading straight for the light. A queer course, for the vessel must have seen us. Our light lit her with the glare of day each time it passed over her. Now, ships were a rare sight in our waters, for our light was a warning of treacherous reefs, barely hidden under the surface and running far out to sea. Consequently, we were always given a wide berth, especially by sailing vessels, which cannot maneuver as readily as steamers. No wonder that we were surprised at seeing this 3-master heading dead for us in the gloom of early morning. I had immediately recognized her lines, for she stood out plainly, even at the distance of a mile, when our light shone on her. She was a beautiful ship of some 4,000 tons, a fast sailer that had carried cargoes to every part of the world, ploughing the seas unceasingly. By her line she was identified as Dutch-built, which was understandable, as Paramaribo and Dutch Guiana are very close to Cayenne. Watching her sailing dead for us, a white wave boiling under her bows, Legleo cried out, "What's wrong with her crew? Are they all drunk or insane? Can't they see us?" Ichiwa nodded soberly and looked at us sharply as he remarked, "See us? No doubt, if there is a crew aboard." "What do you mean, Chief?" Legleo had started, turned to the Basque. "Are you saying that she's the Flying Dutchman?" His sudden fright had been so evident that the older man laughed. "No, old man, that's not what I meant. If I say that no one's aboard, I mean she's a derelict." Then we understood her queer behavior. Ichiwa was right. For some reason, believing her doomed, her crew had abandoned her. Then she had righted herself and sailed on, wandering with the wind. The three of us grew tense as the ship seemed about to crash on one of our numerous reefs, but she suddenly lurched with some change of the wind. The yards swung around, and the derelict came clumsily about and sailed dead away from us. In the light of our lantern she seemed so sound, so strong, that Ichiwa exclaimed impatiently, "But why the devil was she abandoned? Nothing is smashed, no sign of fire, and she doesn't sail as if she were taking water." Legleo waved to the departing ship. "Bon voyage!" He smiled at Ichiwa and went on. "She's leaving us, Chief, and now we'll never know what—" "No, she's not," cried the Basque. "Look, she's turning." As if obeying his words, the derelict three-master stopped, came about, and headed for us once more. And for the next 4 hours the vessel played around us, zigzagging, coming about, stopping, then suddenly lurching forward. No doubt some freak of current and wind, of which our island was the center, kept her near us. Then suddenly the tropic dawn broke, the sun rose, and it was day, and the ship was plainly visible as she sailed past us. Our light extinguished, we returned to the gallery with our glasses, and inspected her. The three of us focused our glasses on her poop, and saw, standing out sharply, black letters on the white background of a life ring, the stenciled name Cornelius de Witt, Rotterdam. We had read her lines correctly. She was Dutch. Just then the wind rose and the Cornelius de Witt changed course, leaned to port, and headed straight for us once more. But this time she was so close that we knew she would not turn in time. "Thunder!" cried Legleo, his Breton soul aching at seeing a fine ship doomed to smash upon a reef. "She's going to pile up! She's gone!" I shook my head. Yes, and ashamed to see that beautiful ship wreck herself. And we're helpless. There was nothing we could do but watch. A ship sailing with all sails spread, creaming the sea with her forefoot as she runs before the wind, is one of the most beautiful sights in the world. But this time I could feel the tears stinging in my eyes as I saw this fine ship headed for her doom. All this time, our glasses were riveted on her, and we suddenly cried out together, "The rats!" Now we knew why this ship, in perfect condition, was sailing without her crew aboard. They had been driven out by the rats, not those poor specimens of rats you see ashore, barely reaching the length of 1 foot from their trembling noses to the tip of their skinny tails, wretched creatures that dodge and hide at the mere sound of a footfall. No, these were ship's rats, huge, wise creatures, born on the sea, sailing all over the world on ships, transferring to other, larger ships as they multiply. There is as much difference between the rats of the land and these maritime rats as between a fishing smack and an armored cruiser. The rats of the sea are fierce, bold animals, large, strong, and intelligent, clannish and sea-wise, able to put the best of mariners to shame with their knowledge of the sea, their uncanny ability to foretell the weather. And they are brave, these rats, and vengeful. If you so much as harm one, his sharp cry will bring hordes of his fellows to swarm over you, tear you, and not cease until your flesh has been stripped from the bones. The ones on this ship, the rats of Holland, are the worst, superior to other rats of the sea as their brethren are to the land rats. There is a well-known tale about these animals. A Dutch captain, thinking to protect his cargo, brought aboard his ship not cats but 2 terriers, dogs trained in the hunting, fighting, and killing of vicious rats. By the time the ship, sailing from Rotterdam, had passed the Ostend Light, the dogs were gone and never seen again. In 24 hours they had been overwhelmed, killed, and eaten by the rats. At times, when the cargo does not suffice, the rats attack the crew, either driving them from the ship or eating them alive. And, studying the Cornelius de Witt, I turned sick, for her small boats were all in place. She had not been abandoned. Over her bridge, on her deck, in the rigging, on every visible spot, the ship was a writhing mass, a starving army coming towards us aboard a vessel gone mad. Our island was a small spot in that immense stretch of sea. The ship could have grazed us or passed to port or starboard with its ravening cargo. But no, she came for us at full speed, as if she were leading the regatta at a race, and impaled herself on a sharp point of rock. There was a dull shock as her bottom stove in, then a horrible crackling as the 3 masts went overboard at once, as if cut down with one blow of some gigantic sickle. A sighing groan came as the water rushed into the ship. Then she split in 2 and sank like a stone. But the rats did not drown. Not these fellows. As much at home in the sea as any fish, they formed ranks in the water, heads lifted, tails stretched out, paws paddling. And half of them, those from the forepart of the ship, sprang along the masts and onto the rocks in the instant before she sank. Before we had time even to move, nothing remained of the 3 masts save some pieces of wreckage floating on the surface, and an army of rats covering the rocks left bare by the receding tide. Thousands of heads rose, felt the wind, and we were scented, seen. To them we were fresh meat, after possible weeks of starving. There came a scream composed of innumerable screams, sharper than the howl of a saw attacking a bar of iron, and in the one motion every rat leaped to attack the tower. We barely had time to leap back, close the door leading onto the gallery, descend the stairs, and shut every window tightly. Luckily, the door at the base of the light, which we never could have reached in time, was of bronze set in granite, and was tightly closed. The horrible band, in no measurable time, had swarmed up and over the tower as if it had been a tree, piled on the embrasures of the windows, scraped at the glass with thousands of claws, covered the lighthouse with a furry mantle, and reached the top of the tower, filling the gallery and piling atop the lantern. Their teeth grated as they pressed against the glass of the lantern room, where they could plainly see us, though they could not reach us. A few millimeters of glass, luckily very strong, separated our faces from their gleaming, beady eyes, their sharp claws and teeth. Their odor filled the tower, poisoned our lungs, and rasped our nostrils with a pestilential, nauseating smell. And there we were, sealed alive in our own light, prisoners of a horde of starving rats. That first night, the tension was so great that we could not sleep. Every moment, we felt that some opening had been made, some window given way, and that our horrible besiegers were pouring through the breach. The rising tide, chasing those of the rats which had stayed on the bare rocks, increased the numbers clinging to the walls, piled on the balcony, so much so that clusters of rats, clinging to one another, hung from the lantern and the gallery. With the coming of darkness, we lit the light, and the turning beam completely maddened the beasts. As the light turned, it successively blinded thousands of rats crowded against the glass, while the dark side of the lantern room gleamed with thousands of points of light, burning like the eyes of jungle beasts in the night. All the while we could hear the enraged scraping of claws against the stone and glass, while the chorus of cries was so loud that we had to shout to hear one another. From time to time, some of the rats fought among themselves, and a dark cluster would detach itself, falling into the sea like a ripe fruit from a tree. Then we would see phosphorescent streaks as triangular fins slash the water, sharks, permanent guardians of our rock, feasting on our jailers. The next day we were calmer, and amused ourselves teasing the rats, placing our faces against the glass which separated us. They could not fathom the invisible barrier which separated them from us, and we laughed as we watched them leaping against the heavy glass. But the day after that, we realized how serious our position was. The air was foul. Even the heavy smell of oil within our stronghold could not dominate the fetid odor of the beasts massed around us. And there was no way of admitting fresh air without also admitting the rats. The morning of the 4th day, at early dawn, I saw the wooden framework of my window eaten away from the outside, sagging inwards. I called my comrades, and the 3 of us fastened a sheet of tin in the opening, sealing it tightly. When we had completed that task, Ichua turned to us and said, dully, "Well, the supply boat came 13 days ago, and she won't be back for 29. He pointed at the white metal plate sealing the opening through the granite. "If that gives way," he shrugged, "they can change the name of this place to 6 Skeleton Key." The next 6 days and 7 nights, our only distraction was watching the rats whose holds were insecure fall 120 feet into the maws of the sharks, but they were so many that we could not see any diminution in their numbers. Thinking to calm ourselves and pass the time, we attempted to count them, but we soon gave up. They moved incessantly, never still. Then we tried identifying them, naming them. One of them, larger than the others, who seemed to lead them in their rushes against the glass separating us, we named Nero, and there were several others whom we had learned to distinguish through various peculiarities. But the thought of our bones joining those of the convicts was always in the back of our minds, and the gloom of our prison fed these thoughts, for the interior of the light was almost completely dark, as we had had to seal every window in the same fashion as mine, and the only space that still admitted daylight was the glassed-in lantern room at the very top of the tower. Then Legleo became morose and had nightmares in which he would see the 3 skeletons dancing around him, gleaming coldly, seeking to grasp him. His maniacal, raving descriptions were so vivid that Ichua and I began seeing them also. It was a living nightmare, the raging cries of the rats as they swarmed over the light, mad with hunger, the sickening, strangling odor of their bodies. True, there is a way of signaling from lighthouses, but to reach the mast on which to hang the signal, we would have to go out on the gallery where the rats were. There was only one thing left to do. After debating all of the 9th day, we decided not to light the lantern that night. This is the greatest breach of our service, never committed as long as the tenders of the light are alive, for the light is something sacred, warning ships of danger in the night. Either the light gleams a quarter hour after sundown, or no one is left alive to light it. Well, that night, 3 Skeleton Light was dark, and all the men were alive. At the risk of causing ships to crash on our reefs, we left it unlit, for we were worn out, going mad. At 2 a.m, while Ichua was dozing in his room, the sheet of metal sealing his window gave way. The chief had just time enough to leap to his feet and cry for help, the rats swarming over him. But Legleo and I, who had been watching from the lantern room, got to him immediately, and the 3 of us battled with the horde of maddened rats which flowed through the gaping window. They bit, we struck them down with our knives, and retreated. We locked the door of the room on them, but before we had time to bind our wounds, the door was eaten through and gave way, and we retreated up the stairs, fighting off the rats that leaped on us from the knee-deep swarm. I do not remember to this day how we ever managed to escape, All I can remember is wading through them up the stairs, striking them off as they swarmed over us. And then we found ourselves bleeding from innumerable bites, our clothes shredded, sprawled across the trap door in the floor of the lantern room, without food or drink. Luckily, the trapdoor was metal, set into the granite with iron bolts. The rats occupied the entire light beneath us, and on the floor of our retreat lay some 20 of their fellows, who had gotten in with us before the trapdoor closed, and whom we had killed with our knives. Below us, in the tower, we could hear the screams of the rats as they devoured everything edible that they found. Those on the outside squealed in reply and writhed in a horrible curtain as they stared at us through the glass of the lantern room. Ichua sat up and stared silently at his blood trickling from the wounds on his limbs and body and running in thin streams on the floor around him. Legleo, who was in as bad a state, and so was I for that matter, stared at the chief and me vacantly, started as his gaze swung to the multitude of rats against the glass, then suddenly began laughing horribly.
The 3 skeletons. The 3 skeletons are now the 6 skeletons. 6 skeletons.
He threw his head back and howled, his eyes glazed, a trickle of saliva running from the corners of his mouth and thinning the blood flowing over his chest. I shouted to him to shut up, but he did not hear me, so I did the only thing I could to quiet him. I swung the back of my hand across his face. The howling stopped suddenly, and his eyes swung around the room. Then he bowed his head and began weeping softly, like a child. Our darkened light had been noticed from the mainland, and as dawn was breaking, the patrol was there to investigate the failure of our light. Looking through my binoculars, I could see the horrified expression on the faces of the officers and crew when, the daylight strengthening, they saw the light completely covered by a seething mass of rats. They thought, as I afterwards found out, that we had been eaten alive. But the rats had also seen the ship, or had scented the crew. As the ship drew nearer, a solid phalanx left the light, plunged into the water, and swimming out, attempted to board her. They would have succeeded, as the ship was hove to, but the engineer connected his steam to a hose on the deck and scalded the head of the attacking column, which slowed them up long enough for the ship to get under way and leave the rats behind. Then the sharks took part. Belly up, mouths gaping, they arrived in swarms and scooped up the rats, sweeping through them like a sickle through wheat. That was one day that sharks really served a useful purpose. The remaining rats turned tail, swam to the shore, and emerged dripping. As they neared the light, their comrades greeted them with shrill cries, with what sounded like a derisive note predominating. They answered angrily and mingled with their fellows. From the several tussles that broke out, it seemed as if they resented being ridiculed for their failure to capture the ship. But all this did nothing to get us out of our jail. The small ship could not approach, but steamed around the light at a safe distance, and the tower must have seemed fantastic, some weird, many-mouthed beast hurling defiance at them. Finally, seeing the rats running in and out of the tower through the door and the windows, those on the ship decided that we had perished and were about to leave when Ichua, regaining his senses, thought of using the light as a signal. He lit it, and, using a plank placed and withdrawn before the beam to form the dots and dashes, quickly sent out our story to those on the vessel. Our reply came quickly. When they understood our position, how we could not get rid of the rats, Legleo's mind going fast, Ichua and myself covered with bites, cornered in the lantern room without food or water, they had a signalman send us their reply. His arms swinging like those of a windmill, he quickly spelled out, "Don't give up. Hang on a little longer. We'll get you out of this." Then she turned and steamed at top speed for the coast, leaving us little reassured. She was back at noon, accompanied by the supply ship, 2 small Coast Guard boats, and the fireboat, a small squadron. At 12:30, the battle was on. After a short reconnaissance, the fireboat picked her way slowly through the reefs until she was close to us, then turned her powerful jet of water on the rats. The heavy stream tore the rats from their places and hurled them screaming into the water, where the sharks gulped them down. But for every 10 that were dislodged, 7 swam ashore, and the stream could do nothing to the rats within the tower. Furthermore, some of them, instead of returning to the rocks, boarded the fireboat, and the men were forced to battle them hand to hand. They were true rats of Holland, fearing no man, fighting for the right to live. Nightfall came, and it was as if nothing had been done. The rats were still in possession. One of the patrol boats stayed by the island. The rest of the flotilla departed for the coast. We had to spend another night in our prison. Legleo was sitting on the floor, babbling about skeletons, and as I turned to Ichua, he fell unconscious from his wounds. I was in no better shape, and could feel my blood flaming with fever. Somehow the night dragged by, and the next afternoon I saw a tug, accompanied by the fireboat, come from the mainland with a huge barge in tow. Through my glasses, I saw that the barge was filled with meat. Risking the treacherous reefs, the tug dragged the barge as close to the island as possible. To the last rat, our besiegers deserted the rock, swam out, and boarded the barge, reeking with the scent of freshly cut meat. The tug dragged the barge about a mile from shore, where the fireboat drenched the barge with gasoline. A well-placed incendiary shell from the patrol boat set her on fire. The barge was covered with flames immediately, and the rats took to the water in swarms, but the patrol boat bombarded them with shrapnel from a safe distance, and the sharks finished off the survivors. A whaleboat from the patrol boat took us off the island and left 3 men to replace us. By nightfall, we were in the hospital in Cayenne. What became of my friends? Well, Legleo's mind had cracked, and he was raving mad. They sent him back to France and locked him up in an asylum, the poor devil. Ichua died within a week. A rat's bite is dangerous in that hot, humid climate, and infection sets in rapidly. As for me, when they fumigated the light and repaired the damage done by the rats, I resumed my service there. Why not? No reason why such an incident should keep me from finishing up my service there, is there? Besides, I told you I liked the place. To be truthful, I've never had a post as pleasant as that one, and when my time came to leave it forever, I tell you that I almost wept as 3 Skeleton Key disappeared below the horizon. If you enjoyed listening today, be sure to subscribe to the channel by hitting the red subscribe button below. After doing so, click the bell icon next to the subscribe button to receive new content notifications. If you'd like to support our work and receive exclusive perks, consider becoming a channel member by clicking the join button below. To support us in other ways, see the video description for links to our Bandcamp and Patreon pages, our merch store over at Teespring, and further information relating to our releases on Audible, iTunes, and Spotify. And until next time,